Years ago, a woman accidentally transmigrated into the angst-ridden romance novel she wrote. She became the miserable little wife of the miserable male lead, Su Fangyi. Moreover, the plot surrounding the male and female leads in the book was incredibly difficult and painful, both physically and emotionally. There was no light at the end of the tunnel. But according to the usual transmigration novel tropes, the transmigrator should be able to return home by dying. So she hanged herself, jumped into a lake, and slit her wrists. After countless suicide attempts, this woman didn't transmigrate back. Instead, she was reset back to the first day of her arrival, starting over again. Lying in bed, Yi Xiaoyu wanted to cry. How could she have written such a depressing, messed up story? Writing it was fun at the time, but transmigrating into it is a disaster. She had to fill the hole she dug herself. Sigh, speaking of which, suicide didn't work 3 times. Could it be that she really has to see the novel through to its end? Hearing a noise outside the bedroom, Yi Xiaoyu quickly straightened her legs, closed her eyes, and pretended to be asleep. Accompanied by a series of coughs, Prince Su Jianglitsong was already standing by her bed. "Fangyi, are you all right?" His voice was weak, as if he were about to die the next second. The maid quickly replied, "Your Highness, the imperial physician said the princess is fine. She just caught a cold and was frightened." Jiang Litsong gave a strained smile and dismissed the maid. Yi Xiaoyu, currently lying in bed as Su Fangyi, felt a sense of foreboding. "Don't go," she screamed internally. She didn't want to be alone with Jiang Litsong. This guy, although he looked handsome, frail, and pitiful, like a delicate white flower, was actually a man-eating flower that devoured people without spitting out the bones. Moreover, when creating the details of this black-hearted male lead, Jiang Litsong, she revised his character 30-odd times. He was practically wrapped in multiple layers of invincible armor. Prince Su picked up a strand of Yi Xiaoyu's hair and twirled it in his hand. "Fangyi," he said softly, "have I upset you? Why would you want to take your own life?" Although his voice was weak and powerless, his gaze was incredibly sharp, his eyes full of scrutiny. Yi Xiaoyu's scalp tingled under his stare, her nerves taut. She didn't speak for a long time. A sudden cough from him almost made her scream that I was just too hot. "I jumped into the river to cool off." This answer clearly wasn't satisfactory. Jiang Litsong leaned closer, his voice full of questioning. "I thought we were newlyweds, a loving couple." Yi Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt. Give her rest with the pretense. "The Empress Dowager forced this marriage on you. You hate me." Jiang Litsong whispered in Yi Xiaoyu's ear. "Why not live a good life?" The princess just tried to jump into the moat from the city wall, making it known to everyone. "The Empress Dowager will definitely inquire about this matter." Jiang Litsong's presence loomed over her, the invisible pressure intensifying. She didn't dare to breathe. Just as the atmosphere became tense, he coughed violently again. Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Stop pretending, you fake sickie," she thought. The man put on a smile and stroked Yi Xiaoyu's head. He spoke in a tone that was both a suggestion and a command. "Why don't you go to the palace tomorrow, princess, and explain everything to the Empress Dowager?" "All right." As he spoke, his pale hand slid down. Yi Xiaoyu felt as if she were being entangled by a venomous snake, unable to move. "He's angry. He's probably going to snap my neck right here." So she reluctantly agreed. "Okay, just like you said before, you and I have an inextricable bond in this life, destined to fight to the death, right?" Yi Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She remembered the ending of the novel she wrote. The male lead, Jiang Litsong, had for years schemed and worked tirelessly to secure the emperor's throne and stabilize the court, doing a lot of dirty work. He made countless enemies. In the end, the emperor, in order to appease the masses, ordered him to commit suicide. Jiang Litsong, having foreseen this outcome, begged his wife, Su Fangyi, to kill him in exchange for her safe return to her family and their protection. So, with tears streaming down her face, Su Fangyi fulfilled Jiang Litsong's wish. In his final moments, Jiang Litsong embraced Su Fangyi and said, "In this life, I regret nothing I've done, except for you. Only you, Fangyi, have I wronged." And so he was freed, and so was Yi Xiaoyu. She understood. So, her own death was useless. Killing Jiang Litsong was the key. As long as the male lead died, the story would end, and she could go home. Lost in thought, Yi Xiaoyu's face was a whirlwind of emotions. Jiang Litsong stared intently at her with his hawk-like eyes. When Yi Xiaoyu came back to her senses, she saw him looking at her with a smiling face, stroking her head. A wave of nausea washed over her. How do I kill a highly skilled, black-hearted bug? Asking for a friend. Urgent. The man increased the pressure of his hand and said with a smile, "It seems the princess has thought of how to explain things to the Empress Dowager. But seeing you still so distracted, you must be shaken after falling into the water. The princess should rest well." With that, he turned and left. Outside the room, Jiang Litsong immediately ordered his subordinate, Yiming, to go to the Su family residence and inquire about everything concerning the princess consort from her childhood to the present. He felt that this new bride seemed a bit strange. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoyu, from morning till night, was seriously contemplating how to kill Jiang Litsong. This situation, much like a novel's plot, had her entangled with the male lead, Jiang Litsong. The two were supposed to be in love, but couldn't be together. Should she follow the novel Zilang storyline to its bitter, you die live end, or should she skip straight to the finale and just kill the male lead? After much deliberation, she, Yi Xiaoyu, wasn't like Su Fangyi, a refined young lady. The 3 obediences and 4 virtues, along with being virtuous and gentle, weren't her style. She refused to be abused. She wanted to go home. Who cared about him? This little chick was ready to sharpen her knives. The next second, the door was suddenly pushed open. Yi Xiaoyu, caught off guard, was still holding her imaginary greatsword in a dramatic pose. Your Highness, why are you here again?" Jiang Litsong almost burst out laughing. He quickly coughed to cover it up. "Princess consort, what are you talking about? It's our wedding night. Where else would I go?" he said, smoothing his robe as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Yi Xiaoyu's eyes widened as she watched Jiang Litsong remove his outer garments. In the original story, Jiang Litsong had no intention of acknowledging Su Fangyi. On their wedding night, he made excuses and hadn't even stepped foot in the bridal chamber. What was going on now? A seductive voice echoed, "Princess consort, would you mind assisting me with undressing? It's our wedding night, and we're the newlyweds." Lying stiffly in bed, she concealed a metaphorical knife, constantly plotting how to stab her pillow partner to death. And the person lying next to her wasn't some innocent lamb either. He wasn't the frail and helpless, delicate flower from her previous life. In reality, he was the dark and scheming Prince Su, Jiang Litsong. The room was extremely quiet. Yi Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes and looked at the man lying beside her. He appeared to be sound asleep. She pulled out a hairpin, planning to stab it into Jiang Litsong's vital point. But then she looked at him again. She had to admit, he looked quite handsome asleep. She couldn't bring herself to hate him. She recalled how he had asked her to help him undress. That slender waist, those shapely hips, and that charmingly handsome face. Even his cough seemed delicate and pitiful. She had fantasized about helping him undress and copping a feel, but this man wouldn't let her take advantage of him in the slightest. But wouldn't it be a waste to kill him without touching him at least once? Yi Xiaoyu, get a grip. This isn't some smutty romance novel. This is an angst-ridden tragedy. You're supposed to kill him, not sleep with him. That was what she told herself. But this guy had incredible hearing and unfathomable inner strength. If she couldn't kill him with one blow, she'd be doomed. It seemed a bit difficult. So, Yi Xiaoyu put the hairpin back and decided to double-check if he was truly asleep. She sat up slowly, moving cautiously, but accidentally brushed against the man's shoulder. "How dare you throw yourself at me?" "Oomph, for a woman, you're quite forward." Jiang Litsong, feigning sleep, frowned. He cursed Yi Xiaoyu inwardly for catching him off guard. Didn't he stop breathing while pretending to sleep? She stared at his face for a long time, unable to discern anything. Frowning, she leaned down close to his nostrils. Between each inhale and exhale, she observed Jiang Litsong's breathing pattern. He seems to be asleep. Are you done yet?" Jiang Litsong thought, exasperated. He suddenly pinned the restless woman beneath him. "Is my inability to consummate our marriage due to my frail health making you this dissatisfied, princess consort?" Yi Xiaoyu's mind buzzed. What was this man on about? His large hand gripped her slender neck. He said coldly, "What? Do you have complaints about me, princess consort?" He restrained the urge to strangle her. Instead, he pinched her chin and scrutinized her again. "Your eyes are shifty, and you're so shameless. Did a prestigious family like the Su clan truly raise you?" This sly dog quickly changed his demeanor. His eyes softened, and he adopted a look of guilt. "It's been 7 or 8 days since our wedding, and you're still untouched. It is indeed my fault. How do you wish for me to fulfill my husbandly duties, princess consort?" he said, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Yi Xiaoyu panicked internally. No way. Is he serious? The man gave a wicked smile and then pulled open her nightclothes. Since the princess consort is so proactive, wouldn't it be rude of me not to respond? Yi Xiaoyu struggled desperately, telling him to stop messing around. But her restrained hands couldn't move. The man teased her, whispering in her ear, "You smell so good, princess consort." Pressed tightly together, Yi Xiaoyu could hardly breathe. She squirmed forcefully, causing Jiang Litsong to blush. Quickly pushing Yi Xiaoyu away, Jiang Litsong told her to stop moving. Yi Xiaoyu was still confused about the situation when she saw Jiang Litsong already lying down wrapped in a blanket, accompanied by a fit of coughing. "This husband is weak and frail. I'm afraid it's not possible. Let's forget it," he said, tugging at the blanket and telling her to rest as well, as they had to enter the palace the next morning. Yi Xiaoyu analyzed that at this stage, Jiang Litsong should have no feelings for Su Fangyi. His previous actions were probably just a test, but he backed out so quickly. Could he be shy? Didn't expect him to be a bit innocent. Meanwhile, Jiang Litsong, blushing, was also replaying the recent probing in his mind. This woman's hands are weak and powerless, her breathing erratic. She doesn't know martial arts or any seductive techniques. She doesn't seem like a specially trained woman. The night was long. These two people, each with their own thoughts, could have 800 different schemes just trying to sleep. This scheming big shot is a good actor. Facing his wife's various attempts to sabotage and challenge him, he remained calm and collected, able to turn black into white. He is the dark and manipulative male lead in this world of Gilan, Jiang Litsong, and she is the self-inflicted author who transmigrated into her own Meishin novel. She became the female lead of this tragic love story, Su Fangyi. Yi Xiaoyu didn't want abusive love. She wanted to go home. So, the little rookie decided to kill the male lead and end the plot early. Empress Dowager Su summoned the couple to the palace. Seeing the palace gates getting closer and closer, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel melancholic in the carriage. Compared to seeing Empress Dowager Su, she would rather deal with Jiang Litsong. This novel world has two countries. One, the Shengchao Kingdom in the north, is the most powerful. The other is the male lead's Li Kingdom, located in the southeast. Because the Li Kingdom was very wary of the Shengchao Kingdom's strong military, they would either send a princess to serve the emperor of Shengchao or send a prince as a hostage. 18 years ago, the crown prince of Li Kingdom, the male lead's father, suddenly died of illness. The second prince smoothly ascended the throne with a reign title Longda. Afterwards, he sent the late crown prince's sons, Jiang Litsong and his older brother Jiang Huailan, to the Shengchao Kingdom as hostages. While hostages in the Shengchao Kingdom, the two brothers were always walking on thin ice, cautious and discreet. Many years later, old Emperor Longda never expected that he wouldn't even have one living son. The political situation in the Li Kingdom was unstable, and he was unwilling to relinquish power. So, he had no choice but to recall the two brothers to the Li Kingdom. After returning, one brother pretended to be foolish, and the other pretended to be sick. The old emperor believed that after being away for so many years, they were isolated and without support. So, he installed the seemingly foolish Jiang Huailan as emperor and abdicated to become the retired emperor, still controlling the court and holding on to power. The old emperor saw Jiang Litsong as sickly and short-lived, posing no threat. So, he kept him around, also as a way to appear magnanimous. Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but look at Jiang Litsong. The situation in this abusive story would become increasingly chaotic. She couldn't wait any longer. She had to quickly figure out how to kill him. Calculating the timeline, Jiang Litsong was secretly colluding with officials in the court and befriending influential figures in society. So, the retired emperor's paranoia flared up again, and he began to test Jiang Litsong in various ways. The purpose of being summoned by Empress Dowager Su today was to inquire about Jiang Litsong's illness through Su Fangyi. A smirk appeared on Yi Xiaoyu's lips. She seemed to have a good idea. Killing the male lead didn't necessarily require her to do it herself. She could use someone else's hand. Inside Jingtai Palace, Jiang Litsong putting on his sickly act, needed a eunuch's help to kneel and bow. He coughed incessantly. Empress Dowager Su, the smiling tiger, put on a worried expression. She inquired about his condition. Jiang Li Tsong, a skilled actor, naturally didn't reveal anything. So, the old woman brought up Su Fangyi's falling into the water the previous day. Yi Xiaoyu immediately knelt down, tears welling up in her eyes, blaming herself. And it's all my fault. The day before yesterday, I wanted to bring medicine to the study for the prince to take, but I accidentally saw an official from Taiwan Pavilion leaving the prince's study. The prince, I don't know why, became very angry. I was so scared and distraught that I had those foolish thoughts. I thought if I died, the prince might feel remorse. Empress Dowager Su was indeed enraged. She immediately questioned Jiang Litsong about his interactions with officials from Taiwan Pavilion. Faced with this sudden accusation, Jiang Litsong could only remain silent. Interacting with court officials with ill intentions was a serious offense against the retired emperor, punishable by death. Let's see how you keep up this act, Empress Dowager. This junior has evidence regarding this matter. As she spoke, Jiang Litsong silently knelt down. Looking up, his eyes were filled with grievance and guilt. Li Kong is plagued by illness, with barely 10 days left to live. He has no hope of an heir, and he's still so young. How could she waste her youth on someone so short-lived? Shamefully, this lowly one's body is truly incapable when it comes to marital affairs. Even last night, I tried to force myself, alas, only to disappoint Fangyi's expectations. As he spoke, he pulled out a divorce document. Having been married for many days without consummating the marriage, he had asked Yin, a scholar from Taiwan Pavilion, to mediate and write this letter of release. Yi Xiaoyu considered it a death warrant, not a divorce document. Empress Dowager Su hadn't anticipated this turn of events. She couldn't help but frown. She wanted to say something, but a coughing fit interrupted her. Then the old witch changed her tune and directed her anger at Su Fangyi, warning her to behave and maintain a virtuous and dignified appearance. This matter was to end here, and no further trouble should be caused. Wow, this marriage was bestowed by Empress Dowager Su. Now with this commotion, the old witch is losing face. So naturally, she's taking it out on me. This is practically playing with fire. This prince is so strange. He actually carries a divorce document with him at all times. And his princess is even stranger. She's clearly from a respectable family. Yet her behavior is always exaggerated and unruly. Jiang Litsong initially thought that she was a random woman the Su family found along the way to impersonate Su Fangyi to avoid the marriage. But judging by the situation just now in Jingtai Palace, if she were a fake, she would never have gotten past Empress Dowager Su. Jiang Litsong carefully considered and analyzed. Judging by this woman's temperament, if she were dissatisfied with me, she would never commit suicide. Exposing and framing me in front of Empress Dowager Su, like she did just now, is her true method. If she were unhappy with the marriage, why not seize the opportunity in front of the Empress Dowager and accept the divorce document I offered? Also, regarding Yin from Taiwan Pavilion coming to the manor to discuss matters, Yi Ming was guarding the study, making it impossible for him to get close. How did he learn about Yi Xiaoyu's current predicament? Just now, I exposed Jiang Litsong's failed Jiet Dang In-Si operation and caused Empress Dowager Su to lose face. Without the old woman's overt support, I've clearly offended this black-hearted villain. I was too impulsive. I shouldn't have left myself with no way out. The atmosphere inside the small carriage was incredibly strange. The two of them subtly sized each other up with sidelong glances, trying to figure out the other's motives. So, him staring at me so gloomily and silently, could he be thinking about how to deal with me? Why did he try to commit suicide? And what was his purpose? This villain's gaze is terrifying. Yi Xiaoyu's heart pounded under his stare. She forced herself to calm down and reviewed the upcoming plot, trying to find a way to deal with this black-hearted lotus. In the original story, the retired emperor would send a new imperial physician to diagnose Su Wang tonight. Then this guy would take a kind of poison to feign illness and cover up. No, a sudden inspiration struck Yi Xiaoyu. Jiang Litsong looked at her mischievous grin and couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This foolish girl wears her heart on her sleeve. It seems she's thought of another way to make trouble for me. Meanwhile, in Jingtai Palace, The old witch, Empress Dowager Su, told the old fool, Emperor Longda, that the two maidservants planted in Su Wang's manor as part of the dowry reported that although the couple shared a room, there was no evidence of consummation. Rumors say that Su Wang is incapable. But now, faced with his new bride, he remains completely untouched. Could he truly be impotent? The old fool said he's merely dissatisfied with this marriage. Even if he is impotent, how can he be so impatient? He can't even tolerate a woman from a wealthy family. And Taiwan Pavilion, although an imperial institution, a mere scholar is only a sixth-rank official. He's so eager to distance himself. He's either cowardly or has something to hide. I want to see what kind of person he is. Within the Su Manor, Yi Xiaoyu stealthily investigated near the villain's study. She wanted to find some poison to murder him. The study contained a secret chamber, which was Jiang Litsong's lair for plotting and scheming. It stored various poisons. Someone came out. Yi Xiaoyu quickly hid. She saw Jiang Litsong's maid, Jiang Yu, carrying a tray of gold ingots, about to send off the retired emperor's personal Taoist priest, Immortal Mu. This so-called Immortal Mu is the quack who concocts elixirs of immortality for the old fool, the retired emperor. This is truly strange. In the original story, the old fool sent the head physician of the imperial hospital. Why has it changed to this old pervert? Yi Ming entered the study with the antidote. It seems Jiang Litsong's plan to feign illness with poison hasn't changed. But this study is constantly guarded. I need to find a way in. Inside the study, Jiang Litsong was enduring the agony of the poison. His subordinate, Yi Ming, brought the antidote and congratulated his master. After this test, everyone will know of the prince's grave illness, and the retired emperor will no longer suspect or make things difficult for him. Jiang Litsong scoffed coldly. Everyone knows I'm gravely ill, a sickly man on the verge of death. It will be perfectly normal, and no one would suspect anything, right? This old codger falling for the tomb-sweeping trick had completely bewitched him. Thinking of the culprit behind this whole mess, he became even more furious, cursing Yi Xiaoyu under his breath. And the troublesome woman who was causing him such a headache was currently busy setting fire to the storehouse in the back of the manor. Thick smoke billowed from the back courtyard. Yi Xiaoyu seized the opportunity amidst the chaos and ran towards the study. That storehouse contained dozens of sets of armor and spells. That Jiang Litsong couldn't possibly not come. As expected, as soon as Jiang Litsong heard the storehouse was on fire, he rushed out to check, ordering everyone to put out the fire. Looking at the empty study, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, haha, creating a diversion and then using the empty city strategy. The trick doesn't matter, as long as it works. She found the mechanism. Click! The hidden door to the secret chamber slowly opened. Yi Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy. Yes. Yi Xiaoyu, you can do it. Success is right around the corner. She froze, dumbfounded. Jiang Litsong slowly raised his head. So, the Wang Fei has also come to escape the fire? The woman had painstakingly snuck into the study and opened the secret chamber, just to steal some poison to murder her convenient husband and then travel back home. The stone door slowly opened. Yi Xiaoyu couldn't hide her excitement. Her dazzlingly convenient husband was actually inside. She was caught red-handed. The man's eyes were icy cold, a high-quality smile playing on his lips. Yi Xiaoyu nearly had a brain freeze. She stood rooted to the spot, thinking if this were a system transmigration novel, I could probably work hard to exchange for some powerful weapons. An AK-47 in my left hand, an RPG in my right. I could blast all the annoying guys into a pile of mush. Or if this were a Mary Sue novel, there would be simps. Numbers 1 through 7 lining up to rescue me from this predicament. But not like this. Being interrogated by a sinister, two-faced pervert with a chilling smile about how she knew there was a secret chamber in the study and what was stored in the warehouse. Yi Xiaoyu was cornered by Jiang Litsong. Panicked, she heard the man whisper in her ear, Wang Fei, would you mind explaining my doubts? Yi Xiaoyu couldn't take it anymore and blurted out, Wang Ye, why aren't you coughing anymore? Jiang Litsong froze. Yi Xiaoyu quickly retreated to a safe distance, frantically searching her mind for the plot, trying to figure out how to smooth things over. Jiang Li Tsang feigned a cough. It seems the Wang Fei is very interested in my secret chamber. But I'm afraid you don't know yet. This secret chamber has a special feature. Yi Xiaoyu felt a chill run down her spine. This pervert was going to lock her in here. She slowly backed towards the door. Jiang Li Tsang blocked the entrance, turning back to look at Yi Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with coldness. If the door to this room is closed, not a single breath of air can escape. He then sighed regretfully. The last unlucky soul who accidentally stumbled in here screamed for 3 whole days before falling silent. Yi Xiaoyu cursed inwardly, threatening me? If you really make me die and go back, I'll curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Jiang Li Tsang pointed to scratch marks on the iron wall, his expression turning grim. The pain goes straight to the heart, doesn't it, Wang Fei? Just how desperate must a person be to dig these marks in a solid metal with their fingernails and flesh in their final moments? Yi Xiaoyu hesitated. She recalled the multiple times she had died. The experience of death was truly unbearable. The key was that she couldn't go back. It was just a futile repetition of pain and disappointment. So, she didn't want to die easily. Jiang Li Tsang pressed. Have you made up your mind? Speak. Yi Xiaoyu took a deep breath. Fine. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Actually, I'm a 9 heavens profound girl, descended from the heavens. I know the past 500 years and the future 500 years. Jiang Li Tsang's face darkened. He had never been so speechless. Yi Xiaoyu scratched her head awkwardly. Then, with a grand gesture, she declared, Actually, I'm sent from the Holy Land of Shengchao Kingdom. The Holy Land wants to conquer the Li Kingdom, so they sent me to disrupt the Li Kingdom's court. You know, like one of those chaotic beauties who bring down nations. You understand, right? The Wang Fei has gone mad. Jiang Li Tsang's patience had run out. He walked to the door of the secret chamber and looked back at her. From today onwards, you will recuperate in this secret chamber. He was about to close the door. Ye Xiaoyu panichkit. She grabbed Jiang Li Tsang's sleeve. Hey, let me think. Wait a minute. Jiang Li Tsang grabbed Yi Xiaoyu's hand and asked, Are you waiting to concoct more amusing jokes to entertain me? He then released her hand with a flick. She dusted off her clothes, even fabricating a holy land. If Wang Fei's secret were to be revealed, it would be a worse fate than the drama unfolding in the Shengchao Kingdom. Yi Xiaoyu was stunned. Clearly, I wrote this story and created him. Why could he see through me so easily? In the blink of an eye, dawn arrived. The little chick, having been locked in the secret chamber all night, pounded on the walls and cursed loudly. Meanwhile, Jiang Li Tsang, working in his study, remained completely unfazed. Yi Xiaoyu slumped to the floor, her heart screaming, I'm doomed. This hidden compartment's design was based on the most secure ancient tombs, cast from a single piece of bronze. There was no exit other than the door. She wanted to cry. Why did she always dig herself into these holes? This princess was truly unlucky, failing to murder her husband. She was instead locked in a secret chamber by her heartless spouse. The chamber had only one exit, and even that was slightly open at the top. By the second night, the oxygen in the secret chamber was clearly dwindling. No matter how much she struggled, it was futile. So, the little chick grew increasingly frustrated and began to reveal Jiang Li Tsang's secrets. You clearly have profound inner strength and exceptional hearing. Pretending not to hear me, are you? Is feigning illness more tiring than cultivating martial arts? Prince Su? But even though her husband heard, he remained unmoved. Another night passed like this. By now, Yi Xiaoyu's voice was weak, and she was listless. Even Yi Ming couldn't help but worry. But his prince still paid no attention, calmly writing a letter. He then instructed Yi Ming to have Zhao He deliver this important letter to Linzhou overnight. Yi Xiaoyu, trapped in the secret chamber, was reaching her limit, feeling suffocated and short of breath. Clinging to consciousness, she recalled the next part of the plot. It should be related to Jiang Li Tsang's arrangements in Linzhou. In the original story, Jiang Li Tsang bribed the retired emperor's groundskeeper to steal the dregs of his medicine. Learning that the retired emperor's health was deteriorating, he leaked the retired emperor's condition to Marquis Wu Wei. He then, in the name of the emperor, promised the Marquis his daughter, Wu Shi, the position of empress. This ultimately led to Marquis Wu Wei's defection. However, this matter wasn't straightforward. A variable within it would stir up a huge storm. Marquis Wu Wei's daughter, Wu Shuang. Yi Xiaoyu suddenly thought of a breakthrough and taunted him with this Oh, how pitiful. Back then, at Night Beam Pass, a fleeting glimpse, was Marquis Wu-wei's daughter very beautiful? These words struck a nerve. The hand holding the brush tightened its grip. Gasping for air, Yi Xiaoyu continued her mockery. Unable to confess your love, you had to offer her up, personally recommending your beloved to your imperial brother as empress. Your highness is truly so noble, so tragic. Crack! The brush in Jiang Litsong's hand snapped in two. His fury, though unspoken, was palpable. The little chick had successfully enraged her twisted husband. The air in the chamber grew thinner. Yi Xiaoyu was parched and exhausted, her throat incredibly dry. Wanting a drink of water, she dragged herself towards the table, not forgetting to give the big boss a spoiler. The retired emperor is ill, but it's not because he's senile. Dizzy, she shook the table leg vigorously. Marquis Wu-wei's 70,000 troops are attempting fragrant braised pork knuckle. Jiang Litsong finally couldn't sit still. He stood silently at the entrance to the secret chamber. A clang echoed as the water cup on the table was knocked over. Water flowed from the cup, sliding down Yi Xiaoyu's cheek and into her mouth. Maintaining her last shred of consciousness, she said, "This pork knuckle might just be waiting for a little mad dog like your highness to take a bite." The big boss suddenly understood. Marquis Wu-wei and the retired emperor share a deep bond, having served them loyally for over 40 years. How could it be so coincidental that rumors of his virtuous lineage emerged, giving me this opportunity? The retired emperor sending that charlatan Taoist priest was just a deliberate provocation. I, however, reveal my hand because of it. I was too hasty. He immediately summoned Yi Ming to intercept and retrieve the letter sent to Lin Zhou. Now, he was increasingly curious about this woman's secrets. Inside the secret chamber, the woman's consciousness gradually faded. All right, looks like I'm going to die again. It's not like I haven't died before. She consoled herself, if I wake up back home, that would be wonderful. Then, I'll definitely write a rag version of Jiang Litsong, this heartless scum, the kind that gets attacked by 18 homeless vagrants. After her fantasy, she couldn't help but sob silently. She just wanted to go home. A heavy thud echoed. The door opened, a beam of light shining on her. Jiang Litsong stood before Yi Xiaoyu. It's been 2 days. Wang Fei, have you thought of anything you want to tell me? As fresh air rushed in, Yi Xiaoyu breathed it deeply, instantly revived. Damn, unbelievable. He won't even let me die. A fragrant aroma drifted from a bedroom. Yi Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes. Jiang Litsong was holding a steaming bowl of rice porridge, extending it toward her mouth. The aroma was enticing, and Yi Xiaoyu's mouth watered. She opened her mouth to eat, but the bowl was pulled back in an instant. The man leisurely stirred the porridge in the bowl. Wang Fei is awake. Just in time for a chat. Yi Xiaoyu stared at the bowl, her stomach rumbling uncooperatively that I'm hungry. Too weak to speak, she mouthed, "Feed me first." Jiang Litsong scooped a spoonful of porridge and deliberately dangled it near Yi Xiaoyu's lips. Then he fed it to himself, even licking his lips. This is my late-night snack. If Wang Fei wants some, you should know what to say in exchange. He was doing this on purpose. Yi Xiaoyu bristled. Say what? Has Wang Fei perhaps lost her memory? Didn't you say quite a lot back in the secret chamber? For example, how does Wang Fei know about my affairs? And about Marquis Wu-wei and Lin Zhou? Could it be that my Wang Fei is truly a divine fortune teller? Jiang Litsong deliberately swirled the warm porridge near her mouth. Having been starved for 3 days, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't withstand the temptation. Her eyes were fixed on the sweet rice porridge, imagining how delicious it must be. She opened her mouth, leaning forward, just about to eat it, when Jiang Litsong ate the spoonful of porridge himself. He chuckled. Naughty Wang Fei. Answer my questions, and then you can eat. Yi Xiaoyu was about to explode with anger. She glanced sideways, noticing a grain of rice stuck to the corner of the despicable man's mouth. Her stomach growled loudly, and she was desperately craving food. Suddenly, she leaned forward and kissed him, her tongue darting out to snatch the grain of rice from the corner of Jiang Litsong's mouth. Savoring the sweet taste, she sighed, "Delicious." Jiang Litsong looked at her in disbelief. He had just been molested by a woman? He covered his mouth in embarrassed indignation, scolding her for being shameless. But Yi Xiaoyu hadn't yet realized the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a large hand reached out and gripped her neck. The pressure gradually increased. Wang Fei's mouth is quite stubborn. Are you going to die before you talk? Tears streamed down Yi Xiaoyu's face, but she remained defiant. Whether my mouth is stubborn or not, didn't Wang Ye just experience it for himself? She thought. I transmigrated into the novel I wrote, becoming the Su Wangfei. I thought seducing the villain I created would be easy. But the reality is like this. And this, and this. Yi Xiaoyu hadn't eaten in 3 days. Now, Jiang Litsong was choking her, threatening to beat her within an inch of her life if she didn't confess. Yi Xiaoyu whimpered, promising to tell him everything. Jiang Litsong released his grip. Wang Fei had better not lie, not even a single word. Otherwise, it's back to the secret chamber. Yi Xiaoyu thought to herself, well, I'm sorry, but this whole story is a fabrication. However, filling in plot holes in my own story is my specialty. I can fill any plot hole you throw at me. And so, Yi Xiaoyu began to weave her tale. I could tell Wang Ye was feigning illness because my mother has always been sickly. I learned some pulse diagnosis techniques from the doctors, although Wang Ye usually wheezes and coughs. That night we slept together after you fell asleep. Your breathing was even and your pulse was strong and steady. You sounded quite healthy. Jiang Litsong seemed to believe her, at least partially. He asked, and how did you know about Marquis Wu Wei? Yishaoyu's stomach grozhdet. She was so hungry she could barely think. She forced herself to continue. I overheard it. Over a year ago, before His Majesty and Wang Ye returned to the capital, my uncle, Grand Tutor Su, had a sudden illness. I went to attend to him and deliver medicine. I accidentally overheard the retired emperor, in disguise, discussing with my uncle what to do if the young master ascended the throne and proved ungrateful. My uncle said, if one harbors rebellious intentions, one must first have troops at hand. 70,000 soldiers stationed in Linzhou, and Marquis Wu Wei can act as the hook. Yi Xiaoyu continued to fabricate her story. That day, in Wang Ye's study, I smelled a faint medicinal scent, the same as the medicine in Jingtai Palace. That's the medicine the retired emperor takes. Wang Ye must have known that the retired emperor is gravely ill. And with Immortal Mu observing Wang Ye, if he noticed anything, Wang Ye wouldn't just sit idly by, would you? Moreover, these past few days, people with the surname Shi and Linzhou accents have been coming and going from the stables. Jiang Litsong was taken aback. My Wang Fei is so perceptive. She was able to piece together the whole picture from these scattered bits of information. Yi Xiaoyu was starving to death. Is this explanation worth a full meal? Jiang Litsong looked at her weakened state and snorted softly. There are still some things I'll ask her later. He thought, if she actually starves to death, it would be troublesome. He placed the porridge on the table. Eat. With that, he walked towards the door. Yi Xiaoyu picked up the sweet porridge and slurped it down with gusto. Back to life. All right, Jiang Litsong. She turned around, remembering his tattoo, fully revived. The little Loki began to provoke him again. Your Highness, aren't you curious how I learned about the Wushuang girl from the Marquis of Wu Wei's family? Jiang Litsong felt like biting her. He shouldn't have engaged with her. He abruptly stood up, clapping his hands together. Yi Xiaoyu licked the remnants of porridge from her lips. Wow, you like her that much? Can't even bear to hear her name. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. She tried to open her mouth wide. Why can't I speak? Yi Xiaoyu strained to vocalize, but no sound came out. Jiang Litsong secretly placed a silencing drug in her porridge. Outside the door, he swallowed the porridge he had originally intended for himself and instructed Yiming to arrange for guards to watch Yi Xiaoyu constantly. Just you wait, Yi Xiaoyu. I'll find another way to get rid of you. The next day, a dowry maid came in to serve tea. Yi Xiaoyu held up a note she had written. It read, Xin Tao, listen to me and you can earn great merit with the Empress Dowager. The young maid asked nervously, Your Highness, how did you know my childhood name? Xin Tao? No one in the palace knows it. Yi Xiaoyu flipped to the second piece of paper. It read, I can ask the Empress Dowager to allow you to return home and marry your neighbor. The maid blushed and stammered, clearly tempted by the offer. Yi Xiaoyu calculated the timeline. Jiang Litsong should be out of the manor at this time. He was in the midst of a major undertaking. 7 months later, the retired emperor would die, driven to his death by Jiang Litsong and the Imperial Guard. The retired emperor always assumed that if the emperor wanted to seize power, he would target the Marquis of Wu Wei, who commanded a large army. But the Marquis was far away in Linzhou. Jiang Litsong only needed him to remain neutral. His real target was the Imperial Guard in the capital. He was colluding with 5 of the generals. Liang Qingbi was the husband of the Princess of Jincheng, the retired emperor's only daughter. Liang Qingbi had a hidden secret. Because the princess hadn't borne any children, he secretly kept a concubine who was pregnant. And Dr. Zhao, who regularly treated the concubine, had already been bribed by Jiang Litsong. Thus, Jiang Litsong used this to coerce and entice Liang Qingbi into his service. Having pieced together the plot, Yi Xiaoyu prepared to leave with the maid. However, guards were stationed outside. She flashed a pre-written note. "I'm going to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Anyone who tries to stop me." A quarter of an hour later, events unfolded just as she predicted. Jiang Litsong was sitting in Dr. Zhao's house, having just helped Liang Qingbi, who had come to see the doctor. "I hear you enjoy fine wine, Commander Liang. I happen to have some excellent wine. Would you care to join me for a few drinks?" Commander Liang probably didn't expect the person waiting for him to be his brother-in-law. He was inwardly panicked. "Your Highness, how did you know I enjoy wine?" Jiang Litsong replied smoothly. "To be honest, I heard that my sister in the capital is rather strict, which is why you've been childless for so many years. This first cup is to congratulate you on Madame Ru's pregnancy." Liang Qingbi's expression turned sour. Jiang Litsong's gaze sharpened. He grabbed a pen and stabbed it directly into Jiang Litsong's arm, snarling, "The sickly prince, Su, should stay home and recuperate. Otherwise, he might just die from overexertion outside." Jiang Litsong hadn't expected this brute to be so reckless. This minor matter could have been easily resolved with a little diplomacy, but this idiot resorted to attempted murder right away. Liang Qingbi yanked the pen out. He hissed, "How dare you, Prince Su? If this matter reaches the retired emperor, which will be more serious, my little affair, or Prince Su's attempt to coerce the general of the Imperial Guard." He lunged again with the bloody pen. Jiang Litsong grabbed his wrist. With a twist, it dislocated Liang Qingbi's wrist with a crack. "Commander Liang, you met with a woman before coming here, didn't you?" A quarter of an hour earlier, Yi Xiaoyu and the maid Xin Tao had met with the dim-witted Liang Qingbi at a secret meeting place in a wine shop near Dr. Zhao's house. She had instructed him that if he killed Jiang Litsong while he waited at Dr. Zhao's, the retired emperor would certainly overlook his affair. Then his concubine's child wouldn't be considered illegitimate and could even enter the princess's household. It turned out Liang Qingbi wasn't actually stupid. It was just that the prospects Yi Xiaoyu painted were too enticing. After all, who wouldn't want to gamble on turning their common clay into precious jade? At the wine shop, Yi Xiaoyu calculated the time. It should be about time. She wondered if the story would end here. She pushed open the door. There stood Yeming, Jiang Litsong's loyal dog, grinning foolishly. "Your Highness, His Highness requests your presence." Yi Xiaoyu was led by Yeming to Dr. Zhao's house. The scene before her stunned Yi Xiaoyu. Jiang Litsong gripped Liang Wunao's wrist. The dignified General Jinwei was kneeling and crying out in pain. "Your Highness, I'm growing more and more curious about you." Jiang Litsong looked at Yi Xiaoyu, his narrow eyes sharp. "Humph, you seem to know all about my methods and goals." Yi Xiaoyu stood frozen in place. "So nervous that you, huh? I can talk now." That wasn't a silencing drug, just some throat-soothing medicine. It has a numbing and calming effect. You can't speak for 2 or 3 days. Jiang Litsong released Liang Wunao's wrist. He turned his gaze back to her. "I was thinking, someone like your Highness, who enjoys telling jokes, must be quite angry being silenced." The man gripped Yi Xiaoyu's chin. He chuckled softly. "A corner dog will leap over a wall. If I didn't pressure you, how would you reveal your hand? Don't be angry. I wouldn't be at ease without understanding your strategy." Yi Xiaoyu was furious, but dared not speak. Jiang Litsong continued, "Your Highness is so resourceful. You even knew I was going to seek out Imperial Consort Liang. Tell me, where did you overhear this?" Yi Xiaoyu looked away, guiltily. Did I guessed. The Imperial Guard protects the capital. You want to seize power. Coercing Imperial Consort Liang to your side is quite logical, isn't it? Jiang Litsong scoffed coldly. "Your Highness jests. A dignified general, the princess's consort, would hardly be easily coerced. But such a hero understands the wisdom of switching sides." He turned to Liang Wunao as he spoke. Liang Wunao yelled hoarsely for Jiang Litsong to stop his wishful thinking. He swore he would report everything to the retired emperor upon his return. Yeming held a sword to his throat. He sneered quiet. "Such a brave general. yet trembling with fear. Jiang Litsong looked at the kneeling general, still whimpering in pain. Truly, such a fool. Even if he switched sides, it would only create trouble for me. Not even as smart as your highness's little toe. Yi Xiaoyu looked at Liang Wunao, thinking that the abusive novel she wrote didn't have many good people, but surely it couldn't have such an idiot. The dignified General Jinwei. What a waste. His fighting prowess isn't even a match for this heartless prince's grip. A cold voice sounded above her head. What is your highness thinking about? I'm guessing your highness is solely focused on killing me. Yi Xiaoyu quickly denied it. If I couldn't even sense someone wanting to kill me, I would have died countless times in Shengchao. You're not the retired emperor's person. Chima isn't his spy. As for the Shengchao theater, if Shengchao's theater were like you, Yi Xiaoyu bristled inwardly. How dare you mock me? What do you mean like me? Who are you looking down on? Jiang Litsong continued. You don't hate me. We have no feud. I am truly perplexed. Why do you want to kill me? I am curious. In a situation like this, Liang Chengbi can't kill me. What will your highness do? Yi Xiaoyu smiled, and oh more pretense. Time to show my hand. Has your highness never considered other possibilities? For example, I would never put all my eggs in one basket, and I certainly wouldn't count on that brute, Liang Chengbi, to kill you. These two, husband and wife, have a combined 800 tricks, yet they're always at odds, practically trying to destroy each other. Prince Su seized General Liang Chengbi's weakness, hoping to coerce and entice him into cooperation. Unexpectedly, his own princess stabbed him in the back. Jiang Litsong is very curious. Your highness seems intent on my demise. In this current situation, what will your highness do if Liang Chengbi can't kill me? Yi Xiaoyu smiled faintly. What does it matter if Liang Chengbi can't kill you? I only need to let the retired emperor know that your highness is plotting against the Jinwei army. That's enough. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the street outside. Yi Xiaoyu put a finger to her lips dramatically. Listen, drag that Liang fellow out. The furious voice echoed through the streets. It was Liang Chengbi's wife, Princess Jinsheng. Before Jiang Litsong could persuade imperial consort Liang to join his scheme, Yi Xiaoyu had already bribed the princess's dowry maid to tell her about the imperial consort's pregnant concubine, throwing that information in front of her to provoke her. Yi Xiaoyu looked smug. With Princess Jinsheng's temper, she was bound to confront the imperial consort. She's sure to catch you red-handed, conspiring with the general of the Jinwei army. With the princess causing such a commotion, the retired emperor will definitely investigate. Then, your highness, things won't look good for you. Jiang Litsong's face darkened. Yi Xiaoyu became even more smug. Your highness may have laid a trap, but I also have a backup plan. We're even. The princess's roars continued to echo from the alley. She ordered her guards to block off the entire alley. Search thoroughly. I want every nook and cranny checked. Even if you have to turn the place upside down, find him. Liang Chengbi watched, knowing they would be found sooner or later. Yiming anxiously asked what they should do. Yi Xiaoyu, however, gloated, oh right, that dowry maid is the Empress Dowager's spy. She should be back at the palace by now. I'm sure she'll report all of this to the Empress Dowager in detail. Sounds of encirclement came from outside the courtyard. Jiang Litsong asked Yiming how many usable men were in the residence. Yiming replied that to avoid attracting attention, everyone was assigned duties outside. There are still 34 loyal retainers within the residence, utterly devoted to the prince. Good. Immediately go and gather them. Meet at Danyang Gate in a quarter of an hour. Yi Xiaoyu mocked mercilessly. Don't tell me His Highness plans to storm the palace and rebel with just 34 men. How brave. Jiang Litsong was in no mood to pay her any mind. He turned to Liang Chengbi, angrily asking him if he wanted to live or die. Liang Chengbi was grunting and groaning as he climbed the wall, not forgetting to look back and warn Jiang Litsong. Don't even think about dragging me into this mess. Yiming rushed out, immediately holding a sword to his neck. Liang Chengbi was instantly terrified. Point one path leads to death. I kill you now. The other path leads to life. You leave through this gate and ride without stopping to the north camp. Gather your men. It will take at least half an hour. Then attack Prince Qin. Liang Chengbi was stunned. Prince Qin? Prince what Qin? Naturally, whoever wins, you'll call them Prince Qin. I'm giving you a chance to earn great merit. He then grabbed Yi Xiaoyu's arm, pulling her towards Jiang Litsang. Yi Xiaoyu closed her eyes in pain, thinking to herself, worst case scenario, I'll just restart. The man scoffed coldly. Good that you're afraid. He pulled her onto his horse and charged out of the courtyard, completely ignoring Princess Jincheng. Upon seeing that the one riding away was Jiang Litsang, Princess Jincheng's face was filled with shock and disgust. Turning to see Liang Chengbi also emerging, she instantly flew into a rage. How could you get involved with Prince Su? Do you want to get me killed? If that happens, your entire Liang family will be finished. She then ordered that no one was to speak of seeing Prince Su. But the next second, she was slapped in the face. Onlookers in the street were gossiping, speculating that the princess's pursuit this time was actually to catch her husband and Prince Su. Princess Jincheng was furious. You lecherous idiot. Explain yourself. Under pressure, Liang Chengbi confessed everything. After listening, Princess Jincheng was in disbelief. Are you sure Jiang Litsang told you to attack Prince Qin? And he seemed completely normal. Liang Chengbi nodded repeatedly. Princess Jincheng analyzed, there are only 1,000 or so guards on duty in the palace. Judging by his demeanor just now, they probably won't be able to stop him. So, as Jiang Litsang said, just say you saw through his scheme and rushed to the north camp to gather troops. At this time, Jiang Litsang, having set his plan in motion, rode straight towards the imperial palace. Yi Xiaoyu had no desire to die. Don't tell me your highness is going to storm the palace in desperation. Jiang Litsang ignored her. Yi Xiaoyu continued frantically. Even if you scared Liang Chengbi into bringing troops into the palace later, you can't possibly charge into the palace with only 30 or 40 men. There are more than 50 guards at Danyang Gate alone, not to mention the retired Emperor's Jingtai Guard, with over 100 experts day and night. You won't even be able to see his face. Jiang Litsang sneered. Wang Fei is truly remarkable. I also spent more than half a year investigating the security arrangements within Jingtai Palace before figuring out the numbers. As they spoke, they arrived at the palace gate. Jiang Litsang grabbed Yi Xiaoyu's shoulder and threw her down. Go, cry and run into the palace gates. While running, shout that I'm hitting you, killing you, and that you need to ask the Empress Dowager for help. This crazy Prince Su is rebelling, but he only managed to gather 30-something guards. And he's making his Wang Fei lead the charge. Over 30 armored retainers of Prince Su's mansion were in position. But Yi Xiaoyu still wasn't willing to be a sacrificial lamb. Jiang Litsang threatened to tie her up, hang her behind his horse, and drag her into the palace. So, Yi Xiaoyu ran towards the palace gate, wailing and shouting the lines Jiang Litsang had given her. Empress Dowager, Prince Su is trying to kill me. Empress Dowager, Auntie, save me. Seeing that it was the Wang Fei, the guards at the gate immediately lowered their weapons. Yi Xiaoyu ran to the guards and abruptly changed her plea. Quickly, Jiang Litsang is about to attack the palace gates. Before the guards could react, they cried out as Jiang Litsang cut them down with his sword. The blood splattered onto Yi Xiaoyu's face. She was in disbelief. So NPC blood is warm too. Just as Yi Xiaoyu was frozen in shock, Jiang Litsang swept her up onto his horse with one arm, holding her in front of him. Anyone who blocked their path was cut down without mercy. Yi Xiaoyu was now terrified. Jiang Litsang sneered. Wang Fei, you schemed against me so painstakingly. Isn't this the result you wanted? Why are you afraid? The earth-shattering sound of drums spread throughout the entire palace. Prince Su has rebelled. The alarm was raised. The palace went into lockdown. Jiang Litsang rode straight towards the retired emperor's Jingtai Palace. Chaos erupted all around. Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. It's truly spectacular. She watched as the Yong Gate, the Li Gate, and the Chao Gate all began to close. Yiming said to Prince Su, Your Highness, we have too few men. Even if we could fight 10 to 1, we can't take down Li Tsang decisively. He pulled on the reins, turning his horse around and motioning for the guards to follow. They rode towards Yongyi Palace, the forbidden residence of Emperor Jiang Huailan. Li Tsang shouted at the guards, then threw Yi Xiaoyu inside. Jiang Huailan looked surprised. Li Tsang, what's happened? Li Tsang urgently interrupted. Imperial brother, I only have a quarter of an hour at most. Listen to me. 2 things. He turned a glance at Yi Xiaoyu. First, this woman is extremely strange. She knows many secrets of the inner court. Imperial brother, you must personally interrogate her. She must not be allowed to die. Second, I have feigned illness and coveted your majesty's throne. Jiang Huailan watched in horror as his own brother slowly drew a sharp blade. A bad premonition arose. Yi Xiaoyu also looked astonished as Li Tsong began to confess his crimes. The retired emperor is shrewd and perceptive. Immortal Mu saw through my pretense of illness. Furthermore, a few days ago, there was a fire at Prince Su's mansion, and my hidden armor and weapons were almost exposed. Today, I tried to force the good doctor, Ma Tongran, to perform a ritual for me. Thus, I took a desperate gamble and attempted to assassinate your majesty and usurp the throne. We brothers have become enemies because of the throne. Fortunately, your majesty has the protection of the heavens. You have slain the rebellious usurper. Justice prevails, and evil cannot triumph. With these words, he offered the sharp weapon to the emperor. Jiang Huailan couldn't bring himself to strike, thinking there must be another way. Li Tsong spoke sternly. Grand Tutor Su is suspicious, and my actions have been exposed. In this critical moment, your majesty can only clear your name by personally killing me. There's no time to think. Could you bear to see me imprisoned, tortured, and interrogated? At that moment, a shout came from outside the palace. The traitor has entered Yongyi Palace. Surround the area. Yuan Ling Qingbi arrived with his soldiers. To protect himself, the Fuma would undoubtedly give 120% effort this time. Yi Xiaoyu thought, this time, Li Tsong really has no way out. The situation was urgent. Li Tsong fell to his knees, presenting the sword with both hands that, if it weren't for brother, that year in Shengqiao Kingdom, I would be dead. How can I accept your protection without reciprocating? My life is yours. Your life belongs to the people. The retired emperor is power-hungry and tyrannical. He must be stopped. The case of our father's sudden death must be investigated. My death won't completely dispel the retired emperor's suspicions. Your majesty must be more careful in the future. Jiang Huailan raised the sword with trembling hands. Yi Xiaoyu hadn't expected Li Tsong to still be plotting for his brother, even in death. Brother, don't kill me with one blow. You must strike multiple times, making it appear as though you were reluctant, weak, and hesitant, not decisive. The retired emperor is extremely wary. In an instant, the sword flashed. Li Tsong spun around, his robes stained with blood. He then collapsed to the ground, dead. Yi Xiaoyu recoiled in fear. He's really dead. I succeeded. Yi Xiaoyu felt a mixture of joy and guilt. She promised him, I'll give you a good ending when I go back. I'll make you live a long life with a bunch of beautiful wives, each one a stunning beauty. Rest in peace. 3 days later, someone dressed in mourning clothes knelt blankly in the funeral hall, filled with questions. The male lead is dead. Why haven't I gone back? Am I going to be a widow for him? The hardest to kill male lead was finally in a coffin, but Yi Xiaoyu wasn't happy. It's been 3 days. The male lead is dead. Why haven't I gone back? Do I really have to spend the rest of my life in this place? A widow for him? She was lost in thought when a cold voice rang out. He and I were inseparable since childhood. Yi Xiaoyu glanced up. It was Jiang Huailan, Li Tsong's brother. This guy could endure what ordinary people couldn't. He was always surrounded by the retired emperor's spies. Even if he was heartbroken, he could maintain a calm facade. Jiang Huailan fought back tears, his eyes welling up. We experienced hardship and humiliation together, living in constant fear. It's a pain too deep for words. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms to maintain composure. We shared adversity, but not prosperity. I never imagined Li Tsong harbored such resentment towards me, that he desired the throne. Fortunately, Consort Su discovered his plot and righteously exposed him, preventing his conspiracy and preserving the stability of the court. Yi Xiaoyu panicked. I'm doomed. This guy is even more sinister than Li Tsong. He's saying these things, but in his heart, he's probably already widowed me 1,000 times over. Jiang Huailan's fists were bleeding. He wished he could kill these hateful people right then and there. Now he's alone and struggling. All he can do is endure hardship and plan his revenge. He steadied himself and continued, I also believe the retired emperor is merciful. Even with such a grave offense, he only said Jiang Li Tsong died due to his insane tyranny. The retired emperor doesn't want this matter publicized to avoid causing unrest in the court and among the people. He's only demoting him to commoner status and allowing a simple burial. No royal rights are to be used. Consort Su, do you remember? Yi Xiaoyu, who was addressed, nodded frantically. Just then, the eunuch guarding outside called out, Your Majesty, it's time to return to the palace. Jiang Huailan swayed as if about to collapse, putting on quite the act that I never imagined my rebellious brother could be so foolish. The eunuch hurriedly comforted him. It's not your Majesty's fault. It's all Jiang Litsang's own doing. Jiang Huailan wailed, repenting, murder, invading the palace, disloyalty, treason. It's my fault for not teaching my brother properly. I've startled the retired emperor. I've failed the retired emperor's benevolence, his merciful heart. Watching Jiang Huailan leave, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. Being the older brother, having lived a few more years, his acting skills are truly superior. But then she remembered she hadn't returned to her own time, her expression gradually becoming serious. Where did it go wrong? She carefully recalled the novel's plot, finally grasping a crucial piece of information. The ending of this tragic novel was Su Fangyi finally taking hold of the sword stained with the blood of countless people. The blade was like water. Jiang Litsang ultimately died at the hands of his lover. Could it be that I have to kill him myself? So Yi Xiaoyu forcefully pushed open the coffin lid. Looking at Jiang Litsang lying peacefully inside, his hands clasped around that sword, she reached out to take it, but feeling something was amiss, she withdrew her hand. Don't misunderstand. I'm not joining you in death. A moment later, she chose to strangle herself. As expected, death, no matter how many times you experience it, is not a skill you can master. Just as she was losing consciousness from lack of oxygen, a clang echoed. A cup of poisoned wine appeared before her. Yi Xiaoyu vaguely saw a scene. The emperor being given poison wine by the retired emperor. His face contorted as he questioned his nephew what he had done wrong. The retired emperor said, "Do you really think I'm senile? That I believe the lies you two brothers concocted? You hate me day and night, don't you?" Then she saw several strong men digging up a grave in the wilderness. A eunuch was reading an imperial edict. By order of the retired emperor, the commoner Jiang Litsang committed the grave crime of rebellion. His crimes are unforgivable. Execute his entire family as a warning to others. Then a scene of chaos emerged. The retired emperor slaughtered the former emperor, greedy for power and without virtue. He wants to destroy our Jiang family's empire. The people revolted. The Shengqiao kingdom used this as a pretext to invade the south, sending troops to attack the Li kingdom. The people suffered. This world will eventually be destroyed like this. Could it be because of the butterfly effect of Jiang Litsang's early death? It's headed towards complete tragedy. What about me? How do I go back? Mom and Dad, I had a nightmare. I dreamt I went to another world and couldn't find my way home. It was so dark and scary. Suddenly, light appeared in the scene. She opened her eyes again. She saw Jiang Litsang pulling her hand. He said, "As for you, good that you're scared." Such familiar lines. Yi Xiaoyu realized she had been reborn. Where is this? She hurriedly looked around. There was Dr. Ma. This was Dr. Zhao's house. Outside the courtyard gate, the crown princess's voice could be heard as she ordered her guards to search, a cacophony of noise. Jiang Litsang noticed the person beside him seemed to have just woken up from a dream. What's wrong with you? Why the sudden change in expression? Yi Xiaoyu was puzzled. Even if I didn't return home, shouldn't I have gone back to the first day I transmigrated here? Why am I here? And why did I see those scenes after I died? Could it be that God is telling me that if I make the wrong choice, that will be the worst possible ending? The standard wrong answer. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyu's mind was a mess that it's fine to go back to the beginning. At least at the beginning, things weren't so bad between me and this guy. Jiang Litsang couldn't help but pinch Yi Xiaoyu's face. What's wrong with you? What trick are you playing now? Looking at the handsome face before her, Yi Xiaoyu thought of a very serious problem. Since he dies at Su Fangyi's hands, that means I need to kill him myself. So, I can't let him die at the hands of others now. The door was about to be broken down. The crown princess outside yelled, "Surnamed Liang, I know you're in there. If you don't crawl out obediently, I'll send your unborn bastard to the underworld to continue your family line for you." This brainless mother, who was also afraid of his wife, collapsed onto the ground. Yi Xiaoyu felt bitter. She had painstakingly lured the crown princess here, but now she had to clean up this mess herself. Jiang Litsang calmly observed her, puzzled. Yi Xiaoyu gave a few dry laughs, inwardly withered. He looked up and forced out a strained, insincere smile. "That's Su Wangya. Your situation is quite urgent, right? But I have a way to help you escape. Want to go somewhere nice with me?" Jiang Litsang watched her face twitch uncontrollably. He was speechless. What was she up to now? The prince had married a real handful for a princess. This little handful was full of tricks. She was always thinking of ways to stab him in the back, but her emotions were always written all over her face. Jiang Litsong could always see through her little schemes. Yi Xiaoyu put on a sincere expression, claiming to have a way to get him out. So, Jiang Litsong followed her out the back door of Dr. Zhao's house and arrived at Shentong Temple. Yi Xiaoyu, looking at the temple, said, "This is the place." There's a secret passage leading to the retired emperor's bedchamber. Inside the temple, there's an alchemy room where the immortal Mu supposedly gave the retired emperor the elixir of immortality. To avoid suspicion, there aren't many guards here, but they're all elite. Jiang Litsong signaled to Yeming to infiltrate the temple and scout the situation. After confirming it was safe, the two pushed the door open and entered. Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, "Wang Ye, I'm a little curious. I ruined your plans and even brought the crown princess here. Why are you still willing to trust me and come to this place? Aren't you afraid I'll set a trap for you here?" Jiang Litsong chuckled softly. Naturally, it's because Wang Fei is so innocent and sincere. She would never deceive anyone, making her impossible not to trust. Yi Xiaoyu was taken aback. In a way, is this still the same black-hearted lotus? I tricked him, and he still says I'm innocent and sincere and wouldn't deceive anyone. Then it dawned on her. He's saying I'm too stupid to even lie properly. Inside the alchemy room, Jiang Litsong suddenly stopped. Yi Xiaoyu looked at him curiously. The sight before them was horrifying. The retired emperor, obsessed with immortality, believed immortal Mu's nonsense about an elixir made from the blood of virgins. So he had a number of young women brought here to be used in his alchemical concoctions. Yi Xiaoyu felt sick to her stomach. Jiang Litsong gently covered her eyes. "Let's go." It didn't take long to find the secret passage leading to the retired emperor's bedchamber. Yi Xiaoyu, however, noticed a dagger on the windowsill and started to hatch a plan. Once inside the passage, Yi Xiaoyu chattered incessantly. "Wang Ye, don't you have anything you want to ask me? Like how I knew about this secret passage, or why I told you about it. Don't you want to guess who I am, and why I want to kill you?" Jiang Litsong suddenly stopped. "All that can wait until I survive today. I'll ask you in detail then. So you'd best start thinking now. Think about how to make your lies believable enough for me to accept." The deeper they went, the louder the commotion above them became. They figured they must have reached the heavily guarded retired emperor's bedchamber. The sounds of patrolling guards echoed overhead. Jiang Litsong quickly covered Yi Xiaoyu's mouth and nose. "Sure, your breathing is too loud." He didn't release her until the patrol had passed. Yi Xiaoyu nearly suffocated, gasping for air. Jiang Litsong merely glanced at her. Inside the retired emperor's bedchamber, the old man was throwing a tantrum. The crown princess and her husband trembled in fear. The retired emperor raged. "What do you mean he's disappeared? Search everywhere. Turn the place upside down until you find Jiang Litsong." He then ordered his personal guards to join the search. Find him and execute him on the spot. No need to report back. At that moment, Jiang Litsong and Yi Xiaoyu were hidden behind a screen. Jiang Litsong sensed that the guard's aura was incredibly powerful. He told Yi Xiaoyu to hold her breath and stay still. With that, he brought his mouth to hers to share his breath. He released her only after the guard had left. Yi Xiaoyu, blushing furiously, couldn't resist muttering, "Honestly, your technique isn't very good." The next second, a large hand clamped over her mouth, and she received a sharp rap on the head as punishment. Outside, thunder boomed, lightning flashed, and the rain intensified. Jiang Huailan knelt before the retired emperor's bedchamber, pleading for mercy. How could Jiang Litsong commit treason? There must be a misunderstanding. "I beg you, your majesty, please reconsider." But the situation had gone too far. The retired emperor wouldn't let him go. "I'm afraid he's going to kill the retired emperor." Perhaps their only chance of survival lies with the two brothers working together. But the emperor has no troops, no power. He can't possibly subdue all the different factions. Lost in thought, Yi Xiaoyu glanced at Jiang Litsong. If the retired emperor were killed by Jiang Litsong right now, how could they face the court officials and the feudal lords? It was clearly a dead end either way. Yi Xiaoyu really wanted to know how this plot would unfold. Outside the hall, Jiang Huailan, exhausted, collapsed in the heavy rain. A eunuch reported, "Your Majesty has fainted. With such heavy rain, should this servant help him up?" The retired emperor coldly interrupted, "What Majesty? How dare he claim such a title? How dare he call himself Majesty?" Jiang Litsong actually dared to have designs on the Wei army. Two ungrateful little beasts. Their hair hasn't even fully grown in, and they're already so impatient. I'm not dead yet. A sound was heard. The old man felt a chill. He turned his head in horror, only to see Jiang Litsong holding a sharp sword that had pierced his body. Jiang Litsong pulled the sword out decisively, and the old man collapsed to the ground. The old eunuch tried to call for help, but in the next second, a sharp blade pierced his throat. Jiang Litsong withdrew the blood-stained sword and turned to look at Empress Su, who was thoroughly frightened. This guy must be on a killing spree. Yi Xiaoyu broke out in a cold sweat. This prince is too difficult to kill. He's practically a demon. Inside the Blood King's mansion, Yi Xiaoyu lay on the bed, staring blankly at the dagger in her hand, thinking about how Jiang Litsong had killed the retired emperor last night. Jiang Litsong, holding the blood-stained blade, confronted the terrified Empress Su. He told her to think carefully before calling for help. If this matter were made public, the Grand Empress Dowager would surely have both brothers torn to pieces. But this wouldn't benefit the Empress or the Su family. The Grand Empress Dowager would certainly choose another imperial son to ascend the throne. And the Empress's maternal family, the Su clan, had become too powerful in recent years. They were already seen as a prime target by the other princes. They would eventually become a prime target. But he was different. He was the Su family's son-in-law. His marriage to Fong, he was a gift from the Empress. The two were deeply in love and extremely grateful to the Empress and the Su family. Under Jiang Litsong's coercion and inducements, Empress Su, though humiliated and resentful, could only comply. Jiang Litsong sighed. Tonight, the retired emperor consumed a large amount of golden elixir and spiritual medicine. He suddenly vomited blood and died. It must be some evil sorcery used by that demonic Taoist priest, Mu Shenxian. Your Majesty must capture the true culprit and give an explanation to the world. End of flashback. Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. The plot has gone completely off the rails. This demonic anomaly. What's the point of even trying to kill him? I'm giving up. She tossed the dagger aside carelessly. All right. But she was still unwilling to give up. Yi Xiaoyu muttered to herself, otherwise I'll just go to bed early and wake up early to exercise, striving to live longer than him. Then, when he's about to die, I'll give him a bowl of poison. Time for your medicine, darling. Ha ha. Yi Xiaoyu lay in bed giggling, completely unaware of someone's arrival. The man picked up the dagger and said with a gentle smile, Wang Fei seems to be in a good mood. I wonder what happy event has occurred. Could you share with me? Yi Xiaoyu was startled. Seeing the dagger in his hand, she became flustered. When did you come in? Well, what do you want to do? Wang Fei seems so alarmed to see me. Could it be that you haven't yet thought of a suitable explanation? Jiang Litsong seemed to be in a good mood. He toyed with the dagger and continued, There's no rush. I have plenty of time today. No matter what jokes Wang Fei tells, I will indulge you to the end. Yi Xiaoyu stammered, Are you asking that why I know so many secrets? Why I want to kill you? You want to know who I really am? I'm all ears. Jiang Litsong settled in to listen, but Yi Xiaoyu slowly got out of bed and declared that she wouldn't say a word. Jiang Litsong's expression darkened. Yi Xiaoyu didn't care if the prince was angry, but if I don't talk, what can you do to me? Once someone starts acting shamelessly, they become invincible. If you kill me, Wang Ye, you should be able to guess the importance of what I know. I'm afraid you wouldn't want me to become a dead person, would you? Or do you plan to torture me? Or lock me up for a few more days? Then you'd better be careful. I'm a member of the Su family. Yesterday, you reached an agreement with my aunt, but it was under duress. So your alliance with the Empress isn't very stable. At this point, you mustn't let the Empress think you have any grievances against the Su family. Jiang Litsong twitched the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile. Wang Fei misunderstands. In the next second, his face became harmless. How could I possibly kill you? As for torture, that's even more out of the question. It's thanks to Wang Fei's carelessness last night, revealing your innermost thoughts, that I'm still alive. Even His Majesty is full of gratitude and admiration for Wang Fei. I'm worried that last night's heavy rain was chilly and might have negatively affected Wang Fei's health. He clapped his hands, and the door opened. Servants entered carrying delicious dishes. Yi Xiaoyu, the foodie, lit up. Jiang Litsong smiled, thinking to himself, with my charm and these delicacies, I'm sure to win her over. These are the finest mountain delicacies and seafood I personally selected to nourish Wang Fei. The servants told me you haven't eaten since returning to the manor last night. Is that true? Of course not. I've already sent for the imperial physician. Something's fishy. Yi Xiaoyu put on a bewildered expression, making Jiang Li-tsang uncomfortable. Then she teased, "You keep calling me Wang Fei. Are you trying to seduce me?" Jiang Li-tsang's forced smile faltered. Just a quarter of an hour earlier, the prince's loyal servant, Yiming, had offered a suggestion. "Your Highness wants to know certain things from Wang Fei, but she is a delicate lady. She wouldn't willingly tell you anything important. She must trust and care for you to have revealed so much already. Perhaps she has her reasons. Everyone likes to hear pleasant things. With your Highness's looks and charm, just a little flattery and sweet talk, and what woman could resist?" But now, things were not going as planned. This woman showed no signs of shyness. She was a complete scoundrel. It was unbearable to watch. The scheming prince had wanted to use his charm to extract information from Wang Fei, but he hadn't expected her to be such a rogue. He hadn't gotten any information, but he had been thoroughly teased. Yi Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Your Highness, are you trying a softer approach now that the tough one didn't work? You want to use your charms on me?" Watching the man's face darken as he was exposed, and yet still trying to maintain his composure, Yi Xiaoyu was delighted. Is he thinking that someone like him, with a snap of his fingers, could make a foolish woman like me obedient and compliant? Then I would tell him everything he wants to know. But your Highness forgets, I'm shameless. I'm not falling for these silly tricks. She hooked her finger under his chin, feigning coquettishness. "Handsome, don't you have any other more exciting tricks? Show me." Jiang Li-tsang removed her hand from his chin with a strained smile. "Wang Fei, you're overthinking it. As your husband, I care for you. Even if it means flattering you, it's only natural. If you don't want to talk about certain things, you must have your reasons. I'm ashamed that I can't help you. So how could I press you on something that troubles you?" Yi Xiaoyu immediately retorted, "But there's anger in your eyes, and your lips are tight. What you're really thinking is that this woman is so shameless. I can't stand it. Once this is over, I'll make her disappear forever." Jiang Li-tsang was speechless. In just a few minutes, his thoughts had not only been seen through, but also mocked. His fists clenched, knuckles white. He finally lost his temper. "Stay away from me." Yi Xiaoyu put on an innocent expression. But you kissed me yesterday." "You can kiss me, but I can't be near you? You're so fickle and unreasonable." Remembering how he had initiated the kiss yesterday out of spite, Jiang Li-tsang blushed, his voice losing its strength. He turned his head, burying it lower and lower. "Why you don't misunderstand. That was just that unavoidable. If you felt offended, I apologize." Unavoidable? Then why is he blushing? He's so shy. Yi Xiaoyu wasn't about to let him off the hook. Jiang Li-tsang became even more flustered as she laughed heartily. "Oh my, you're blushing even more. Your Highness blushes so easily. I take it back. Your beauty trap is kind of working." Before she could finish, slap! Jiang Li-tsang slammed his hand on the table and raged. He scolded her for being frivolous, wanton, and lacking manners. But the thick-skinned Yi Xiaoyu only found the flustered man adorable. She couldn't stop laughing. Yes. I admit, everything you said is right." This infuriated Jiang Li-tsang even more. He declared her unreasonable and stormed off. To lose face like this, it's all Yiming's fault with his stupid idea of sweet talk and flattery. Somewhere, the loyal Yiming sneezed. Watching the man flee, Yi Xiaoyu recalled how Jiang Li-tsang, in the original novel, had been very considerate and gentle towards Su Fangyi to gain the trust of Empress Dowager Su. He had showered her with care and attention. But now, he definitely hated her more than he had hated Su Fangyi in the novel. If I let him know my origins, that everything here is from the book I wrote, especially how he and his brother lived like stray dogs in the Shang dynasty. All because of me, that his tragic life is my fault, he'd probably slice me alive and throw me into a hot pot. Yi Xiaoyu was at a loss for what to do. She didn't know martial arts, didn't have any cheat abilities, no spatial system or anything like that. Even her only advantage, knowing the plot, was now useless because the retired emperor had kicked the bucket early, throwing everything into uncertainty. How could she kill him and go home? Then she remembered something else. Why did she always return to the first day of her transmigration after dying before? But this time, she only went back to Dr. Zhao's house. So, if she died again, what point in time would she return to? Was it random, or was there a pattern? Meanwhile, Jiang Li-tsang was furiously ranting to Yiming. "I know," he fumed. "The Su family married their daughter to me, just to spite me. It's malicious. Their intentions are wicked." Military advisor Yiming went online, offering advice. "Your Highness, please calm down. You can give them a taste of their own medicine. You must believe that, whether it's acting or shamelessness, you definitely surpass a young lady like the princess consort." Jiang Litsong clutched Yeming's collar. "Are you saying I'm as shameless as that woman? Have you ever seen a couple with no feelings for each other forced to flirt with each other?" That morning, the retired emperor's carriage headed for Taiping Palace. Yi Xiaoyu was curious. Taiping Palace is a hot spring palace. Can dead people go to hot springs too? "Princess consort, please be careful with your words. The retired emperor has only caught a cold. He's merely going to Taiping Palace to recuperate. His Majesty is so filial. Since the retired emperor fell ill the other day, he has personally attended to him day and night without rest. This trip is also to accompany him and not leave his side for a moment." "Oh," Yi Xiaoyu understood. "The retired emperor suddenly died, and you're afraid of the chaos if the news gets out while all the officials are here. So, you plan to announce his death at Taiping Palace, more than 300 li away from the capital." Jiang Litsong glared at her. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Yi Xiaoyu felt bored. The man, however, was thinking, this woman, aside from her previous strange behavior that I've dismissed, she deduced the whole story from just a few words. She must have some cunning in her. It's strange that the Su family has such a daughter. Why would they marry her to me? By marrying me, she's just a wife filling a role. Yi Xiaoyu looked out the window, remembering the plot. In the original story, the retired emperor, because of a new immortality technique presented by a Taoist priest, made a big show of going to the hot spring palace to cultivate. In reality, it was to test Jiang Litsong and his brother to see if they would harbor rebellious intentions while he was away from the capital. Now, the retired emperor was dead, but the trip to the hot spring palace remained unchanged. It seemed that even if the story had changed, some key plot points would still occur. Outside the capital, at a fork in the road, Jiang Litsong's carriage took the opportunity to turn onto a small path, separating from the main group. Yi Xiaoyu turned to Jiang Litsong, waiting for an explanation. You needn't worry. I simply have other business in Lingzhou. But considering I'm newly married to the princess consort, and we're so deeply in love, I truly couldn't bear to be apart. Thus, I invited the princess consort to accompany me." Yi Xiaoyu saw right through him. How can you lie so shamelessly? The retired emperor's sudden death will cause chaos once the news spreads. You want to go to see Marquis Wu Wei and borrow his troops to stabilize the situation. But you're also worried about the secrets I know, so you're keeping me by your side, right? Jiang Litsong said ambiguously, but not entirely. I just feel the princess consort's idea about the honey trap wasn't bad. Yi Xiaoyu was stunned. What was this man up to now? The man put his arm around her shoulder. I do want to know what the princess consort is thinking. Since I'm asking you, I should show my sincerity. Gold, jewels, delicacies, just name it. If the princess consort likes this honey trap, what's the harm in using it? As long as the princess consort is satisfied. He even started to pull at Yi Xiaoyu's clothes. Yi Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. This guy was acting like he was about to die yesterday when she teased him. Was he trying to get revenge today? He guessed right. Yesterday, after being teased, Jiang Litsong was furious. That little rascal Yeming had told his master that to succeed, he had to be shameless. So, Jiang Litsong concluded that to win, he had to be shameless. I heard the princess consort had complaints yesterday. This husband doesn't know what exhausting all means is. But is it like this? At this moment, Yi Xiaoyu was shocked by the dog's transformation. This black-hearted lotus was not only exposing his chest, but also trying to undress her. It seemed he was playing dirty. Yi Xiaoyu wasn't backing down. She took the initiative to provoke him. Your Highness, we've already bowed before heaven and earth, but we haven't consummated our marriage. I truly blame myself for not serving Your Highness well. But are you sure you want to do this in the carriage? There are people outside. Although Jiang Litsong was incredibly embarrassed inside, he shamelessly replied, It's fine. They can't hear. The guards outside the carriage confirmed, Yes, we can't hear. We're all deaf. Neither of them yielded, stubbornly trying to kiss each other, but they froze like they'd hit a pause button, not daring to move. Although motionless, their inner thoughts were racing. Chicken. That chicken. At this moment, the carriage entered a canyon and slowed down. Yi Xiaoyu's heart suddenly began to race. and her face flushed. Jiang Li-tsong, noticing this, felt a surge of joy. "Hey, you're blushing." Yi Xiaoyu quickly turned her face away, murmuring, "No, I'm not." Jiang Li-tsong pinched her cheek playfully, smiling, "I can hear your heart beating fast. Are you really shy? Why don't you say something nice? If you admit defeat, I'll let you go." As he spoke, the sound of falling rocks could be heard outside the carriage. Then, the carriage suddenly accelerated. "Yiming, something's wrong." Yiming looked up and saw a strange sight on the cliff face. "Your Highness, watch out." Before they could react, a boulder slammed into the carriage, sending it tumbling off the cliff. At that moment, Jiang Li-tsong desperately grabbed Yi Xiaoyu. As they plummeted, he held her tightly in his arms. "Don't be afraid." Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xiaoyu raised her dagger and plunged it straight into Jiang Li-tsong's chest. Jiang Li-tsong was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Why do you insist on killing me?" Exhilarated, Yi Xiaoyu exclaimed, "I finally killed you myself." In the original story, there was a plot point where Jiang Li-tsong left the capital under the guise of seeking medical treatment and searching for a famous physician, but secretly went to Linzhou to persuade Marquis Wu Wei to rebel. This caught the retired emperor's attention, but he couldn't find any concrete evidence. So, he simply sent assassins to eliminate the threat. The assassins were lying in wait in the canyon along their carriage route. But now, the retired emperor was dead, and there were no assassins. However, Yi Xiaoyu noticed that the rocks on the cliff face were still precariously balanced. At this moment, she was still being held by Jiang Li-tsong. As they continued to fall, Yi Xiaoyu laughed, but a pang of sadness welled up within her. "When I realized that the key plot points would still happen no matter what, especially in this place, I knew it was the perfect opportunity to kill you. I couldn't miss it. I've died 24 times to kill you today. I apologize for all the times I touched you in the carriage. I was just trying to make you feel some sympathy for me, hoping you would instinctively hold me and try to save me when the carriage fell. I tried so many times, and this was the only opportunity one could find. I thought the scheming prince who assassinated the retired emperor would be ruthless. Who knew his assassin princess wife would be the truly ruthless one?" When the carriage was in danger, the prince instinctively held onto his beloved wife, and in this life-or-death moment, she raised a blade and plunged it into his chest. Then, they both fell into the abyss. When Yi Xiaoyu surfaced with a splash, she quickly looked around for Jiang Li-tsong. Seeing the motionless body in the distance, the blood spreading through the water, she was startled at first. She instinctively backed away. "Oh my God, I did it. I killed him. I killed him with my own hands. I can go home." Seeing the still body, Yi Xiaoyu burst into tears, sobbing loudly. "I died so many times. I can finally go home. Actually, I've already been to Linzhou Prefecture 3 days from now. In my repeated suicides and resets, I found a pattern. After I die, as long as it's not more than 3 days later, I'll return to the same point in time. There's only a slight time difference. As long as I get everything right, master all the details, even if I can't kill him once, I'll succeed after 10, 100, 1,000 times. I succeeded. I can go home. Mom, Dad, brother." Yi Xiaoyu sobbed uncontrollably, completely oblivious to the fact that the body was moving. It turned out the unlucky big shot wasn't dead yet. Yi Xiaoyu continued to cry. "I wonder how many episodes of my new drama have aired. Is my favorite couple about to get together? Even though the fried chicken downstairs is greasy and salty, I really want some. I wonder if I can still make it to the comic convention. That ticket was so expensive." Jiang Li-tsong pulled the dagger from his shoulder. "If you're going to kill someone, at least make sure they're dead before celebrating." Yi Xiaoyu froze. There stood Jiang Li-tsong, looking utterly furious. She quickly reached for another weapon. Jiang Li-tsong held out his hand. She grasped at air, pointing at him and yelling, "You, stay away from me." As Jiang Li-tsong approached, Xiaofeng plunged headfirst into the water. No breath holding for this poor soul. Gurgling and sputtering, she swallowed a mouthful of water. The man walked straight past. Drowning doesn't cause instant death. He then reached out and pulled her out, not forgetting to mock, "You should have hit your head on the rocks by the water's edge just now." The two climbed ashore. Yi Xiaoyu vomited for a while before Jiang Li-tsong chuckled. "Even if the spring water is delicious, you didn't have to drink so much. You're quite the little water barrel, aren't you?" Yi Xiaoyu fumed that I'm sure you didn't realize in the carriage that I was trying to kill you. So where did I go wrong? Jiang Litsong smiled. Because I wouldn't believe someone like you would act so bashful and charming. You were putting on too good of an act. Too beautiful. Too cute. Now tell me everything. I know you're not afraid of death. Even the most fearless warrior, driven to the depths of despair, wouldn't commit suicide as readily and decisively as you. So, not letting you die is the right thing to do, correct? Miss, how should I address you? This prince is really unlucky. He married a viper as his princess. This little viper kept playing dead, severely injuring him time and time again, just to seize the opportunity to assassinate him. That night, Yiming booked the entire inn. He brewed a restorative and pain-relieving medicine, specifically 3 bowls for his prince. Jiang Litsong picked up the medicine. Looking at Yi Xiaoyu sitting opposite him, it was as if he was saying, "This is all thanks to you. I'll see how you teach him a lesson later." Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel guilty. After a few bowls of medicine, Jiang Litsong ordered everyone to stay 50 units unclear away. With the door slamming shut behind him, Yi Xiaoyu felt a little panicked. It seemed he was about to interrogate her. Jiang Litsong turned serious. Now you can talk. Yi Xiaoyu Sikit. What do you want me to say? I am Su Fangyi, daughter of the Su family, the princess the Empress Dowager betrothed to you. The man didn't get angry, but instead chuckled that, oh, the daughter of the Su family? Then, does this unfinished flower and bird painting on the table look familiar, princess? A few days ago, I received a basket of fresh fruit and sent it to the Su family to honor my mother-in-law, your mother. She said that you enjoy painting flowers and birds. You left in a hurry on your wedding day and forgot to bring this painting. She said it's the one you most want to finish, so she asked me to bring it to you. Leaving the capital this morning, I thought the journey would be rather boring, so I had someone bring it for you to pass the time. I also look forward to seeing the finished painting. It will be a feast for my eyes. This sly dog was waiting for me. She heard him continue. This is your masterpiece, princess. You shouldn't have forgotten how to paint, right? Yi Xiaoyu stiffly reached for the brush. The man added, and this inscription, the handwriting, should be identical as well, correct? At this moment, Yi Xiaoyu's hand trembled like a cafeteria lady serving food. Damn it, I can't paint at all, let alone meticulous painting. Yi Xiaoyu, oh Yi Xiaoyu, not only are you unlearned, but you also had to pretend to be a talented young lady. This is really difficult. Unable to paint, she snatched the painting and yelled, what do you want? What do you want to know? What have you found out? The man glanced at her indifferently. Just like what you said at the Zhao residence that day. You knew I would target Liangshan coin. This isn't strange. Liangshan coin has a hidden history. It's not a top secret, even if it's hearsay. You knew I wasn't sick and that I possess martial arts skills. You burned the palace treasury because you knew there was armor inside. You entered the secret chamber of my study because there was poison inside. I can even guess about the secret passage in Shentongguan. You could have learned these things through the Empress Dowager or Su Taisher. Knowing 1 or 2 of these things could be explained away. But you know everything. This isn't just strange, it's bizarre. Yi Xiaoyu argued. Can I have guessed? Or figured it out? Or overheard it? Or peeked? The man chuckled. Impossible. The secrets of the retired emperor? Overhearing once is a coincidence. Overhearing twice. Do you think the guard named Lu Ji by his side is just for show? Even I can't guarantee I wouldn't be detected near him. Secondly, you can guess, you can imagine, but if your guesses and imaginations are all correct, then you, young lady, would be the wisest person in history, especially since you don't have any capable helpers. You're all alone, with nothing to your name. Did you guess all of this out of thin air? Who are you? The man's voice suddenly rose. Yi Xiaoyu flinched, turning to look at Jiang Litsong. His sharp eyes were scrutinizing her. IT shouldn't be, who are you? But are you human or ghost? That evening, in Dr. Zhao's courtyard, one moment you were smug and eloquent. The next your expression changed drastically. It was as if you suddenly awakened from a dream, your spirit returning to its shell. After that, you told me the history of Shentongguan. I'm sure you wanted to help me escape, but why did all I think about at that moment were the old wives' tales about ghosts and divine doctors? You are Su Fangyi, but you're not the Su Fangyi you're supposed to be. The gentle and obedient Su Fangyi. Whether you are or not, at this moment, Yi Xiaoyu feels like she's standing naked in front of this guy. How could she possibly explain this? The story's fallen apart. Yi Xiaoyu Sikit Fine. I'll tell you. I'll say it. Every word I say next is true. But believe it or not, that's up to you. A quarter of an hour later, Deep doubt surfaced on the man's face. You say that I and all of this are part of a story you wrote, and you're killing me to finish the story quickly and go home. What proof do you have? I don't have any real evidence. I'll just tell you some things, and what you were thinking at the time. In those years in the Holy Zhao Kingdom, you two brothers suffered all kinds of hardships. That year, you were 16. There was a young palace maid in the Holy Palace. She was carrying an incense burner, but seemed to bump into you, who had entered the palace to pay respects to the Holy One. Your only good garment was burned. She didn't know who you were and apologized in terror, but you said it was all right. She smiled at you. That was the only genuine smile you received in all your years in the Holy Zhao Kingdom. But unfortunately, that scene was witnessed by the Crown Prince. To humiliate you, Yi Xiaoyu was about to continue when the man stood up angrily, interrupting her. Don't say any more. Yi Xiaoyu insisted on continuing. Your brother, to protect you, went to beg the Crown Prince for mercy. 3 days later, he brought back news of the palace maid's ruin. She only smiled at you, yet paid for it with her life. The Crown Prince wouldn't even grant you that small kindness of a smile. And your brother, he suffered an unforgettable nightmarish. Enough. The man roared. I said no more. So, the suffering and humiliation, the injustice my brother and I endured for 18 years, is just a story from your pen. The assassin princess attempts to assassinate her cunning husband. 100 times, she fails. So, she reveals the truth. This world is just a story she created. Then, with a mocking smile, your life is something I set. Your experiences are arranged by me. Everything you pursue is meaningless. Everything you want to protect is pointless. That condescending, disdainful posture was like a giant net, leaving Jiang Litsong nowhere to hide. The sneering woman continued to taunt. You're just a puppet I manipulate to fulfill the plot. The person you love, you don't really love. Even the deep hatred and vengeance that torments you doesn't exist. Jiang Litsong's face turned deathly pale. His golden pupils contracted sharply, clearly in shock. He looked incredulously at the woman who was brazenly mocking him. The laughter cut into his heart like a jagged knife. His eyes hardened. He reached out to strangle her. But Yi Xiaoyu, with a hint of excitement, continued to provoke him. You're not you. You're nothing. These words completely enraged Jiang Litsong. He gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white as he prepared to choke her. But the last vestiges of reason told him he couldn't. He suppressed his fury, but the woman's laughter pierced his heart like a blade. He felt suffocated, overwhelmed by pain. He forcibly withdrew his hand and turned to flee. He heard the woman inside urgently call out, "Hey, did you forget to kill me?" Outside the door, the man gasped raggedly, his eyes filled with barely concealed sorrow. Yi Xiaoyu inside gritted her teeth. Looks like I have to do it myself. Running into a wall, it's a first. But don't be afraid of the pain. Just use a little force, right? So, she took a running start. Thwack! She ran straight into the man's outstretched hand. The force went straight to Yi Xiaoyu's forehead. For a moment, she was dizzy. To prevent Yi Xiaoyu from further attempts at self-harm, Jiang Litsong tied her hands. The man looked out the window, deep in thought. Yi Xiaoyu waited quietly, anticipating something. Then she heard the man's cold voice. You will know everything that happens next. Is that so? Yi Xiaoyu retorted. You want to use me? There's one more thing you haven't said. Jiang Litsong sat down on the bed and met her gaze. That you've been trying to die. Not just once or twice. And every time, you come back to life. You come back at specific times. Yi Xiaoyu snorted and turned her head away. So it seems, Jiang Litsong continued. You should understand very well what the consequences will be if you tell me the truth. Yi Xiaoyu snapped. You'll never use me. Even if you tie me up, I can still bite my tongue and kill myself. The man chuckled softly. Bite your tongue? That's not an easy way to die. It's also very painful. Don't be so dramatic. Something that benefits only me is called using. Something that benefits both of us is called cooperation. Come closer, the man said. Let's make a deal. The retired emperor won't last much longer in Taiping Palace. I need to persuade Marquis Wu Wei to help me as soon as possible. I'm not entirely certain about my impending death. Help me, Yi Xiaoyu asked, and what do I get out of this? This is all too bizarre. I don't quite believe you. I need proof of what you're saying. If it's true, and I help you, you'll owe me a favor. Since this story's world has trapped you, and you can't go home, once my brother no longer needs me, I'll grant your wish. Yi Xiaoyu was incredulous. You do realize that for me to go home, I have to kill you, right? The man replied, like you said, if this world is fake, then whether I live or die makes no difference. Yi Xiaoyu questioned, if it's fake, why sacrifice yourself to solve your brother's predicament? Jiang Li said earnestly, but for me, this world is real. The empire, the court, my brother, everything is real. My promise to my brother is real. The magnificent landscapes I've seen are real, the spring breezes and autumn rains, every single thought and feeling vivid in my memory. My father's stern teachings in the crown prince's residence. 18 years of enduring humiliation and bearing burdens for the holy Zhao dynasty, etched in my heart, never to be forgotten. The man gently caressed Yi Xiaoyu's cheek as he spoke, his voice soft. I'm certain you're finding it difficult to kill me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so distressed and angry. How many more times do you have to die to achieve your goal? Death is painful, isn't it? If you need a moment, feel free. The man placed a dagger on the edge of the bed. I'll wait. But I can't guarantee that the next time you face Jiang Li, he'll be as accommodating as he is now. Go ahead and untie yourself. Yi Xiaoyu, throwing off the covers and untying her hands, lunged at her captor. Gripping the dagger tightly, a barely perceptible smirk played on her lips that you're right. The last Jiang Li, he definitely wasn't as easy to negotiate with as this one. Happy cooperation. Inner monologue. It turns out that through countless rebirths, Yi Xiaoyu was never actually able to kill Jiang Li. So in the last reset, inner monologue, Yi Xiaoyu confessed everything to Jiang Li. He didn't believe her story at all, not even giving her a chance to explain, let alone cooperate. So, exploiting the rebirth bug, she returned to this point in time. Inner monologue, she desperately tried to make Jiang Li notice her unusual behavior, repeatedly attempting suicide in front of him. She had to appear utterly hopeless and desperate, making Jiang Li believe she was at her wit's end. Inner monologue. Then, Jiang Li would be the one to propose this tempting deal. In this story, the most important plot point is the tragic romance between Jiang Li and Su Fangyi. Inner monologue. But Yi Xiaoyu wasn't the lovesick Su Fangyi. She couldn't make Jiang Li fall in love with her, let alone die for her. Therefore, right now, Jiang Li cared most about his brother, inner monologue, and would willingly trade his life to cooperate. The carriage, inner monologue, continued towards Linzhou. This scene reminded Jiang Li of 18 years ago. Inner monologue, shortly after losing his father, he and his brother were sent to the Holy Zhao Kingdom as hostages. The journey was arduous, and he was terrified, having his brother there to care for and advise him. Inner monologue provided protection and companionship in the Holy Zhao Kingdom. After returning to the capital, it was his brother's strategies that allowed him to hold his position for so long. Jiang Li looked at the sleeping figure, pen in hand, and recalled what she had said to him the previous night. Everything I pursue is meaningless. The things I want to protect are worthless. The person I love isn't the person I'm supposed to love. He looked at the two identical peach blossoms in his hand, lost in thought. Even if I am your creation, my current thoughts and feelings are no longer under your control, are they? Narrator. The Dark Prince and the Assassin Princess had agreed to a truce. Unexpectedly, overnight, the little assassin unilaterally broke the agreement. Narrator. On the road to Linzhou, Jiang Li was pondering the identical hairpins when the carriage suddenly stopped. Narrator. An army blocked the path. The leader was Marquis Wu Wei of Linzhou. Narrator. Yiming broke out in a cold sweat. Marquis Wu Wei's voice boomed. Is this Prince Su's carriage? Jiang Li lifted the curtain and saw soldiers surrounding his carriage. Yi Xiaoyu, awakened by the commotion, yawned and asked, Are we in Linzhou yet? Jiang Li glared at the deceitful woman. Yi Xiaoyu teased, Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Li looked away, speechless. The voice outside continued, I have received secret reports. I hear that something momentous is about to happen in Taiping Palace. Prince Su, traveling incognito to Linzhou, what are your intentions? Yi Xiaoyu feigned surprise. Whoa, the plot's taken a turn. Does Marquis Wu Wei know the retired emperor is dead? The voice outside continued, its tone suggestive. Prince Su, it seems you've come to the wrong place. Though I am humble, my loyalty is unwavering. I know which side I'm on. Jiang Li expression darkened as he stared at the little con artist. I thought we had a deal last night. But this deal isn't fair. Yi Xiaoyu countered, My only assurance is your promise. A promise without any binding force. But it's worthless. Will you resist the temptation of power and willingly let me kill you. Xiaofeng's face was full of defiance, but a flicker of cunning flashed in her eyes. Su Fangyi is good at feigning gentleness, her heart full of deceit. This whole charade is the persona I created for your story. How can I trust you won't go back on your word? Meanwhile, Jiang Litsong still hadn't appeared. Marquis Wu Wei, having exited his carriage, angrily addressed Prince Su. You have committed a grave sin. Do you confess? It turned out that on the day Jiang Litsong assassinated the retired emperor, Yi Xiaoyu discreetly mouthed words to Empress Dowager Su, instructing her to inform Wu Wei. Marquis Wu Wei had learned of the retired emperor's assassination several days prior. Yi Xiaoyu smugly thought to herself, I just wanted a little more assurance for my cooperation with the prince. But Su Wang had even dared to kill the retired emperor. Marquis Wu Wei, weighing the pros and cons, thought carefully, especially worried about the truth behind the crown prince's death being revealed. Let it be known, he thought, that even with the greatest merit this time, he won't be able to escape punishment in the future. He no longer dared to conspire with such a dangerous person. Jiang Litsong closed his eyes and heard Marquis Wu Wei bellow, Is the presence of my army not imposing enough for Prince Su? Must I invite you 3 or 4 times? Seeing the glint of weapons drawn across from him, Xiaoyamin hurriedly asked his master how to proceed. Inside the carriage, Yi Xiaoyu toyed with a dagger, a sinister smile on her face. You believe my story now, don't you? You know I haven't told a single lie. So, here's the deal. I kill you. Let me go home, and then I'll rewrite the plot for you. Otherwise, Marquis Wu Wei will raise an army in the name of avenging the retired emperor. Just imagine what fate awaits you and your brother. You can also kill me. We could just do this over and over again. Twice, countless times, I'm not afraid. Jiang Litsong simply looked at her silently. Yi Xiaoyu abruptly stood up, excitedly urging him, I've tried it many times. It doesn't hurt that much. Just let me go home. I'll rewrite the plot for you. Whatever kind of life you want, I'll give it to you. Anything. I'll even let you pilot a Gundam. Cheats galore. The next second, Jiang Litsong grabbed her hand, the one tightly gripping the sharp weapon. His eyes were filled with sorrow and disappointment. Did I ask your world that wonderful? Or do you have someone you deeply care for, that you'd endure death again and again? My world, I have friends I can share my happiness with. I have family who love me and whom I love. I have a job I enjoy and everything I'm passionate about. My life is good. No regrets for what I've lost. No obsession for what I can't have. I can express my joy out loud. And when I'm sad, I can find a place to have a drink and cry my heart out. As she spoke, Yi Xiaoyu's eyes filled with tears. I just want to go home. Her eyes revealed panic and helplessness. I don't know if, after I go back, everything here will be just a fleeting dream, or if, like Wang Ji, I'll have watched a game of chess only to return to a world centuries later. I don't know if I'll still be alive. I don't know if I'll have been forgotten. I don't know anything. Yi Xiaoyu had broken down. Tears of sorrow rolled down her cheeks like broken pearls. She threw herself into his arms, desperately begging him to let her go home. Her despair was heartbreaking, evoking pity and compassion. I'm sorry, not now. He gently cupped her face. I believe you, he whispered. But it's not possible. Outside the carriage, the atmosphere grew tense. Since your highness refuses to meet, then forgive my impoliteness. With that, Marquis Wu Wei waved his hand, and his eastern troops began to fire. Jiang Litsong flew out to meet them. Even if this is just a story to you, it's my entire life. I've seen enough deception, schemes, and ugliness. You say you can change everything, but how can I entrust my fate and hope to the unknown? You're right. It's pathetic for someone's only hope to be another person's promise. It seems our deal is off. Then let's each rely on our own abilities. Look, the little assassin is about to shoot her dark husband. The fired dart emitted a sharp whistle as it passed by Yeming and pierced into the man's body. Jiang Litsong couldn't hide his bitterness. This was all so absurd. At that moment, beams of light appeared around Yi Xiaoyu. The surrounding two-dimensional world shattered and began to fall away. Yi Xiaoyu was really back at her doorstep. Her clothes had changed back to her own. She was really home. She could hardly believe it. She pressed her finger to the fingerprint lock and heard a beep. It was her home, right? The door slowly opened. She hesitantly stepped inside. Tentatively, she called out, Mom? Dad? I'm home. Are you there? No one answered. It's just me, Jiang Litsong. How could this be? Yi Xiaoyu's clothes changed back again. Images began to flash in the space around her. It was the plot she had written. Su Fangyi will never know. His affection, In his eyes is a shackle. What use are his pleas? This marriage was a compromise from the start. He shouldn't have gotten attached. Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder how these original lines ended up here. She asked Jiang Li Cong, since this is a love story, why did you never consider letting me love you? To complete this story, Yi Xiaoyu immediately denied it. How is that possible? Then I'd be too arrogant. I designed you to fall in love with the forbearing, kind, and intelligent Su Fangyi. I can't become her. Besides, from the point you and Su Fangyi cleared things up to when she killed you, there's an 8-year plot gap. Who knows what could happen in 8 years? Jiang Li Cong was exasperated. He slumped to the ground and asked, what should we do now? Yi Xiaoyu analyzed, I've personally fed her. She's already out of the story, which is correct. But you're still here, which means something is still wrong. So what did go wrong? What's not right? She suddenly crouched down and suggested to Jiang Li Cong, why don't you ga me too? Xiao Feng's face was earnest. Give it a try. It's worth a shot. Most tragedies end in death, right? You don't want me trapped here and unable to go back, do you? Looking at Xiao Feng's eager expression, Jiang Li Cong sighed. What is she even talking about? He then lay down. Since it's all fake, what does it matter if I go back or not? Ye Xiaoyu panichkit. She pushed him and said, hey, didn't you say that even if it's a story, it's still your life? Don't you want to go back and avenge your father? I'll tell you the entire plot so your brother can stabilize the court, seize military power, and attack the Shang dynasty to avenge your family's humiliation. Jiang Li Cong rolled over listlessly. I believe you now. This is all written by you, so I don't care. Then he muttered, how is that even possible? It turned out this sad dog was sulking over Yi Xiaoyu's decisive words that he couldn't possibly make Jiang Li Cong fall in love with her. Yi Xiaoyu yelled, child, your mom will be very disappointed in you like this. A life of lying flat and rotting is wrong. You have to get up and fight. You have to strive. You have to truly grasp power, so you can't be coerced and bullied anymore. Jiang Li Cong sat up and pushed her face away. Oh, you really think that if you kill me or I kill you, everything will return to normal? Yi Xiaoyu, the online CPU master, said, even if it doesn't work, we can think of other ways. Where there's a will, there's a way. Let's try. How will we know? Don't you want us both to return to normal? Jiang Li Cong, watching the melodramatic scenes of himself entangled with Su Fangyi, gave a wry smile. As you wish. Hearing his agreement, Yi Xiaoyu placed the dagger into his large hand. With a look of resignation, she said, come on, do it. Jiang Li Cong looked at the dagger in his hand, speechless. How can someone with such a blockhead write a love story? He sighed that I don't know whether to pity myself or pity her. Suddenly, there was a tearing sound. The scene before them shattered, and the space slowly dissipated. Yi Xiaoyu was surprised. Hey, it doesn't hurt this time. The man smiled wryly and disappeared as well. Then, everything returned. Yi Xiaoyu found herself holding a blowgun, aiming at a target, ready to shoot. She came to her senses with a start. How did I get here? Jiang Li Cong noticed Yi Xiaoyu pointing the blowgun at him. He was instantly alert. Yi Xiaoyu quickly threw the blowgun down, awkwardly scratching her head and laughing nervously. The man breathed a sigh of relief. He parried several blows from Marquis Wu Wei. As the two fought intensely, a clear voice called out, Father, stop! Seeing the newcomer, Jiang Li Cong showed no emotion, but Yi Xiaoyu was surprised. It's Miss Wu. Wu Shuang shouldn't be in Linzhou yet. She shouldn't have appeared. Then, something occurred to her, and her face lit up with excitement. Isn't this the male lead's unrequited love, his white moonlight? If Su Fangyi were really here right now, this would be a total drama fest. This is going to be a good show. Prince Su's white moonlight has appeared. She's so beautiful. The assassin princess's eyes sparkled. This is going to be a good show. Wu Shuang quickly dismounted her horse and called out, Father, please listen to your daughter. The situation in Jingzhong is complex. Father, you must think this through carefully. The southern Zhou still has a royal army. The Wu family's fate is not yet sealed. My brother just sent a letter. And Empress Dowager Su is of a different surname. Taking a step back, we can still be officials. Why must it be this way? Marquis Wu Wei laughed heartily and then sheathed his sword. I have long heard that Prince Su is a heroic young man. After this brief exchange, I see that it is indeed true. That was just a jest. I hope you will not take offense. Jiang Li Cong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, General Wu's hospitality is truly unique and memorable. Wu Shuang, having prevented the bloody fight, breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up at him as the white moonlight approached. Yi Xiaoyu had a look of amused anticipation on her face. Here he comes, here he comes. He's walking towards Jiang Litsong. Jiang Litsong hadn't yet figured out how to start the conversation. Then the valiant, 5 feet 8 inches Wu Shuang strode past Jiang Litsong and embraced the soft, small assassin. Silly girl, you've suffered. Yi Xiaoyu was a bit confused. What's going on? I heard that the Empress Dowager betrothed you to continue the lineage of the deceased. I knew this was a forced marriage, but I couldn't do anything. A few days ago, news came from Jinzhong saying that you, silly girl, actually tried to commit suicide. Are you foolish? You have to be alive for a chance for hope. Wu Shuang held her hand, her eyes full of worry and concern. He remembered. Su Fangyi and Wu Shuang had once exchanged handkerchiefs, a token of affection. But that was just a single line of backstory. Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. She cares about me. She's so kind. A moment later, Jiang Litsong and his party successfully entered the Linzhou checkpoint. Yi Xiaoyu was preoccupied. I killed the male lead. I clearly left the story already. I went home, but what did it go wrong? Where is he? And now we're back in the story. But it's not back to the point before the boulder fell. Why is that? Should I hurry back to the inn now? 3 days haven't passed yet. But will I go back to 3 days ago, or to the moment just now when I was pointing the blowgun at Jiang Litsong? The way he looked, he remembers what just happened. I have to make him forget. If I let this sly fox break through the storyline, there will be too many variables. It's too risky, but I haven't figured out where the error is. Even if I kill Jiang Litsong again, it won't mean anything. Lost in thought, she heard a cough nearby. Yi Xiaoyu, feeling guilty, turned around. The man chuckled. Are you thinking about whether to go back again? Thinking about making me forget what happened these past few days? You wouldn't happen to have telepathy, would you? Jiang Litsong raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile playing on his lips that's written all over your face. Yi Xiaoyu sullenly turned her head away. I still have to make this sly fox forget this. If I let him break through the storyline, there will be too many variables. It's too risky. Jiang Litsong pulled 2 hair ornaments from his robes. He said softly, look at you. What kind of young lady doesn't properly comb her hair or even wear a hair ornament? But there are 2. They're the same. But which one do you like more? Yi Xiaoyu was surprised. These hair ornaments, they should have been lost 3 days ago when we fell into the water. How did you get them? Why are there 2? It really has been 3 days. Jiang Litsong understood that Yi Xiaoyu had reset time by returning to the inn. So he took out a letter and said, I don't know why there are 2 hair ornaments. I suspected something was strange about you before. Since things have already become bizarre, beyond the realm of reason, perhaps we can use unconventional methods to tell ourselves something. The hair ornaments became 2. This letter, containing your hair ornament, appeared in the same place the hair ornament reappeared. Yi Xiaoyu could hardly believe it. The letter? You're saying you wrote a letter to yourself 3 days ago? You're trying to say that even if I go back to the inn now, it's useless? The hair ornament is from before we fell in the water, and you've already received this letter from yourself? The man's eyes were full of triumph. Otherwise, how could I have so easily believed such a bizarre story that night? You should know very well, I don't have the habit of passively waiting for fate. Since I knew you were suspicious, I had to figure out what was suspicious about you, so I could figure out how to respond. I couldn't just let you handle everything yourself, could I? Xiao Si said he was crazy. 1 second she wanted to stab her handsome husband to death, but the next she was clinging to his arm, begging for Milan. Husband, want to fall in love? The kind where I'm devoted to you, but you're cold and heartless to me, and you torture me until I'm utterly broken. What is this woman up to now? Jiang Litsong flatly refused. After entering Linzhou, the Blood King stayed at the Marquis Wu Wei's guest residence. Xiao Yiming was helping his prince clean his wounds when a delicate voice called out, My lord, you're covered in sweat. Allow me to wipe it for you. This troublemaker again. Jiang Litsong blocked Yi Xiaoyu's hand in no need. My lord, I just want to care for you. Looking at the woman's charming smile, Jiang Litsong felt a headache coming on. Take your concern and stay far away from me. You're getting the hang of this. The sudden slap made the man's expression change drastically. Yi Xiaoyu, however, looked at him with approval, even giving him a thumbs up that's right. Just like that. Keep it up. From now on, don't give me any good looks. If you ever say a kind word to me again, The man sighed. He was in pain, exhausted, and emotionally drained. This woman was still clinging to him. He couldn't help but snap. Leave me alone. Yi Xiaoyu lost her balance and fell backward, but a pair of hands caught her. Looking up, Yi Xiaoyu saw that it was Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang, this scoundrel, has he always treated you like this? Even if he's unhappy with the Empress Dowager's betrothal decree, why take it out on you? Yi Xiaoyu wanted to explain, but suddenly realized that some things really were difficult to explain. Actually, it's not his fault. You've fallen for him, haven't you? Yi Xiaoyu quickly shook her head, inwardly crying for help. This misunderstanding is getting bigger and bigger. Wu Shuang gently stroked her head. You're married now, Yi Xiaoyu, she said sympathetically. It's natural to have feelings for him. But this man is deeply scheming and ambitious. He won't be caught up in romance. Silly girl, you need to leave yourself some room to maneuver. He's so gentle and kind to me. It's a shame I can't tell him the truth. It's making him worry for nothing. That afternoon, Yi Xiaoyu started causing trouble again. She took it upon herself to make Jiang Li Tsang a potent restorative soup, piling in all sorts of invigorating ingredients. Busy as she was, her thoughts were elsewhere. In trying to kill Jiang Li Tsang, I exploited a bug and kept rewinding time. But it's caused this world to become like a script rewritten countless times. There's no continuity, and errors pop up like the hair ornament doubling. And Jiang Li Tsang crossing blades with Marquis Wu Wei will prevent key plot points from unfolding. That's why Wu Shuang appeared early, to fix the current errors. So, the key plot points don't necessarily have to happen at the corresponding time, as long as we ensure they happen. And Su Fengyi's key plot point is being tormented by Jiang Li Tsang. So, as long as I quickly rack up all the torments Su Fengyi is supposed to suffer in the plot, it should be fine, right? I'd better not try rewinding time again, lest it create more ridiculous bugs. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoyu was still busily tossing deer antlers into the medicinal pot. The kitchen maids were stunned by the concoction. This will kill someone. A moment later, Xiao Yiming brought the princess's loving tonic to his master, Jiang Li Tsang. Your Highness, the princess consort said she personally made this tonic for you. She insists you drink it all. Looking at the black smoke rising from the bowl, Jiang Li Tsang's face darkened. This wasn't a tonic. It was an attempt on his life. Take it away. Feed it to the dogs. Xiao Yiming had no choice but to take it away, secretly feeling sorry for the princess. Even if it looks a bit unappetizing, how can you feed a girl's heartfelt gift to the dogs? Then he heard his master speak again. Forget it. Don't feed it to the dogs. Xiao Yiming's eyes lit up. Your Highness, you're going to drink it, aren't you? What did the dogs ever do to deserve such a terrible fate? Pour it down the drain. So Xiao Yiming poured out the tonic, muttering apologies that I'm sorry, princess consort. I'm just following orders. Wu Shuang happened to witness this scene. The next morning, Jiang Li Tsang was carefully dressing, trying not to touch his wounds. The next second, a hand attacked his wound. Yi Xiaoyu, with a bright smile, gave it a few playful squeezes. Your Highness, how can you dress yourself? Let me help you. With that force, she nearly sent him to the afterlife. Afterward, Yi Xiaoyu became his shadow. At mealtimes, Your Highness, how can you feed yourself? Let me feed you. When it came to traveling, Your Highness, how can you get into the carriage yourself? Let me attend to you. Are you hot, Your Highness? Do you need some cool air? Outside, Yi Xiaoyu was thrown out into the street. Wu Shuang saw it all. That evening, Jiang Li Tsang went to take a bath, thinking he could finally have some peace and quiet. But he seemed to have forgotten that his wife was a shameless woman. With a splash, she jumped into the bath. Water splashed all over his face. She sputtered, Your Highness, how can you bathe yourself? Before she could finish, she was kicked out of the bath. She landed with a thud. He gritted his teeth. Late but good. Well done. That's how you torment him. Young man, you're a quick learner. I'll make you the male lead in my next story. This princess consort was rather busy. By day, she pestered her cunning husband, seeking abuse. At night, she went to a brothel and had a grand time with Xiao Guang. Just by the sounds, Jiang Li Tsang knew she was there to torment him again. She's here again, this late at night? He grumbled inwardly that this never going to end? Is she tormenting him or me? Yi Xiaoyu approached with a late-night snack. He quickly slammed the door. She yelled from outside, Your Highness, how can you not personally eat a late-night snack? No one answered. Yi Xiaoyu didn't give up. Being rejected was the point. Being tormented by Jiang Li Tsang was the goal. If the door was closed, there was still the window. She went to the window and continued shouting, I personally made this for you, Your High. Bang! The window slammed shut. Yi Xiaoyu yelped. Her nose was pinched red and swollen. She quickly covered it. Crack! The food jar fell on her foot. She cried out again. Ouch! That hurts. This is too much. As she was groaning in pain, a hand grabbed her. Why are you doing this to yourself? Don't be shy. Come with me, she said, pulling him along. Yi Xiaoyu asked where they were going. Wu Shuang, with a mysterious look, replied, Why suffer other people's moods when you're alive? Naturally, we're going somewhere that will cheer you up and help you see things clearly. It's not like the landing pod is the only man in the world. Before long, they arrived at an interesting place. Wu Shuang had brought her to a brothel. The courtesans here were charming and alluring, and a subtle fragrance filled the air, intoxicating the senses. The men were all flamboyant, calling out to the girls that it's a long night and I can't sleep. I have fine food and wine and stories to tell. Yi Xiaoyu, her newfound appreciation for this kind of pleasure evident, grinned and chuckled incessantly. This plot fix is way too delightful. I only regret that springtime is so short when spending money. The wine is finished, but last night remains untasted. Wu Shuang recited a poem. She gently swirled the wine in her cup, then tipped it back and drank it all down. A burst of cheerful laughter broke through her melancholy. Her eyes followed the sound. She saw Yi Xiaoyu running around with a wine cup in hand, giggling. Wu Shuang smiled too. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyu felt like she hadn't been this happy in a very, very long time. She wondered what she had been thinking, writing such a tragic story. If she had known she would end up in her own book, she would have written a delightful harem story. Wu Shuang stood up with a smile and drew her sword, beginning to dance. Her expression was serious and focused. The sword light flashed like a silver serpent. The night is long. There is wine and flowers here. So many sorrows in the world can't be drowned in wine. Life is fleeting. What matters is the joy in front of you. Why bother seeking pity from others? I thought I was already the most unfortunate person, but no one in the Su family cares for you, and the Empress Dowager won't care whether you live or die. And now it seems Jiang Litsang won't treat you sincerely either. You have to live happily, you understand? Fangi. She had thought Fangi would be devastated by Jiang Litsang's cruelty, but it seemed she had worried too much. This girl couldn't be happier. Jiang Litsang, oh Jiang Litsang, not everything in this world goes according to your plan, and not everyone will dance to your tune. It seemed Wu Shuang had something on her mind. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyu, tugging on a handsome young man, called out, Sister Chuyue, I'll teach you a new game called Truth or Dare. The courtesan replied, Sister, my name is Chunai. Chuyue is that gentleman over there. Yi Xiaoyu waved her hand dismissively. Cut the crap. Are you playing or not? Suddenly, someone snatched the wine cup from her hand. Good night. I'll play with you. Yi Xiaoyu shivered involuntarily at the sound of that voice. How could she not know it? The princess consort, sneaking out with her first love to visit a brothel behind her handsome husband's back. After a few drinks, starts acting drunk and clamoring to play with the courtesans, only to be caught red-handed by her handsome husband. He took her wine cup. Quiet down. I'll play with you. How do you want to play? Yi Xiaoyu sobered up considerably. She had only just started having fun. Did he have to show up so soon? Isn't this Prince Su? Wu Shuang's voice was laced with sarcasm. Prince Su wants to play with us? Someone at a seat. Jiang Litsang didn't speak. He sneered. Mother, are you playing or not? If not, get out. Wu Shuang's eyes flashed with anger. The man remained expressionless. He bowed his head, slightly point, one must remain pure and not sully oneself, lest one become the subject of gossip and idle chatter. Wu Shuang found this laughable. How could he have the audacity to say such things in front of her? With a slap, she struck him across the face. Prince Su, have you forgotten what you said before? You're ungrateful and treacherous. You're not afraid of becoming the subject of gossip. So why should I be? A fight had broken out. Yi Xiaoyu, now completely sober, watched the spectacle unfold. Wu Shuang's anger today stemmed from an incident in Jiang Litsang's youth. Years ago, at Yelyang Pass, a fleeting encounter. If it weren't for the beauty's help, Jiang Litsang and his servants would likely not have escaped alive. A shame that he couldn't repay such a life-saving debt. Jiang Litsang stammered his gratitude. The girl simply smiled and offered him these words. Before death, nothing is certain. You and your brother are like the rising sun, temporarily obscured by clouds, but your future is bright. I'll ask for repayment when the opportunity arises. That encounter in hardship and that single smile were etched into Jiang Litsang's heart, transforming her into his cherished white moonlight. But today, Jiang Litsang had secretly decreed Wu Shuang's appointment as empress, manipulating Marquis Wu Wei to switch sides. His former benefactor was thus personally delivered by him into the confines of the palace, becoming a sacrificial lamb for the royal alliance. And the true culprit behind all this was her, Yi Xiaoyu, and the tragic little story she had written in a moment of madness. For reasons unknown to her, she had transmigrated into her own tragic story, becoming the heartbroken heroine, Su Fangyi. Just as Yi Xiaoyu was about to slip away, Jiang Lizong grabbed her arm. They pulled her into the carriage. Yi Xiaoyu vomited the entire way that if you can't hold your liquor, don't drink. Little chick trying to show off. My tolerance is God tier. Having said that, she immediately contradicted herself and threw up again. Jiang Lizong had a splitting headache. Today, I'm going to announce the imperial decree to the 5 Marquis, making Wu Shuang the empress. This is your story. You understand it well. You know why Wu Shuang was angry when she saw me. She doesn't want to enter the palace, but she can't disobey. That's why she dragged you out drinking to cause a scene. She's just angry with Marquis Wu Wei and try and make things difficult for me. Yi Xiaoyu asked, what if it wasn't the story and you had a choice? Would you still issue the decree? Would this piece of paper still force Wu Shuang into the palace? Jiang Lizong recalled Xiao's fervent vows and couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the end, I repaid him by sending him into the depths of the palace and scheming against his troops and reputation. His eyes held bitterness and confusion as he looked at Yi Xiaoyu. I don't know. I don't know what a life with choices would be like. Yi Xiaoyu declared boldly, but I can change it, whether it's you or Wu Shuang, as long as I can go back. Actually, in the original story, after you announced the decree, Wu Shuang, burning with rage, stabbed you. Feeling guilty, we didn't fight back or dodge, much like just now. But tonight, after she went drinking, it seems her anger isn't as intense. She just slapped you and cried. Actually, this scene isn't entirely new. It's from one of the 30-odd discarded drafts I wrote. Although the plot keeps changing because I'm constantly rewinding, the story's automatic patching is still following the original setting and direction. Jiang Lizong was puzzled. What are you trying to say? Yi Xiaoyu slapped his wound. It means this is still a tragic love story. You're supposed to torture me. Don't be so passive, male lead. The female lead begs her dark and manipulative husband to torture her 800 times a day, just to quickly finish the 8 years of tragic love and return to reality. Not only does the dark and manipulative male lead not cooperate, he even asks if she's ever even talked about feelings with a man. That hits right where it hurts. Yi Xiaoyu bristled. So what? What does that have to do with what we're talking about? The man scoffed because your so-called tragic love is childish, boring, and stupid. Yi Xiaoyu was enraged. Jerk, what do you mean? The man didn't want to argue and told the driver to stop. He quickly got out and slammed his hand against a stone pedestal, venting his frustration. Yi Xiaoyu chased after him, yelling, hey, insult me and then run away? You're so low. You want to argue? Come on, who's afraid of who? Jiang Lizong leaned in close. Aren't you afraid someone will overhear us? Yi Xiaoyu realized she had gotten a little carried away. Jiang Lizong moved closer. Do you really understand what feelings are? He stared into Yi Xiaoyu's eyes, as if trying to see through her. Yi Xiaoyu felt uneasy. He continued to press. Do you know what suffering is? Is it the so-called unrequited love, the pain of separation, the sorrow of loss? Yi Xiaoyu backed away. If you put it that way, then it's not like that at all. The man simply said, no, it's none of those. Yi Xiaoyu, with nowhere left to retreat, planted her feet. I can hear you just fine. You don't have to get so close. And you don't understand anything. Get away from me. What are you trying to say? The man leaned against the bridge railing. This story of yours was wrong from the very beginning. This tragic love shouldn't even exist. You think I'm wrong? Then let me ask you, even if the Empress Dowager arranged the marriage and I couldn't refuse, why would I torment an innocent girl? Yi Xiaoyu retorted, you were unhappy with the marriage. You thought Su Fangyi was the Empress Dowager's person and had ill intentions towards you. Jiang Lizong chuckled. Shouldn't I have treated her even better then, to avoid displeasing the Empress Dowager? Besides, I later learned that she was also forced into marrying me. We were both trapped by circumstance. Why would I make things difficult for her? Yi Xiaoyu replied, that's because you didn't love her at first. You were even deeply suspicious of her. Even if I didn't love her, she was a vulnerable woman in the inner chambers. I treated her with courtesy and kept our interactions minimal. This marriage wasn't what she wanted, and she couldn't reasonably refuse or remarry. Her food, clothing, shelter, and every word she spoke depended on my mood. If I were to bully her on top of that, what kind of person would I be? Yi Xiaoyu continued to argue. You're so calm and collected now because you haven't fallen in love with her yet. Love is selfish, blind, and uncontrollable. If you truly fall for her, you'll be greedy, jealous, emotionally unstable, and unable to control yourself. Jiang Lisong's gaze sharpened. Is that what you call suffering? Hurting each other in the name of love until death separates you. Isn't that tragic? The man disagreed. He shook his head. Love once shared, even if lost, is better than never having it all. Once Jiang Lisong and Su Fangyi confess their feelings for each other, your story ceases to be tragic. Whether they are separated by death or distance, as long as love remains in their hearts, they have both gotten what they desired. And that entangled suffering, it's just Jiang Lisong's feigned indifference and Su Fangyi's weak and pitiful infatuation. The Jiang Lisong you created isn't him, and you aren't Su Fangyi. You don't love me, and I can't torment you. We can't continue this vapid, mirage-like game. Stop these ridiculous and futile efforts. Yi Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. The male lead is OOC. This isn't a scene that should appear in the level 30 version. Could he have developed an independent personality? She leaned on the bridge railing and sighed. But fear is much harder than death, and much more troublesome. But it seems like something in his words just now, some feeling or something, is related to the truth. I'm about to grasp it. What is it exactly? Suddenly, a rush of hoofbeats. Wu Shuang chased after her. Fangyi, she called, breathless. Are you all right? It's my fault. I was so caught up in my own anger that I let Jiang Lisong take you away. He didn't scold you, did he? Yi Xiaoyu looked down. Wu Shuang, why are you so good to me? Wu Shuang laughed. What silly talk. We're friends. You've come to Linzhou, so naturally, I should look after you. At this moment, she felt a tightness in her chest. Jiang Lisong isn't Jiang Lisong, and I'm not Su Fangyi. If he knew his future fate, would he be unwilling to be like Wu Shuang? Thinking this way, I'm such a failure as an author. This scheming. The prince's white moonlight and his princess have become good friends. That night, Wu Shuang asked Yi Xiaoyu if she wanted to leave Jiang Lisong. Yi Xiaoyu was puzzled. Wu Shuang explained, although your marriage was decreed by the Empress Dowager, it's not entirely unchangeable. If I were to enter the Fengyi Palace as Empress, things are hard to say. Getting you out of this unfortunate marriage wouldn't be difficult. Yi Xiaoyu was surprised. You accepted the proposal? A trace of bitterness flickered in Wu Shuang's eyes. Whether I accept it or not, I have to. It's not up to me. My father. He also has to consider the Wu family and the thousands of soldiers under his command. But it's not all bad, is it? She gently held Yi Xiaoyu's hand, her tone feigning cheerfulness. Perhaps. I can even find you another good marriage. That young Master Qiao. Is he married yet? Yi Xiaoyu asked, confused. Who? Qiao Nansong. Wu Shuang poked Yi Xiaoyu's cheek, teasing. He was forced by her uncle to break off the engagement. Weren't you heartbroken for a long time? If you still like him. After I enter the capital, I'll find a way to bring you two together. Yi Xiaoyu soudainly réalisait Qiao Nansong, the second male lead. I almost forgot. To make Su Fangyi and Jiang Lisong entangled in decades of love-hate drama, she had given Su Fangyi a white moonlight, a former fiancé, Qiao Nansong. Su Fangyi respected his character and admired his talent, but due to a misunderstanding caused by Su Taishu, their engagement was broken off. According to the original text, Su Fangyi was still experiencing this, and it was almost the time for Qiao Nansong to appear. Yi Xiaoyu looked at Wu Shuang. You have your own troubles, yet you still have the mood to think about me. Speaking of this, Wu Shuang couldn't help but sigh. She got up and walked towards the bed. Every blade has two edges, right or wrong, good or bad. It all depends on one's perspective. Even if I sigh and moan, it won't change anything, will it? Besides, how many people dream of becoming empress? If I don't go to the capital happily, His Majesty will only think I'm ungrateful. Yi Xiaoyu, however, said, this isn't unchangeable. Wu Shuang said with a bitter laugh, how can it be changed? When my father spoke to me today, I wanted to die. Let him send a dead person to the capital. But His Majesty doesn't want me. He wants the Wu family's daughter. Even if I were dead, I'm afraid he would bury me in the imperial tomb with the title of empress. Yi Xiaoyu said, I heard that the crown prince of Jiangsu is secretly inspecting these days. Chu Jian is in Xiao town, not far from here. If you dare to take a risk and capture him, such a great contribution will surely shake the world. The crown prince of Jiangsu. Wu Shuang's face was full of shock. This matter is definitely top secret. Did you hear it from Jiang Lisong? Yi Xiaoyu prevaricated. Sort of. The setting of this novel. The four countries of Li, Guo, Shi, Lin, and Jiangsu have been at war several times over Manhwa Bay and Tangshan. In the original story, Jiang Lizong learned of the crown prince's secret journey and personally came to Linzhou. He laid a trap and personally beheaded the crown prince of Jiangsu, shocking Marquis Wu Wei, intimidating the king of Nanzhou's army, and winning the hearts of the people for his future seizure of power. Yi Xiaoyu said earnestly, as the saying goes, 1,000 pieces of gold are easy to get, but a good general is hard to find. Compared to 100 docile empresses, a heroic and resourceful female general who can capture the prince of an enemy country. His Majesty should have no difficulty choosing. When you have great merit and widespread fame, even if His Majesty still wants to make you empress, he will have to listen to whether you are willing or not. But the price of freedom may be blood-stained and life-threatening. At this moment, two people on the city wall watched Wu Shuang leave the city. In the story, Wu Shuang became empress, but her whole life, she yearned for the vastness of the world beyond the palace walls. Brotherly loves him, but he is the emperor. His heart is full of the world and hatred. There isn't much room left for a woman in the harem. He's suspicious and arrogant. He can never give Wu Shuang the love she wants. After Marquis Wu Wei was executed by her brother, to protect the Wu family, she volunteered to relinquish her empress title and become a nun. She never saw your brother again until her death. Jiang Lizong sighed, remarking, "It's rare. Are you showing mercy? Do you want to give him a different life?" Wu Shuang is important. She's inseparable from the main plot later on. Whether it's Su Fangyi's relationship with you, or you're in the emperor's subsequent removal of the king of southern Zhou, as well as the overall strategy of seizing Marquis Wu Wei's military power, it's all interconnected. It could be said that without Wu Shuang entering the palace as empress, the subsequent story can hardly unfold. The man looked at him and said, "You're right. I want to change the entire story." A woman transmigrated into the abusive romance novel she wrote, becoming the domineering CEO's pitiful little wife. To return to reality, she stabbed the male lead hundreds of times, but failed to go back. This also caused bugs in the plot, disrupting the normal development of the abusive world. But this novel world automatically repairs the plot, ultimately adhering to the most basic settings and direction of the original text. So she had a bold idea. Starting now, she would do everything opposite to the original setting. What more unexpected bugs would pop up then? After all, errors and flaws are the breakthroughs to uncovering the hidden truth. Jiang Lizong looked curious. "Do you trust me that much? Will you tell me your plan?" "I don't trust you." Yi Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened. After being denied, Jiang Lizong was somewhat dejected. Yi Xiaoyu said, "If you were still Jiang Lizong, I would know what you want, what you fear. I would know how to hurt you, and also how to move you. But you said you're not, so I can't trust you. So tell me, is your plan to use me?" The man narrowed his eyes at Yi Xiaoyu. She wagged her index finger. "Wrong. Only when something benefits me alone is it called using you. When it benefits both of us, it's called cooperation." Jiang Lizong couldn't help but laugh that you're quite good at using someone's methods against them. He cleared his throat. "Just speak your mind. There doesn't seem to be a need to beat around the bush." "No, I need to know what you want first." Yi Xiaoyu lowered her eyes, as if confiding. Facing this whole world alone is too lonely. Even if the events happening in this world are the story I wrote, it seems I can't control everything now. I need you. Yi Xiaoyu suddenly looked up, meeting the man's eyes. "But I need to know what I can do for you." "What do you need me to do?" "I said before, as long as I go back, I can change your life. What kind of assurance do I need to give you to make you feel at ease?" After all, mutual benefit is the strongest alliance. The man pondered for a moment. "Before I answer you, you have to answer me one question. What is this world to you? And what am I to you? Is that important?" Yi Xiaoyu didn't want to answer this question. Very important. Jiang Lizong's expression was serious. "I need to know. In your eyes, am I a living person, or are you still separated from me by reality and the story? Still just a puppet?" Yi Xiaoyu looked away. "But you were originally a character in a story. In fact, this is a story. This can only be a story." The next second, the man reached out and pulled her into his arms, biting her shoulder hard as if punishing her. Yi Xiaoyu's body trembled. Then she muffled a cry of pain. The bite broke the skin. "Hey, what are you doing?" The man said in a low voice, "Being injured and dying hurts. So you can commit suicide without hesitation to supposedly return to your story. It's because you don't consider your current self as your true self. You think your current self is just an observer hiding in Su Feng's body, a temporary shell. Death is just a means to start over and revise the flawed story." Yi Xiaoyu struggled forcefully. "Just talk. Let go of me first." The man ignored her, holding her even tighter. "But if you kill yourself next time, you'll really die. Would you still do it to yourself then?" Yi Xiaoyu retorted stubbornly, "Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. Let me go now." The man pulled away slightly, lowering his head. "But I am ultimately Jiang Litsong, and can only be Jiang Litsong." He placed her hand over his heart, where it was beating, and said softly, "Jiang Litsong fell in love with Su Fengyi because his life was turbulent and chaotic. He only found warmth and comfort when he met her. He's actually a fragile person." The man gave a bitter smile, his eyes filled with unconcealed sorrow. He would wake up in the middle of the night, cursing the heavens in powerless rage and grief over the injustice he suffered. He deluded himself into thinking that as long as he was strong enough and be able to protect everything that is real, he can't bear the pain of loss, nor does he dare to hope that suffering is simply a part of him. "You can't change anything. We can't cooperate." Yi Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words, but she couldn't apologize to Jiang Litsong either. She reached out and hugged the male lead, who patted her back. "How can I deny the characters and stories I created? Whether despicable or noble, powerful or weak, joyful or sorrowful, tragic or comedic. This world is my utopia, my paradise. This overbearing CEO looks like a dream, but he's actually a scheming mastermind. He's especially skilled at feigning innocence. If you let your guard down around him, then as a love-struck fool by his side, how many episodes will you survive?" In the back courtyard of Marquis Wu Wei's estate, Yi Xiaoyu, in order to persuade Jiang Litsong to cooperate with her, change the plot, and help him break through his predicament and return his real home, decided to first let the CEO experience a bit of spoiler-free foreshadowing. In the original story, Jiang Litsong should be halfway to Linzhou right now, having escaped the assassins sent by the retired emperor, but his whereabouts are unknown. When news reaches the Su prince's mansion in the capital, Su Fengyi is still unaware of Jiang Litsong's grand ambitions. But she knows that if Jiang Litsong dies, she only has two possible outcomes. One is to be placed in a nunnery by the emperor as the Su princess, widowed for life, or she'll be given poisoned wine to silence her, so as not to cause trouble for the Empress Dowager and the Su family. So, she thinks of Wu Shuang, with whom she still has a connection, but she doesn't have anyone she can truly trust. So, she travels alone to Linzhou to ask Wu Shuang for help in finding Jiang Litsong. But Su Fengyi meets someone on the way. It's Lu Ji, the retired emperor's highly skilled personal guard. He chased you and was seriously injured by you, and your whereabouts are unknown. He goes to Muzhou for treatment. He happens to run into Su Fengyi passing through Muzhou. He learns that Su Fengyi has left the capital to look for you and decides to use her as bait to lure you out. And Su Fengyi also knows that he's figured out your background and will definitely report to the retired emperor. So she pretends to cooperate. She endures humiliation for many days, gains Lu Ji's trust, and then kills him while he's unconscious from his injuries and unguarded. But now everything has changed. What's the point of saying all this? Listen to me. Later, you find out that Su Fengyi, in order to protect you, was able to summon the courage to face someone clearly much stronger than her. You can't help but be moved. This is a very important turning point in your relationship. She's not just some weak woman who cries in the back courtyard. She knows her fate is tied to yours. She's not passively waiting for your love and rescue. She's not weak at all. Yi Xiaoyu's eyes curved into a smile. Don't underestimate her. She sighed inwardly. And we also need a turning point. Jiang Litsong looked at the girl's sincere smile, but didn't dare to feel happy too easily. Yi Xiaoyu continued, I'm just thinking Lu Ji is your biggest danger right now. Even if the retired emperor is dead now, according to the logic of following the original storyline, will his plot just disappear? At this moment, a rustling sound came from the bushes, startling Jiang Li-tsang. Flying swords suddenly attacked them. The man drew his sword and moved forward to defend, but the flying swords didn't seem to be targeting him. The continuous stream of swords all shot towards Yi Xiaoyu. He turned and pulled Yi Xiaoyu out of the way. Then, figures holding bows and arrows appeared on the high walls of the back courtyard. Looking closely, the leader was clearly Lu Ji. At this moment, Xiao Ming led the shadow guards forward to defend. Protect the prince and princess. Go quickly. Jiang Li-tsang shielded Yi Xiaoyu and ran towards the front courtyard. He wondered why the swords and arrows were all aimed at Yi Xiaoyu. Wasn't he coming for me? He saw cold sweat beading on Yi Xiaoyu's face. She gritted her teeth in pain. Trembling, she clutched his sleeve tightly, about to collapse. Only then did he realize she had been hit by an arrow. She forced herself upright and pleaded, "Please, don't let me die. I changed the plot, so I have to bear the consequences of the plot pulling back against me. Wu Shuang's skills aren't as good as yours. Assassinating the crown prince might not go so smoothly. I made an agreement with Wu Shuang. If she encounters an insurmountable problem in Xiao Town, she must write down everything in detail and send it back to me. That way, I can rewind to 3 days ago and refine her plan to assassinate Crown Prince Zhangchu. But if everything goes smoothly for her, then the plot will definitely change completely, making it impossible to proceed according to the original setting. If it were me, if I couldn't continue writing the next part of the plot, if I had writer's block, what would I do? I think I'll probably delete this part of the plot. Go back to the fork in the storyline." Yi Xiaoyu collapsed from the pain into Jiang Li-tsang's arms. He looked up at him. "You were right. It really hurts. My death is just a means to redo things, to correct mistakes in the story. So Wu Shuang should have succeeded. Then I must die and go back 3 days. Back to before Wu Shuang and I devised this plan to assassinate the crown prince. Back to when the plot could still control the story." Yi Xiaoyu's tears flowed uncontrollably. It hurts so much. It hurts so much I want to die, but I can't die this time. She hadn't expected that one day she would turn death into a pathway. Jiang Li-tsang held the unconscious girl tightly, his anxiety laced with anger. "Why would you put yourself in such a painful situation? I believe you had other choices. You really didn't have to." The girl interrupted. "Actually, constantly denying yourself is no different from being dead. It's truly contradictory and painful." The vengeful enemies of the cunning prince stormed in. Flying swords swished towards Yi Xiaoyu, instantly turning her into a moving target. Struck by the swords, Yi Xiaoyu fell. Moments later, Yiming reported back to Jiang Li-tsang, "Your Highness, Lu Ji is dead." A servant confessed that it was the Empress Dowager's order for Lu Ji to eliminate you. It seems the Empress Dowager fears that with Wu Shuang as Empress, the Su family will be abandoned by His Majesty. She and Sha Ning are framing Marquis Wu Wei, sowing discord before His Majesty. Jiang Li-tsang looked at the restlessly sleeping girl, lost in thought. "As," she said, "the story will correct itself. Lu Ji's purpose isn't important. They just used the plot of Lu Ji assassinating me. In reality, the plot wanted to kill her to restore the original story." He gently smoothed the girl's furrowed brow. "Cooperation. I exist within your story. I am inherently a part of you. How can I escape your thoughts and control?" Yiming watched his master's current tenderness towards Yi Xiaoyu and felt relieved, quietly withdrawing. Yi Xiaoyu had a dream. In the dream, she returned to her own home. Her parents and older brother were there. Her mother had prepared a meal. Just as Yi Xiaoyu was about to sit down, her brother looked at her place setting. "Are we having guests today? Why is there an extra set of chopsticks? Who are they for?" Her mother patted her head. "Silly me. I thought your sister would be home for dinner today." Yi Xiaoyu was puzzled. "Isn't this me right here?" She then snapped at her brother, but her family couldn't see her at all. Her brother asked their mother, "Where did I get sister?" Then the dream began to collapse. Her mother also started to forget. "You do have a sister. Her name is Xiao something." Yi Xiaoyu's father said, "Wife, we only have Xiaoyan, our son. Where did he get a sister?" Yi Xiaoyu loudly protested, but no matter how loud she shouted, her parents and brother drifted further and further away. Her mother said, "Oh, I remember. Your sister's name is Xiaoyu. Ye Xiaoyu." Her brother said, "No way. Who would name their sister Xiaoyu? You mean surplus. Xiaoyu, unimportant and plentiful like fish. That's like a person who doesn't exist." No. Yi Xiaoyu suddenly woke up. That dream was terrifying. Did that dream just foreshadow that if I can't go home, I'll disappear forever? My family will forget me. I'll cease to exist. Jiang Lichang, his face filled with concern, asked her what kind of nightmare she had. Yi Xiaoyu just turned her face away, murmuring, "No, it won't happen. I will definitely find a way to go back. I definitely will." He silently watched over the injured girl, wanting to comfort her, but unsure how to begin. Yiming reported from outside, "Your Highness, Princess Wu has returned. She brings the head of Crown Prince Zhangchu and also captured Su Fangyi. They have already entered the city." The city erupted in commotion. Hearing the news, Yi Xiaoyu sat up. This great achievement belongs to Wu Shuang. With the retired emperor dead, you don't need to rush to establish merit. In the future, you won't become a target because of overwhelming achievements. Actually, things have already changed since I entered this story, right? She grasped Jiang Lichang's hand. "That I can't change your past now that I'm here. But your future, you still have a brand new future. It's already changing. Every important event from now on can be changed. Look, I'm very capable. I'm really powerful. Can you agree to cooperate now? Even if I find a way home, I'll make sure your story never faces the tragedies of the past again before I go back. Can you trust me?" Yi Xiaoyu's eyes were earnest. "The past can't be changed. Even if you worry that I'll modify the entire story after I go home, that would definitely be a different story. You are who you are because of everything you've experienced. It has shaped you into who you are now. You are already more than just a character in my story." Jiang Lichang gently caressed her vibrant, stubborn face, sighing inwardly. This what a real person looks like, living for themselves? How beautiful." He said softly, "You're trying so hard to make me believe you. I don't seem to have a reason to refuse. This is the 9 heavenly goddess descending to the mortal realm, speaking to me." Silence. Yi Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something. He whispered, "Cooperation requires sincerity. How can you not even know my name?" "Omi is Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu like abundance of fish every year. I have a twin brother named Yi Xiaoyan. My father loves fishing, hence our names. If one day, well, you must remember me. Please," she implored the cunning prince. "You and your quirky, clever wife must join forces to change this tragic story." That night, Yi Xiaoyu listed all the important plot developments. She explained to Jiang Lichang, "This concerns our fate. You must listen carefully." In the original story, after Lin Zhou, the retired emperor realized he could no longer control your relationship with Su Fangyi. Also, because of his pilgrimage out of the capital, things changed significantly. The retired emperor wanted you dead, but his health was failing, and you were steadily seizing his power. So, he desperately used every means at his disposal against you. After that, both the court and your relationship with Su Fangyi were thrown into greater turmoil. It started to involve various factions, and the situation became incredibly tense, almost to the point of no return. She casually tossed the drawings onto the table. "But this means we have many avenues to change things. As long as we utilize these connections well, you can continue to maintain your facade of idleness. In the end, you will definitely..." She suddenly slumped onto the table. "Ouch. I hit my wound," she cried out, and Jiang Lichang chuckled, dotingly supporting Yi Xiaoyu. Yi Xiaoyu blushed slightly. Thank you. "So that's our plan." "Understand," Jiang Lichang replied seriously. "You're welcome. I understand." The next morning, Wu Shuang entered the capital. Jiang Lichang and Yi Xiaoyu were also returning to the capital, but they would travel separately from Wu Shuang. Jiang Lichang considered that in the original story, before the retired emperor's death, he and his brother were enemies. Now that the retired emperor was dead, even though the story would still try to follow the original plot, what would happen next was that his relationship with his brother would become increasingly strained. Jiang Lichang confided, "I don't want things to go that way. We need to avoid that. Wu Shuang's achievements this time are solely hers. They have nothing to do with either of us. Marquis Wu Wei is loyal to the Li Kingdom. He's a righteous minister and general. Before, he was loyal to the retired emperor. Now, he's loyal to the emperor." Yi Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt. She lowered her eyes and murmured, "I should have thought of that." The carriage traveled for several hours. Yi Xiaoyu was fast asleep. Suddenly, the wheel hit a stone and the carriage jolted. Yi Xiaoyu's body swayed. Eyes squeezed shut. She fought back a cry of pain, large beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. The pear broth seeped in her back, the wound bleeding, but she desperately tried to endure. He drew her into his arms. Yi Xiaoyu looked up in surprise. She heard the drumming of rain on the carriage roof. The road is bumpy. Lean on me and sleep. Your wound is on your back. It's not easy to lie down. He saw her looking up at him. What is it? Yi Xiaoyu grinned mischievously to someone with extensive experience in love. Let me remind you, when you show kindness and chivalry to a woman, it's easy for her to fall in love with you. Have you fallen for me already? Perhaps. After all, the suspension bridge effect can create feelings of love. We're in this together now. Jiang Litsong laughed. Have you considered something? Yi Xiaoyu looked at him blankly. He sighed dramatically. Actually, in the original story, I should be falling for you about now. But Yi Xiaoyu wasn't listening. An idea struck her. She pulled out a candy and placed it in his hand. Here, have a candy. Jiang Litsong was bewildered. Yi Xiaoyu looked shocked. The opposite of angst is sweetness. Giving you candy means being with me is sweet. Jiang Litsong was speechless. Promise me you'll write jokes in the future. Stop forcing yourself to write these ridiculous love stories. Yi Xiaoyu scratched her head. All right, fine. I guess some things must be done. Some measures must be taken. She stared intently at him. Jiang Litsong had a bad feeling. What was she up to now? He watched as she reached out and cupped his face, her expression serious. This might be a bit forward. Please bear with me. Go ahead, he said. Yi Xiaoyu puckered her lips and moved towards Jiang Litsong's face. He was stunned. What are you doing? She pouted. Can't you tell? Kissing you. Changing the angst to sweetness. We have to get together. Don't be scared. Don't move. I'll be gentle. Look, to change this tragic story into a sweet one. She declared her intention to kiss the overbearing CEO 100 times. She puckered her lips and leaned in. But the overbearing So didn't want her first kiss to be stolen by this seemingly insignificant person. So she covered her mouth. Yi Xiaoyu smacked a kiss onto the man's hand. She was utterly speechless with Jiang Litsong. She turned his still pouting face. You only know headaches and stomach aches. How is this a sweet scene? Suddenly, the carriage lurched violently. Yi Xiaoyu's wide eyes widened further as she nearly fell. Jiang Litsong reacted quickly, pulling her into his arms. He sighed. Making you initiate this is too much. Let me do it. Yi Xiaoyu, now seated, waved her hand, indicating it wasn't a problem. Actually, from the first time I wrote your name, conceived your past, considered your thoughts, and revealed your personality, the male lead in my mind has always been worthy of love. The sudden confession made her heart flutter. The sweet smile on the girl's face seemed to melt hearts, making him unable to resist drawing closer. He coaxed her to close her eyes. His large hand cupped her head, and their lips met. Yi Xiaoyu's face flushed with warmth. She felt the overbearing CEO's lips were cool and refreshing. As they kissed, the novel's world began to disintegrate. Yi Xiaoyu was overjoyed. It seems this is the correct solution. Jiang Litsong released her soft lips, watching as she happily exclaimed, We did it. There are thousands of ways to present a story, but only emotion is its true core. And the emotion that can be expressed is unique. The way to completely stop a tragic story is through emotional reconciliation. I'm so smart. So, the cooperation we truly need to achieve. Is this an early happy ending? Then the story can end here. Happy cooperation. She extended her hand to the male lead of this world, indicating the official start of their collaboration. But Jiang Litsong flicked her forehead that if we followed your idiotic method of emotional development, it probably wouldn't end in 100 years. And you still haven't left. So don't get too cocky. Yi Xiaoyu looked disgruntled. Hey, I work hard, okay? Jiang Litsong looked around. What will happen to this story next? I've said it before. The most important theme of this story is tragic love. So let's guess. Who is the most wronged, the most unfairly treated, the most pitiful person hurt by this tragic love? Since the culprit of all this is me, the author, I think the person who most wants the creator of this tragedy to experience the same tragic life. The person who cares most about the emotional development in this story. That I guess at you, my female lead. You guessed correctly. Su Fangyi killed Jiang Litsong, completing this lifetime of tragic love. He questioned the heavens, asking what he had done wrong to deserve such torment. The unwillingness and resentment in his heart allowed him to break through the 2D novel world. He arrived in this space, only to discover that everything was just a story written by a girl. At this moment, he felt his life was absurd and innocent. He cursed madly. Since you find writing such stories interesting, why don't you experience it yourself? These two lunatics, each more cunning than the last. Dating is like walking on a knife's edge. Yi Xiaoyu guessed that her arrival in this tragic world might be related to the female lead, Su Fangyi. She approached the female lead, trying to persuade her to let go of her obsession and let her go home. But Su Fangyi didn't. She pleaded softly, wanting to go home. She heard Su Fangyi's question echoing in the space. Do you really want to go home? You're the one who wanted to come here. Why do you regret it now? Yi Xiaoyu woke up with a start. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Cruel memories flooded her mind. She remembered that my name is Yi Xiaoyu. I'm a failure. Bed 28, take your medicine. In real life, she was constantly in therapy. She had excellent writing skills and a strong creative desire. But her creativity had hit a bottleneck. Her collaborators were dissatisfied with her. Friends repeatedly invited her out, but she didn't have the energy. And her home was not filled with laughter. In her memory, her parents were always arguing endlessly. That day, the argument was particularly fierce. So my dad found another woman. She bore him a son. He blames my mom for being useless. My mom was pregnant with twins. I was supposed to have an older brother, but my mom had a difficult labor. Only I survived. My mom says I killed my brother. I'm the extra one. If my brother had lived and I had died, he definitely wouldn't be called extra. He wouldn't be such a failure like me. I suddenly have a splitting headache. Looks like I have to go to the hospital again. The real world is so suffocating. If only I could escape despair through oblivion and enter the story. It seems like you've remembered. Su Fangyi chuckled. Yi Xiaoyu, such a useless and extra you. Still want to go back to that so-called real world? When you discover that there's nothing wrong with that world, this peach blossom spring you created can't protect you either. No matter where, it's you who is useless, right? You can't believe all this, can you? Su Fangyi, no, she said coldly, just like I couldn't believe that my life is just a joke someone casually fabricated. But unfortunately, that's the truth. Seeing Su Fangyi about to disappear, Yi Xiaoyu pleaded desperately. How can I go home? Go home. You have no home, and you'll never, ever go back. Just stay here. Soberly finish this ridiculous life. No, don't go. Yi Xiaoyu lunged, grasping at nothing. She collapsed to the ground. Tears streamed down her face. Her sorrow was uncontainable. You know, if I knew I would enter my own story when I was writing it, I would have been excited to the point of madness. Being able to see the characters I wrote come to life, standing right in front of me. This itself is a dream. She sighed. She sniffled, trying to compose herself, but her voice still choked with sobs. I'm sorry. Can you hug me? Jiang Litsong reached out and held the trembling person in his arms tightly. Even her voice was shaking. I'm sorry. It seems it still doesn't work, but it's okay. Our cooperation is long-term. Don't worry, I'll think of a better way. Yi Xiaoyu's body trembled, her face suddenly changing. The man, holding a hidden blade, stabbed her through the back. Blood slowly flowed out. Yi Xiaoyu didn't have time to ask why before she died in the arms that had given her a moment of warmth. Jiang Litsong watched calmly, reaching out to close Yi Xiaoyu's eyes. I was once confused by my own powerlessness when tugging against fate, struggling for control. I also futilely questioned the injustice of heaven. Since I now know that all of this is a deliberately arranged, boring fate, if I experienced all this just hoping to change this joke of a destiny, it would be too absurd and foolish. I've asked many times what this world is to you and what I am to you. Since everything here is just a story in your mind, then my existence in your story can only ever be a part of you, a puppet of your will. Our cooperation is just your wishful thinking. Your existence is a shackle, an insult to my intelligence. He pulled out the blade, wiping the blood from Yi Xiaoyu's lips. Even if everything changes, I'm still struggling in the cage of the story. The you in the story cannot die. And now, as you said, this story is over. I'm sorry, you can't go back. You must disappear, as you wished. Since it's just a story, there are no real emotions between you and me. Let this so-called ending be so abrupt. Look, 1 second these two were kissing. The next, Prince Su stabbed his little wife to death and awakened another madwoman. She slowly opened her eyes, not understanding what had happened. Jiang Litsong tentatively asked, "Are you Su Fangyi?" Su Fangyi looked surprised. "How can I feel pain? You killed her." Jiang Litsong remained silent. The woman looked at the bloody dagger on the ground, confirming her suspicions. Then she burst into laughter. "You killed her? Ha ha ha. You actually killed her." The man said in a low voice, "She's gone. You're back. Shouldn't you thank me?" Su Fangyi laughed maniacally. "Thank you? Ha ha ha. I love the ending you created. Finally, this story is getting truly tragic. Her laughter irritated Jiang Litsang. The woman, however, was filled with excitement. Do you not understand? It's okay. I can explain it to you. In the beginning, Yi Xiaoyu, with her self-righteous passion, created this world and the people in it. This world has kingdoms and empires, heroes and beauties. And naturally, the pain of unrequited love, the tragedy of love unfulfilled. Even if this story can't move others, at least he moved himself. One day, perhaps he felt his life was too bitter. He escaped into his own story. He knew this story was also sad, but he didn't want to change it. He felt that changing the story was changing himself. He could lose anything, but he didn't want to lose himself. But later he discovered that in this sadomasochistic story, every character was gray. There was no vitality or hope to be seen. Like puppets, they had no emotions or desires. No wants, no loves. As dry as dust. He said a real person has their own hope. Hope is something that shines in the darkest of worlds. He offered me what he called hope, trying to change Su Fengyi's tragic life. But my life is this story. If he changed the story, then I wouldn't exist. I would disappear. And the person imprisoned in the story would become Yi Xiaoyu. When the person in his story became real to him, he also became a person in the story. He wanted to save everyone, but he would lose himself. It was clearly a tragedy he created, yet he deluded himself into thinking he could save you from it. I'm quite laughable, aren't I? Look, now he's disappeared. His hope remains, but I think this is no longer called hope. It should be called stubbornness or stupidity. A person can only have one soul. How can one soul bear so much tragedy? So every time he enters the story, he abandons the memories of the previous story. Otherwise, even the most hopeful person would collapse after experiencing so much despair. And all of this is his so-called hope, which he still hasn't given up on after countless failures. Look at all those shining hopes, almost filling the entire sky. Jiang Litsang's heart shuddered violently. A wicked joy permeated the woman's voice. Now, can you still kill the man who tried to save you so many times? The man who so desperately wanted to save you finally died at your hands. Wouldn't you say such an ending is incredibly ironic? I'm really starting to enjoy these stories more and more. In every story, no matter what his initial purpose was, he ends up trying to save you. But they all end in tragedy. And right now, don't you find it difficult? You killed him to gain your freedom. But can you enjoy this freedom with a clear conscience? The madwoman threw back her head and laughed wildly. But I'm enjoying it. I've witnessed his failures countless times. I'm even starting to get tired of this satisfaction. But you killed him. What could be more ironic and despairing than the person he tried to save hundreds of times betraying him, even wanting to erase him completely? This ending is truly amusing. Jiang Litsang's chest ached fiercely. He clutched his heart tightly. He felt like his whole being was being torn apart. The woman gripped Jiang Litsang, her face contorted, like a lunatic who had successfully taken revenge. Tell me, what are you feeling right now? Sadness or regret? Are you in pain for killing him? He was so devoted to you. He loved you so much. Are you in despair because you lost him? Describe your remorse to me. I really need it. Jiang Litsang felt himself being swallowed by space. He seemed to understand something. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he snorted. As expected, this is his story. Everything here depends on his will. Now that he has disappeared from this world will disappear along with him. Or perhaps, Jiang Litsang looked at his gradually disappearing body. He strengthened his will, trying to stop it. It actually stopped. Then, with a whoosh, his entire body was restored. He declared, "Since I still exist, it means this world needs a new master." He waved his hand, dispersing the so-called hope that Yi Xiaoyu had stored. He continued, "This story, unable to reach a perfect ending, needs a new writer." He turned and looked at Su Fengyi disdainfully. "You asked me if I regret it? I think this emotion shouldn't be called regret. Well, you're not worthy of knowing." The man scoffed, "But thank you for telling me." I hadn't realized he had repeated this so many times. So many repetitions, yet all meaningless. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found the direction to the answer I was seeking. But now, you no longer have any reason to exist. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Fengyi's body began to dissipate. "How?" the woman asked, her face filled with horror. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe she had been sentenced to death by the new writer. Damn, the prince got rid of his wife. He sat in the carriage, looking at the seat beside him. A hairpin, which shouldn't have been there, lay quietly. He frowned slightly. Picking up the hairpin, he took out the one from his pocket. He watched as the hairpin slowly faded away. He felt as if his chest was being slowly stuffed with cotton, his breathing losing its rhythm. He pressed his lips together, clenching his jaw, trying to suppress the feeling. But the more he suppressed it, the more the dull ache rose in his throat, making him even more uncomfortable. He lowered his head in anguish. Since he knew this was a story, why did he have to fall into such desperate situations countless times within the story? Poor man. Countless repetitions of the story couldn't prevent the tragedy. Perhaps the real answer isn't within the plot. It might be better to see how this world continues, what kind of end it reaches, what conclusion it has. Jiang Litsong, detached from the plot, gained the power of a cheat code. In less than 2 months, he led his soldiers and breached the Ingtian city gates of the Holy Dynasty. He captured the Holy Land, fulfilling the promise he made to his older brother. The vast 19 ancient states, the expansive 3,000 cities, all would bow at the feet of the Jiang clan. The emperor asked him what he desired. Jiang Litsong froze. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He didn't know. He didn't know what he wanted. When he began writing his own story, he didn't expect this question to accompany him through long, long memories. He had wielded supreme power. He had also possessed immense wealth. He had seen the vastest expanse of this world, and he had reached into the distant future. He had constantly chased his desires, as if trying to fill the emptiness that had spanned millennia. Yet, he still didn't understand what he truly wanted. Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a childish voice interrupted his thoughts. He abruptly turned around. He saw a child tugging at their mother's clothes. "Mommy, can I have a little fish?" "No. Honey, you're too young. You don't know how to take care of a little fish yet. Then Mommy will take care of the little fish." A memory, so old it was almost forgotten, of a girl surfaced in the man's mind. She earnestly said, "My name is Yi Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu like fish every year. I have a twin brother. His name is Xiaoyan. My dad likes fishing, so he gave us these names. If one day you must remember me, please. You once used countless acts of forgetting to escape despair. In this long passage of time, I might also get lost in the story. Fortunately, I remembered your name, Yi Xiaoyu. If one day you discover you are a character in a book, and the world you are in is just a story someone created, your entire life of striving and suffering is merely a string of words beneath someone else's pen, then what will you do? He was Jiang Litsong, the male protagonist whose fate was predetermined. To break free from the constraints and stop living like a puppet, he eliminated Yi Xiaoyu, the creator of this world, and he inherited the ability to continue writing. Thus, wielding this cheat code, free from others' control, he embarked on his own free and exciting life. But after he detached himself from the original story, he didn't know what he wanted. So he granted himself supreme power, immense wealth, witnessed the vastest expanse of this world, and reached into the distant future. But none of these could fill his desires and wants. Even after 1,000 years, his heart remained empty, until he remembered that incredibly familiar name again, Yi Xiaoyu. In a quiet room, Jiang Litsong was undergoing psychological counseling. Mr. Jiang, how are you feeling today? There's one thing, or rather, one question that has been with me for a long time. I don't know how to answer this question, but it's always there, almost as constant as my breathing. I've searched for countless answers, but none of them are right. Or perhaps they all are. I think I should already know the correct answer, but I'm missing something, the most important point among these answers. But I can't face it. The thought of it brings a suffocating sadness. I can't confront such sadness head-on. I fail, faced with Jiang Litsong's contradictory and convoluted psychology. The therapist probed, "What is this important question about? Is it related to love?" Jiang Litsong seemed surprised. The therapist chuckled softly. "For so long, you've talked about your work, your life. I feel like those aren't your real worries. You've never mentioned your feelings. Could it be that there's never been anyone who could truly enter your heart, who could share your secrets with you?" Jiang Litsong stared at the water in his glass. Dust-covered memories slowly surfaced, and bitterness welled up in his heart. He denied it. This has nothing to do with that. How could it not be related? Humans are emotional creatures. Everyone has emotional needs. You've been avoiding your feelings. Is it because you're afraid of love? As soon as these words were spoken, the cup in Jiang Litsong's hand shattered. Looking up, the therapist before him momentarily transformed into Yi Xiaoyu. He seemed to hear Yi Xiaoyu's mocking voice. "Jiang Litsong, you've lived for 1,000 years. Have you found the life and freedom you wanted? You have everything. You're all-powerful. but you never linger on love. Is it because you're afraid of it? I know this story. It's always been a love story. You're not satisfied with the love in the story. You're not satisfied with the life in the story. Even if you become the master of your own destiny, you keep avoiding love. How rebellious. Like an adolescent deliberately defying their parents. Just because you hate being a character in a romance novel. You don't even dare to face love. How dare you think you're free? Even if you have everything, you still don't dare to conquer the true fear in your heart. So you're still just my puppet, a product of my consciousness. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. The therapist gently called out to Jiang Li-tsong as he saw him get up to leave. The therapist said, Mr. Jiang, every time you come here, you never open your heart. The therapy fees are so expensive. It makes me feel ashamed. This is the 405,352nd day. It's been 1,230 days since the last letter. This is my 22nd life. Jiang Li-tsong wrote everything about these past years into a letter. Not much has happened in these past 3 years. But today, when I recalled his name again, I realized that the only connection between us is that name. I think I've gone far enough. Recently, my memory has become very confused. I even doubt that the question I've been chasing, the reason for its answer, is just my imagination. When I was still a character in his story, he gave me the compass and meaning of life. I know I need to find the end of this world, but now it seems endless. This question followed me out of his story and began to exist. My confusion and sadness are clearer and more intense than anything I experienced in the original story. This world is no longer like it was at the beginning, being destroyed with my death and rebuilt with my rebirth. I even find traces of where I lived a long time ago. Everyone I meet has their own complex life. It's less that I'm the writer of this world, and more that I've become one of the many living beings in it. Night falls. This single, diamond-studded bachelor sipped his wine, holding the finished letter. Having wandered for so long, it's time to go back. Now, this work of a colleague, which I've extended for so long, probably needs to return to the original to continue the abruptly halted plot. He recalled the hastily ended dream, remembering the starlight above. That was what Yi Xiaoyu called hope. I think I've found what I truly want. I have a soul. This cunning man has become his wife's. He's been free for 10,000 years, but his heart has always felt empty. So he wants to return to the original story to figure out the emptiness in his heart. For words, whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, it's just a fleeting moment, a few strokes of the pen. Jiang Li-tsong thought that everything should be unchanged in the original place. So the scoundrel went to Yi Xiaoyu's space. He saw the woman sitting casually, seemingly not surprised by his arrival. Whoa, Jojo, who is this handsome gentleman? Long time no see, huh? It's been a long time, hasn't it? You're Su Fengyi. Then where is he? Who are you talking about? Yi Xiaoyu. He's dead, and you killed him. Amnesia? Please. That plot is so cliché. Try another one. I never denied his story. It hasn't disappeared from here. The fact that I can return here shows that both he and the story still exist. Where is he? Tell me. You become the master of this story. You're the only one who knows the truth of this world. You have everything and absolute control over fate. You're a god. So why did you come back? Why not continue your wonderful free life? Let me guess. Did you perhaps discover that what you got wasn't as good as you imagined? So you regret it. You want to find the 9 heavens maiden and make a wish for a better life. The man didn't want to waste any more words with her. Where is he? You need something from me. Can't you even say please or excuse me? Seems like you've become quite arrogant over the years. Suppressing her anger, Chun Sheng said, I beg you, please tell me. Where is he? The woman smirked triumphantly. I don't know. Jiang Li-tsong sighed in disappointment. The woman continued, oblivious, I really don't know. I grew tired of his talk of freedom and hope. This long, boring, and repetitive story. I'm completely done with it too. He hasn't appeared again. Maybe he's also tired of this hopeless story. After all, for him, it's just a story. This story failed. He can start a new one. He can have new protagonists, create new lives for them, or perhaps learn from this failed story. The man's lips were tightly pressed together, his face grim. Wow, look who it is. Such a handsome man. Long time no see, huh? It's been a while. She reached out to touch the face that it's just an image. He's dead, you know. Or did you kill him? Amnesia? Please. That's such a cliche. Try something new. Me pretending to be Su Fengyi to escape reality? That's kind of funny. Everything I say sounds like I'm a loser, incompetent and blind. It's me, Yi Xiaoyu. Jiang Li-tsong. I didn't know when you would return here. I didn't know what this story would have become by the time you came back. The first thing you did after awakening was kill me. I was furious at first. I thought I should immediately retaliate, at least stab you into a porcupine, then step on your face and mock you. But I felt it was pointless. I created you with hope, after all. My life was a mess, so I wanted to write a story that started with darkness and despair. My hero and heroine would have extraordinary courage and wisdom. They would overcome everything. They would find love. Even death wouldn't diminish that love. It's as if I, too, would find comfort and courage in such a redemptive story. But no one wants a life that's so awful, right? You would also feel the pain vividly. I just wanted to make amends, but I made things worse. Much worse. I even lost my story, Fongy. He's gone too, leaving only this soulless shell. I kept telling him next time, and he put up with me for so long, almost. Enough. And I can't enter the story anymore. Now, you should be the one in control. Good. I'm tired too. So that's it. If you can see these words, congratulations. You should have the life you wanted, right? This is what you chose. It's your real life, not one I controlled. Whether you're happy or not, it has nothing to do with me anymore. You won. I suppose I'm a good sport. So goodbye. But it's best if we don't see each other again. A bronze player doesn't want to meet a Smurf in the fish pond again. The image vanished, and silence returned to the space. Jiang Litsong struggled to recover. I asked that all? Is it your only retaliation? Suddenly, Yi Xiaoyu's image flickered back to life, replaying what had just happened. Jiang Litsong's eyes were filled with loss. You created me. You know everything about me, but I never truly understood you. A sphere filled with light rose in the space. Jiang Litsong reached out and caught it. It contained a memory of the space's owner. Yi Xiaoyu was holding her laptop, revising a sentence for Su Fangyi. You don't like the male lead mistreating you? Then I'll change this angst-ridden story into a sweet romance. How about making you lovey-dovey all day long? Su Fangyi disagreed, that he only loves me because you wrote it that way. It's not real love. I know it's all fake. What's the point of this sweetness? Then let's make it a revenge story. He's your sworn enemy. Wouldn't it be thrilling for you to stab him 108 times a day? Why does it have to be love or murder? Can't you make life a little more peaceful? Yi Xiaoyu countered, that won't do. It'll be completely boring. Reading novels is for entertainment. Without dramatic ups and downs, it'll just be a usui jong. But don't I have anything else to do? Why all this romance stuff all the time? I get it. You want to know romance. Strong female lead story. No problem. That's super popular now. Do you want to get rich or become a high-ranking official? How about a harem? At these words, Su Fangyi realized something was wrong with her body. Yi Xiaoyu, engrossed in her strong female lead script, continued enthusiastically, conquering all directions, expanding territories, becoming a female general. No, Wu Shuang is already a female general. That's a repeat. Meanwhile, Su Fangyi's body was rapidly deteriorating, her speech becoming garbled. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoyu panicked and quickly shouted, "Romance! Romance! They're deeply in love." Su Fangyi's body gradually recovered. Yi Xiaoyu nervously held her female protagonist, afraid to let go. For a moment, neither of them dared to breathe. When they finally calmed down, Su Fangyi vaguely sensed that this was, after all, a love story. The angst couldn't be changed. At least for now, her character's persona in the story couldn't be drastically altered. If the story were completely changed, it would cease to exist. And if the story ceased to exist, then she too would disappear, just like before. Yi Xiaoyu also understood. Looking at the somewhat dejected Su Fangyi, she could only apologize before a thought occurred to her. Since the problem lies within the story, I need to go into the story to find the answer. Then another memory appeared. Yi Xiaoyu returned, badly injured. Su Fangyi exclaimed, "Weren't you going to look at the revised plot? How'd you end up like this?" Yi Xiaoyu struggled to speak. It seems it didn't work. I can't change the character's settings within the story. Moreover, because Jiang Litsong lost his redemption, his love turned him into a complete demon king. He killed you, and then I was gone too. I died with him, and he died before me. So it's like a one-for-one trade. We didn't lose out. Jiang Litsong looked at the stubborn and persistent Yi Xiaoyu with a mixture of heartache and helplessness. Yi Xiaoyu opened her laptop and concluded, it seems that just modifying Jiang Litsong isn't enough. Everything will still happen according to the original plot, and then everything will fall apart. I'll think about it some more. Su Fangyi stayed by her side, watching her furiously revise the plot. At their engagement party, party. Prince Jiang Litsong remained his usual arrogant and aloof self. The princess immediately provoked him, giving him the international friendly gesture. Jiang Litsong muttered to himself, "Princess, are you crazy?" Yi Xiaoyu tirelessly revised the plot in her space, traveling back and forth within the novel's world. Occasionally, she'd find some amusement, drawing a turtle on the black-hearted Lotus's face while he slept, until finally, Jiang Litsong handed the blade to Yi Xiaoyu. How tragic. The ending hasn't changed at all. Every attempt Yi Xiaoyu made carried a glimmer of hope. She toiled within the novel's world, trying to find bugs in its existence, attempting to save every life headed for tragedy. But Su Fangyi was tired of placing her hope in someone else, only to be met with repeated disappointment and sadness. And the one who strived to give everyone a happy ending always returned battered and exhausted. Yet, she couldn't blame her. Within this space, she had had enough of the lonely waiting. Enough, Su Fangyi declared. From the moment you wrote the last sentence of your story, the ending was already predetermined. We can't change anything. Yes, we can. We can change it, Yi Xiaoyu said, her voice laced with desperation. Everything can be changed. We can break free from the story's constraints. What other miracles can't happen? She stood up, thumping her chest, tried her best to persuade her there's no problem. We must always believe in love and courage. We must believe in the light. Seeing her so righteous, Su Fangyi was speechless. Yi Xiaoyu, trying to be mysterious, said, "Actually, after all these attempts, I haven't come back empty-handed. I found some interesting patterns. I just need to verify them." "You're going to try again?" was Su Fangyi's reply. It felt like yesterday, yet Su Fangyi had waited for a very, very long time. Finally, Yi Xiaoyu returned, but as an old woman. Su Fangyi was both heartbroken and surprised, a mix of emotions overwhelming her. The old woman leaned on her cane and asked, "Where is this? Shouldn't I be in the underworld, meeting the king of hell after death? Or have I accumulated enough good deeds and merits in my life to achieve enlightenment? Young lady, are you the fairy who has come to guide me to immortality? How can you not remember? I'm your protagonist." Su Fangyi's voice trembled despite her efforts to keep it steady. "You spent 80 years in the story this time, you know? This foolish girl spent 80 years in the novel's world. When she came out, she was an old woman, and she didn't even remember who she was. Who knows if Zhuangzi dreamt he was a butterfly, or a butterfly dreamt it was Zhuangzi." Yi Xiaoyu's appearance returned to normal, but her eyes were filled with exhaustion. "Even if I forget everything I experienced in the story each time, the feeling is like a mountain constantly increasing in weight, pressing down on my heart, heavier and heavier. I'm so tired, Fangyi. Don't worry, I just need a rest. I just need to sort out my thoughts. Let me think it over carefully." "Enough, Su Fangyi," Chen Sheng interrupted. "This is all meaningless." Yi Xiaoyu looked at him, confused. Su Fangyi continued, "Have you figured out what you really want? Is it a perfect ending to the story? Is it to give the characters you created free lives? Or is it just to satisfy yourself?" Yi Xiaoyu became momentarily lost. She no longer knew what she wanted. The fanfu, jivida, qingshir of life and death, the pursuits she once clung to so fiercely, all seemed unimportant now. She looked up at the lights of hope and sighed. "But if I leave the story, the world within it will vanish like smoke. I'm the creator of this story. I am the one experiencing it now. I am also the reader. My existence is the foundation of this world's existence. But the people in the story, they have their own joys and sorrows. They have their own struggles and miracles. Even if I want to give them a happy ending, a tragic story will ultimately be a tragedy. I still haven't changed anything." She curled up helplessly that I don't dare to leave. "I can only strive to live within the story, but I will eventually leave. Everything will come to an end, just like this story. Every cycle will stop at the period of that final, bad story. Nothing can be changed. Nothing can be changed at all." Then another memory flashed into space. Yi Xiaoyu was worried about not being able to change the character settings, not being able to change the predetermined ending of the story. What should I do? They're arguing downstairs again. I checked the company accounts. You've been paying that woman's salary using company funds, an administrative assistant, and you're paying her $60,000 a month. Oh, so you're guarding against me suing you for hiding assets, are you? Well, she bore me a son. Isn't it right to give her money? You're so capable. Why don't you have one yourself? Yi Zhixian, enough. You started from nothing with me. Everyone was against it back then. I married you because I loved you. Your whole family looked down on me. I didn't force you to marry me. You were willing, I was willing. Yes, I was blind. Yi Xian, you're truly heartless. I nearly died giving birth to twins, and you're out there with a mistress, not coming home for a month, lying to me about company problems. I was so stupid to believe your lies. I didn't want things to turn out like this. Don't harass Fong Fong and her son. I'm still your mother. Have I ever deprived you of food or clothing? Look at the useless daughter you raised, staying indoors all day. I haven't even held that against you, have I? Ever since she could remember, her parents' arguments have been endless. She had long become numb to it and couldn't help but scoff coldly. This is just a love story. Why is it turning into some kind of rule-based horror story? How am I supposed to write this? Since Su Fangyi can talk to me, can become a real person, maybe Jiang Lisong can too. I can ask him. Thinking about it from a different perspective, life really does feel suddenly enlightened. You still want me to accept that bitch and her bastard? I'd rather kill you than let you have your way. You're crazy. Put the knife down. He opened the door and said coldly toward the downstairs. But the scene before him was unbearable. His mother was holding a knife covered in blood. Yi Xiaoyu sat alone on the rooftop, talking to herself. In my story, your life has been filled with so many trials, so many painful choices. If you were yourself, what would you choose? What kind of person would you become? Would you live the life you hope for? My male lead, Dr. Xie, how is Miss Yi today? She's currently stable, but it's hard to say what will happen next. It's more of a mental issue now. It seems like she doesn't want to wake up. All we can do now is wait. But the longer it takes, the less hope there is. Witnessing her own mother kill her father. It's difficult for any normal person to accept something like that. Lawyer Wong, if she can't wake up, or if it involves complicated asset distribution. Right now, there are more people who want her to remain unconscious than those who want her to wake up. I can't disclose anymore. Please take good care of her. Fangya, I don't have a home anymore. I only have you in this place. Yi Xiaoyu hid in her own space. She cried heartbrokenly. This story has been a dead end so far. So I thought, what if I enter the story not as Su Fangyi, but as Yi Xiaoyu, and let Jiang Lisong discover my strangeness? Then, create an opportunity to tell Jiang Lisong that he's actually a character in a story. We've tried countless ways to change this, but nothing has worked. So, from a different angle, let Jiang Lisong break through the story. Do you think there might be a new turning point? Before she could finish, Su Fangyi pushed her into the novel. Her eyes were slightly red, filled with disappointment and determination that I won't wait for you anymore. I'm tired of it, even if I become a real person. So what? Just like you, I can't control my own destiny. Jiang Lisong gave a wry smile. Mocking himself, I thought I had walked out of your story. But it turns out everything is still within your thoughts. I thought my awakening was because of myself. I didn't expect it was you who gave me the opportunity. Very clever, girl. The memory fragment ended. Jiang Lisong spoke to the silent space. Your counterattack. I asked this all. He lowered his head, lost in thought, tapping his fingers on the throne Yi Xiaoyu had made. It was as if he was talking to Yi Xiaoyu. I used to resent my life. Why was it filled with this predetermined sense of powerlessness? But when you told me everything was a story, I was indeed filled with anger. But I can't resent you, because you're also being toyed with by fate. Neither of us is wrong. The man transformed into his kingly appearance and continued his story. I journeyed onward. I found this world incredibly magnificent. Whether it was the birds soaring overhead, the green grass beneath my feet, the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves in spring, the flickering lights of boats on the Jiangnan River at night, or even hardship, despair, or death, everything was filled with an irresistible allure. The long, drawn-out memories, though confusing, and the complex pain of interwoven memories, sometimes brought despair. But I don't resent it, because I keep moving forward. I face a future filled with limitless possibilities. You, on the other hand, are constantly repeating yourself. Seeing no reaction from the space after his words, he took a deep breath and continued. Thank you for creating me. You gave me the chance to see all of this, to experience all of this. But I originally admired your admirable persistence and resilience. I want to see how far you could go for your story, to see if the cooperation you spoke of could be abandoned at any time. Now it seems you're nothing special. The man's eyes held a hint of provocation, as if silently observing something. He knew clearly that Yi Xiaoyu had searched for answers for so long, but had found nothing. You'll be heartbroken, tired, pained, and sad, until you despair and finally escape. It's human nature. I know you're still here. Otherwise, this place would have already disappeared. This story would truly be over. He scoffed, pitiful me? Pitiful you. You haven't truly despaired. You still hold a sliver of hope, especially when you left that ridiculous illusion to showcase your failure. So what are you hoping for? The man smiled playfully, cunning glinting in his eyes. Are you hoping fate will take pity on you? That heaven will grant you some kind of reversal? Or are you hoping that some hero will come to save you? The space remained deathly silent. He tapped the armrest impatiently. Oh, right, you probably don't know. Well, I continued writing your story, the world I wrote, will no longer disappear with my departure. It's vast, complex, and vibrant. I think it has become true reality. And you, after countless reincarnations, couldn't give this world a soul. All your confusion, powerlessness, and despair stem from this, don't they? I've done what you couldn't. I think I've found the answers you couldn't find. The light grew brighter. The man, unable to contain his excitement, continued his sharp words, and you're not as important as you think you are. The light suddenly dimmed. Jiang Litsong gripped the armrest so tightly it snapped. You can give up now. You can leave. With or without you, the earth will keep spinning. With a whoosh, the deathly stillness was dispelled by the light. The instilled hopes shone once more. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Yi Xiaoyu, lying in her hospital bed, cursed incessantly. Jiang Litsong laughed triumphantly. Reverse psychology worked best on stubborn people. Long time no see, Yi Xiaoyu. Look, the comatose web novelist almost got woken up by her own venomous male lead. His raised finger paused. Jiang Litsong felt as if he'd awakened from a long dream. He heard his brother saying, "We just returned. The Li Kingdom's foundation is unstable. The Empress Dowager's marriage proposal is difficult to refuse. If you truly don't want to marry, I'll think of another way regarding that Su family girl. Otherwise, pretend to be even more seriously ill and postpone the wedding." This was the beginning of the original story. He had actually returned here. Jiang Litsong realized that Yi Xiaoyu must have returned, which was why he had entered the original story's loop. You have no way out. I won. Now, his brow furrowed. Jiang Huailan is handling the water channels. Why does talk of marriage frighten you so much? He made several mistakes in his calligraphy. Just seeing his brother, Jiang Litsong, was momentarily speechless. He struggled to contain his excitement at their reunion. "Brother," he said, "I'm so glad to be able to discuss this with you. Very glad." Finally, the wedding banquet arrived. "Is it you?" Jiang Litsong looked at the veiled figure, his heart filled with trepidation. He lifted the veil. Beneath it, the woman's eyes held a venomous hatred. She lunged at Jiang Litsong with a dagger. He quickly dodged, but the blade still grazed his palm. Su Fangyi in the original story wouldn't attack him. Overjoyed, he cupped her face excitedly. "It's you. It really is you. This is wonderful. Wonderful. I've just gone through a long gamble." Seeing the man not only wasn't angry, but seemed to have a kind of joyful reunion feeling. The woman was a bit confused. "Let go. Are you crazy?" Read it again carefully. Mom. Jiang Litsong's brain suddenly became sluggish. Her memory also started to get muddled. Suddenly, she felt a splitting headache, cried out in pain, and then quickly fled the bridal chamber. Seeing this, the woman was even more dumbfounded. Jiang Litsong escaped to the courtyard and found her body disappearing. And everything here was collapsing. The woman in the room seemed to have blacked out. Where did the knife come from? She was startled. She hurriedly threw it away. Suddenly, she remembered. She seemed to have just stabbed Jiang Litsong with a knife. She was instantly filled with fear. "I stabbed the super dark and terrifying male lead I wrote. He didn't crush me to death, but was scared away by me? Am I this awesome in the story? No, wait. Let me sort out my current situation. I accidentally transmigrated into the novel I wrote and possessed the female lead, Su Fangyi. But why did I kill Jiang Litsong? Could it be that I'm tired of living and launched a suicide attack?" She couldn't understand, but she always felt that killing Jiang Litsong was something she had to do, something very important. But why? Why did I have to kill Jiang Litsong? She looked bewildered. She vaguely felt that there were many things, so many things in her mind, but she couldn't remember any of them. She guessed blindly. Could it be because Jiang Litsong was arrogant, taciturn, and full of schemes, torturing the female lead over and over again? That does seem like a good reason to kill him. No, that's not the reason. What is the reason? She became increasingly anxious. What did I forget? Why did I transmigrate into the novel? What am I supposed to do? What should I do? Who am I? She gradually broke down. The world was also collapsing along with her consciousness. Prince Jiang Litsong rushed over, hugging her tightly from behind. The The collapsing world instantly returned to normal. It's okay. It'll be all right. Everything will be all right. It will. Perhaps this story, or rather, her consciousness, created this world. Her mental strength supported the existence of this world. We can't rush. We have to take it slowly. The next day, Yi Xiaoyu recalled the wedding night. Jiang Litsang had taken the initiative to hold her and kept saying strange, comforting words. This was very strange. Super strange. According to the original plot, Jiang Litsang should have ignored Su Fangyi on their wedding night. Completely ignored her. But recalling this morning, Jiang Litsang had actually smiled tenderly at her bedside and asked after her well-being. In the original story, nothing happened on the wedding night. She quickly checked her undergarments and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the story hadn't deviated. My storyline and my integrity were still intact. Sleeping with a character she wrote still felt a bit unreasonable. Yi Xiaoyu still felt something was off. Something felt wrong. Could that guy also be possessed by someone? And I suddenly transmigrated into the book to stop the transmigrator from messing up my story? Wow, this reasoning is very sound. Otherwise, how could I have transmigrated into my own novel for no reason? Yi Xiaoyu was amused by her own absurd guess. How could this be possible? Such an absurd thing wouldn't happen. She waved her hand, comforting herself. She must have written so much that her brain was fried, leading to such an absurd guess. My princess. With a gentle call, Jiang Litsang entered the room, carrying food. Yi Xiaoyu abruptly pointed at him, her expression unchanged. The man raised an eyebrow and remained silent. Sweet soy milk or salty soy milk? McDonald's or KFC? My princess, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? The more gentle the man acted, the more suspicious Yi Xiaoyu became. She looked wary. She stared vigilantly at the food Jiang Litsang had prepared and pushed it away. This male lead is best at feigning kindness. Who knows, that bowl of porridge might be poisoned. Stirring the rice porridge, the man couldn't help but recall the image of someone licking the rice grains from the corner of his lips. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. This porridge tastes very good. You should like it. Why is he blushing? What's with that bowl of porridge? Why is he smiling again? Something's not right. Did I miss some crucial information? It had to be said that after losing her memory, Xiaoyu's sharpness was on point. Jiang Litsang turned around with a slight smile. After all, we're newlyweds. Does my princess want her husband too? His eyes seemed expectant, with a teasing glint. Yi Xiaoyu was astonished. Was this still that boring, icy, cold-faced man? Watching the spoon approach, a familiar feeling flashed through Yi Xiaoyu. She wanted to delve deeper into the thought, but Jiang Litsang's concerned voice interrupted. What's wrong? She angrily swatted the rice porridge away and quickly pulled out a dagger. Who are you? You're not Jiang Litsang. Her questioning tone was decisive, leaving no room for doubt. Just now, I was talking nonsense, and you had no reaction. If you were really Jiang Litsang, how could you have no reaction to those strange words? The man calmly stirred the porridge in his hand. Who are you really? Are you also a transmigrator? You're afraid of giving yourself away by reacting to what I said. Don't know how to respond, right? Yeshaoyu Sikhit Inyarthi. He truly had no memory of the past. Whether it was his painful reality or the countless failed attempts in the story, he remembered nothing. This was another news cycle. He must have hidden away all the past pain and despair again. Only in this way could he return to the story and continue with the plot, the purpose of which even he had forgotten. Seeing the man's silence, Yi Xiaoyu panicked. Say something, she yelled, wanting to intimidate him. But her voice trembled. Don't think you can get away with this by staying silent. Her emotions were highly agitated. This world is becoming increasingly unstable. Is it because he can no longer support it? Jiang Litsang thought to himself, if this world collapses and disappears, then I'm afraid he will never wake up again, and I will disappear along with it. You're so smart. Yes, actually, I did accidentally transmigrate into this book and become this man called Jiang Litsang. He smiled charmingly. You scared me. I thought I'd been discovered by the author. So you're transmigrated too. That's great. Maybe we can cooperate and find a way to return to the real world. He cautiously approached and tried to soothe her. Two are better than one fighting alone. Oh my God, I guessed right. Yi Xiaoyu's tense nerves slowly relaxed. The man thought to himself, good. Let her think I'm also a transmigrator. It will make things easier from now on. Otherwise, if I don't pay attention to my words, I might give myself away. To stabilize his amnesiac wife's emotions, the cunning prince claims to be a transmigrator. Yi Xiaoyu exclaimed. What a coincidence. I'm a transmigrated too. The two were on their way in a carriage to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. Yi Xiaoyu pressed further. You say you're transmigrator. Then who were you before? What's your name? Where are you from? What year were you living in? Jiang Li-tsang stammered, beginning to make things up. Did I? I'm called Ji Jiang. Yi Xiaoyu stared wide-eyed. Jiang Li-tsang coughed rapidly. Identity loading complete. Oh, right, Jiang Sanshui. I mean, Jiang Peng. I worked in finance. I lived in the year 2024. I arrived here just after the Spring Festival. He really is a transmigrator. Yi Xiaoyu frowned, thinking to herself, how could there be another transmigrator besides me? So strange. Is it just us? Or will there be others? And why did I transmigrate into my own book? At this moment, her thoughts began to race, causing a migraine. Why does thinking about this hurt so much? What's wrong with me? Confusion filled her eyes. Princess consort, Jiang Li-tsang, seeing her pained expression, thought of his former self. After Jiang Li-tsang broke free from the constraints of the original story and gained a free soul, he began to continue writing his own magnificent, extraordinary life. But his heart remained empty. He thought that as long as he pursued the end of the world, he would find the answers within himself. So he searched for millennia. He had also lost himself in the world. He continued to write. But later, he discovered that the world he was in was gradually becoming vast and complex. It was vibrant, and there was simply no end. Rather than saying he was the writer of that world, it was more accurate to say he had already become one of the myriad beings within that world. Confusion and pain, intertwined with millennia of chaotic memories, pushed him to his limits. Until, in that world, he unexpectedly found traces of Yi Xiaoyu. He clicked on a page and examined it carefully, not missing a single detail. A sharp pang of realization pierced Jiang Li-tsang's heart. He understood. The original novel was called Gu Dongfeng. Its status was completed, but it was also marked and signed. Below, readers' comments were filled with complaints. That's it? No way. There are so many plot points left unresolved. What about Wu Shuang and the Emperor? And that handsome second male lead, Xiao Gongzi? Fangyi loved Jiang Li-tsang so much. How could he bring himself to do it? This is so abrupt. This part is just brain dead. It's pure avoidance for the sake of avoidance. The characters and supporting roles were all well developed. I can only say the ending doesn't live up to the Jingcai de Guocheng. I've been fed a mouthful of crap. Disgusting. Dropping this. This male lead is sickening. This female lead is so pitiful. Wait, there's a reversal. It's not finished. There's a second part. LOL. The person above is hilarious. Barely anyone read the first pile of garbage. And there's going to be a second part? Impressive. He opened the first chapter of Enlightenment East Wind 2, which was empty. There were comments from readers in the comments section. There's nothing here. What's there to see? Don't bother, don't bother. It's been 2 years. They dug a huge pit and left. No matter what, I still want to see the ending. Author, it's been 2 years. Can you come back and fill the hole? Have a little bit of professional integrity. Okay. Jiang Li-tsang had a bold guess that I can find traces of you. Does that mean the world I'm continuing in is now connected to your world? Or rather, have I crossed over 10,000 years and arrived in your world? In that moment, the emptiness in his heart and the pursuit he desired gradually became clear. So in that vast and vibrant world, Jiang Li-tsang stayed for a long time, embarking on a journey to find Yi Xiaoyu. But in the vast sea of people, he couldn't find her. Fortunately, he could still return to Yi Xiaoyu's story. Everything will be all right. Jiang Li-tsang reached out, wanting to comfort her. Yi Xiaoyu looked up and saw the concern in the man's eyes. She took his hand. It's okay. Yi Xiaoyu gripped his hand tightly, as if this could give him strength. That I know you're also worried because you suddenly transmigrated. But don't worry. I'm actually the author of this story. I know all the following plot points. She patted the man's shoulder, trying to appear reliable. That don't worry, Mr. Jiang. We'll both be able to go home. We're both transmigrators, fellow countrymen, so to speak. We can cooperate. Yi Xiaoyu thought to herself, since we've transmigrated into the male and female leads of the story, perhaps we need to support each other. Even if we can't cooperate, I can't let him become my enemy. Whatever the reason for my entering the story, I'll figure it out. Yi Xiaoyu smiled, a blush rising on her cheeks. You said it yourself. Two people are better than one fighting alone. Jiang Lisong smiled gently. Good cooperation. He couldn't help but chide himself inwardly. You weren't this gentle when facing the landing pod. We've arrived at the Empress Dowager's. Yi Xiaoyu whispered. After the wedding, we have to enter the palace the next day to pay our respects and give thanks to the Empress Dowager. This is part of the original plot. Don't be nervous. You just need to pretend to be very ill. Leave the rest to me. Okay, I'm not nervous. At this moment, the eunuch announced that the Prince Su and Princess Su could enter. Jiang Lisong walked forward, Yi Xiaoyu following behind, thinking to herself, I haven't figured out why I transmigrated yet, and I can't find a way home for now. I'll just follow the plot for now. The main point of this scene is that Jiang Lisong will go to see the emperor later, and the Empress Dowager will keep Su Fangyi behind to have her monitor Jiang Lisong's every move. Yi Xiaoyu was moving so slowly, she was almost as slow as a snail. Jiang Lisong couldn't help but find it amusing that you're the one who's nervous. Yi Xiaoyu was still sorting through the plot development. Jiang Lisong suddenly turned and leaned against her. Yi Xiaoyu was startled. She quickly helped him up, asking in a low voice, Mr. Jiang, what's wrong? Jiang Lisong placed his hand on Yi Xiaoyu's. He whispered, since I'm supposed to be seriously ill, wouldn't it be more convincing if you helped me in? Yi Xiaoyu suddenly understood that I get it. We have to commit to the act. You think of everything. They arrived inside. The two of them bowed. Empress Dowager Su smiled broadly. Seeing you husband and wife so loving, this palace is relieved. Lisong should go to Yongji Palace to see His Majesty and pay his respects. Although you are brothers, you are now monarch and subject. Propriety cannot be neglected. She then suggested that Su Fangyi stay behind to chat with her. Yi Xiaoyu was momentarily silent, nervously picking at her hand. This old woman. Next, she's going to use Su Fangyi's widowed mother to threaten her not to forget she's a Su and that the Su family's fortunes are tied together. Am I really just supposed to follow the plot? There doesn't seem to be any point to that. If I were Su Fangyi, would I really want this? Is it just to act out the story I wrote? Then what's the point of my existence? Consort, the Empress Dowager called out in displeasure. Oh. She snapped back to attention and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Isn't Jiang Lisong supposed to speak? The Empress Dowager was surprised. Yi Xiaoyu was even more shocked, her mind reeling. She whispered, What are you doing? Don't speak. Jiang Lisong added, No. Your Majesty, please forgive my impoliteness. Your nephew cannot leave his wife. He thought that these plot details weren't important. As long as the general direction remained the same, everything should proceed as planned. He didn't need to endure this pointless charade. He then started coughing and wheezing. Yi Xiaoyu looked at him. He really did look like he was on death's door, weak and frail. The man spoke in a weak and powerless voice. Just now, if it weren't for my wife's considerate support and care, your nephew's body, coupled with the exertions of the wedding night, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it to Yongji Palace to see my brother before collapsing on the way. Wait, do you even hear yourself? Empress Dowager Su wasn't buying it. She ordered a nearby eunuch to assist Jiang Lisong instead. Will Prince Su go directly to Yi Xiaoyu Island? No need. He frequently takes medicine, has a bitter taste in his mouth, and can't stand other people's scents. Perhaps it's a match made in heaven. Last night, just one whiff of my wife's fragrance made me sweat all over. Truly, only my wife can support me. This cheesy, flirtatious talk made the old woman blush. She simply couldn't bear to look. She waved her hand, dismissing them both. Once outside, the dramatic man whispered, Although I have Jiang Lisong's memories, if you're not with me, I'm afraid I'll slip up since I'm new here. It wouldn't be good. Yi Xiaoyu, with her limited memory, was easy to fool. She responded earnestly, Oh, so that's it. You're so thoughtful. I was scared to death just now. You have no idea how difficult that old woman is. But man, you're amazing. Yi Xiaoyu gave him a thumbs up. You spouted all that shameless nonsense so smoothly. It was too much. So shameless and without a bottom line. Empress Dowager Su probably got goosebumps all over after hearing that. I'm complimenting you, by the way. Hey, do you have a girlfriend? Or are you already married? You're so good at showing affection. Jiang Lisong chuckled, something like that. Heaven has already decreed that a certain woman is my beloved. Xia Fengbi, who had tried to kill the male lead 1,000 times, was currently holding his nose. His mind was a blank. He didn't know what he was supposed to do or why he was here. Before these were plot developments we already tried, but none were successful. It's called the exhaustive method. We list all possible directions the story can take and then try them all. One day, we'll find a path we can both follow. But my immersion in the story is too strong. I have to forget that I'm repeatedly entering it. Otherwise, my memories will get too jumbled. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. I need you to stay here and keep track of those stories for me. And every time I enter the story, I'll follow the predetermined settings we agreed on to make sure I don't deviate. Otherwise, I'll definitely forget everything and lose my objective. Looking at the sharp blade in his hand, the inexplicable headache caused by his confused memories washed over him again. Damn it. Jiang Litsong reached out and took the dagger. He smiled gently. Want to get out and walk around? Then the two of them got out of the carriage. Yi Xiaoyu was curious why they suddenly wanted to go shopping. Later, when we return to Su Manor, a scholar named Yin Yu from Taiwan Pavilion will come to visit you. You can't miss this plot point. We need to discuss it first. He lowered his head, carefully reviewing the plot. The emperor knows that Jiang Litsong isn't as harmless as he appears, so he'll start testing him. Although I'm incredibly familiar with every line of dialogue in these scenes, now that we've both transmigrated in, I'm worried that any discrepancies might cause some unforeseen crisis, like a butterfly effect or something. Ever since Yi Xiaoyu lost her memory, she'd been anxious and uncertain about every step. He thought, I can't let him see that I'm not actually sure what to do or how to get home. I'm completely clueless. But if I, the author of this story, lose confidence, then Jiang Litsong will definitely get nervous too. I need to stay calm and find a way out. Just as he was thinking, Jiang Litsong suddenly pulled him to a stop in front of a small stall selling fragrant sachets. The man picked one up. Smell this. Is it fragrant? Fragrant and pretty. With that, he attached the sachet to Yi Xiaoyu. Yi Xiaoyu was bewildered. Before he could react, he was pulled into a jewelry shop. Excellent eye, sir. This hairpin is a new design by our most famous jade carver. You won't find this style anywhere else. Before he could understand what was happening, a pair of exquisite hairpins adorned his head, a perfect match. Jiang Litsong, with a casual air of someone wealthy, said, all the princesses love them. Pay up, Yiming. Yi Xiaoyu was stunned. I love them. Out of the shop, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask Jiang Litsong, you're acting a little strange. Me? What's strange? All this and this? Why are you buying so much stuff? Even if we go back, we can't take these things with us. Reselling grain to get rich back home? I already tried that. It doesn't work. The sudden influx of strange memories left him confused. At that moment, a warm hand gently covered his eyes. The sudden darkness heightened Yi Xiaoyu's other senses, amplifying the sound around him. The man's deep voice sounded close to his ear. Listen. Listen to what? The rustling of the spring breeze through the willows. The gentleness of March. The distant whine of child. Grandpa, I want a sugared cake. And Grandpa's indulgent reply. Huh? Sugared cake it is. Bye. Oh, don't fuss, my little ancestor. It's the bustling atmosphere of the marketplace. Can you make it cheaper? This isn't even new tea from Jiangnan, and you're selling it so expensively. This madam is really good at bargaining. I've already walked 5 meters, and she still wants to knock off half a penny. It's a small business. I can't afford it. It's the vibrant hustle and bustle of life. Suddenly, her hand was placed in a warm palm. Yi Xiaoyu opened her eyes and gently pushed it away. What are you trying to say? Jiang Litsong looked at her and said seriously, you're so familiar with this plot and every line that you couldn't be more familiar. But are you familiar with this world, Missy? Besides the named characters with stories that you wrote, this world is so real. But there are thousands upon thousands of other real people. His gaze was intense, making her uncomfortable. This proximity was a bit too much. She cleared her throat awkwardly, feigning sophistication. Mr. Jiang, are you flirting with me? Don't forget about your destined woman. Straying will bring down lightning. After all this talk, am I just talking to a brick wall? Cool. Dark man desperately flirts with amnesiac little wife. Unfortunately, the little wife is immune to love and just doesn't get it. He sighed softly. Yi Xiaoyu also felt a bit glum. She pondered his words. Missy, are you truly familiar with this world? She lifted the curtain and looked at the bustling pedestrians on the street. Of course, I'm familiar with this world. Then, among the crowd, a familiar figure came into view. She quickly told Yeming to stop the carriage. Then she chased after him frantically. Wait, Yi Xiaoyu shouted, tugging at his sleeve. The man turned around. Young master, it's me. I have something to tell you. Seeing it was Feng Yi, the man's face lit up with joy, but a trace of distress clouded his features. It was Su Feng Yi's childhood sweetheart, Qiao Nansong. Yi Xiaoyu, disregarding pleasantries, anxiously said, Master Qiao, if my uncle looks for you later, don't pay him any mind. In a few days, the emperor will summon you to be his advisor. You said you wanted to benefit the people. Don't stay in the capital and become the Prince Su's wife. The man smiled bitterly and pulled away Yi Xiaoyu's hand. Yi Xiaoyu was extremely anxious. She remembered how Qiao Nansong later learned of Su Fong Yi's unhappiness, blaming himself for listening to gossip and rashly breaking off the engagement. Filled with guilt, Minister Su took advantage of this. Later, when the retired emperor and the Jiang brothers fought fiercely, Qiao Nansong was inevitably drawn in, ultimately ending up dismissed from office and returning home, his ambitions unfulfilled. Looking at the elegant and gentle young man before her, Yi Xiaoyu was filled with guilt and self-reproach. Why did she write it this way? Was it just because he was the second male lead in the novel that he deserved such an ending? So she urgently emphasized, "Remember what I said." Seeing Fong Yi so agitated and anxious, Qiao Nansong's eyes held concern, but his tone was distant and aloof. "Miss Su, why are you like this?" Yi Xiaoyu choked up. "Don't ask why. Just trust me." Having delivered her message, she boarded the carriage back to the residence. Yi Xiaoyu wanted to visit her mother. A short while later, they arrived at the Su residence. "Mother," Yi Xiaoyu called out urgently. "Fang Yi, Madame Su is doing needlework. Tomorrow was supposed to be the third day after the wedding, the traditional day for a bride to visit her family. But her daughter had returned in such a flustered and distraught state. Worry welled up in her heart. Fong, you must have suffered a great grievance to return like this." Yi Xiaoyu grasped her mother's hand and urged, "If you're unhappy living in Minister Su's residence, since I'm already married, you should find an opportunity to talk to Aunt and move out." Madame Su was stunned. She didn't understand why her daughter had such thoughts. Yi Xiaoyu remembered the plot, how Madame Su later learned that she had been used by Minister Su and Empress Dowager Su to threaten Su Fong Yi, and in her despair, she poisoned herself. Not wanting her mother to be used again, Yi Xiaoyu thought, "Heaven must have sent me into this book to change this tragic fate." A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the crabapple tree as mother and daughter spoke at length. Back at the prince's residence, Yi Xiaoyu wrote furiously to Wu Shuang, telling him not to come to the capital. He could go to Zhangchu, travel around, or go beyond Yiliang Pass and forge his own path. As she wrote, she felt as if she had done these things 1,000 times before. It felt incredibly natural. At that moment, the man who had been silently watching her took the brush from her hand and said with a smile, "The greatest meaning in life lies in the unknown and the unexpected. You may have created their past, but don't easily define their future. After all, this story has just begun. Trust me this once. I have some experience in this area." Yi Xiaoyu didn't understand what he meant. Jiang Litsong leaned against the window. "Looking at you, you seem so troubled." Yi Xiaoyu wasn't moved in the slightest. She just thought this guy wasn't acting normal. The cold, aloof Ice King was gone, replaced by a constant peacock display. He was being exceptionally gentle and charming towards Yi Xiaoyu. This not only failed to tug at the girl's heartstrings, but made Yi Xiaoyu suspicious. This guy was flirting all day long. It was very abnormal. Looking at Yi Xiaoyu's worried expression, Jiang Litsong gently leaned closer. "Are you made of iron? You've been busy all morning and haven't eaten anything. Food is the most important thing. If you can't think of anything to eat, then I'll decide." He was about to instruct Yeming to make preparations. "I've got it," Yi Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, leaning out the window. She smiled sweetly, gesturing with her hands. "I want to go boating." Afterwards, the two of them enjoyed the leisurely spring day on a boat. A gentle breeze brushed their faces, willow branches swayed, and the cypress trees were green. It was very pleasant, basking in the sunlight and eating pastries. Yi Xiaoyu mumbled, "I wanted to go boating this morning when I passed the garden. Once, I went boating with a friend at a scenic spot. We waited in line for a long time to buy tickets. Then it rained. Our boat didn't have a canopy. Renting a boat was expensive. So, to get our money's worth, we braved the rain and stayed out until our time was up. Hee hee. Today it's free and we don't have to queue for tickets. I want to row until it gets dark." Jiang Litsong looked at her dotingly and asked, "And then?" Yi Xiaoyu licked the pastry crumbs from her fingers. "Then we'll go visit other scenic spots. Tell me about yourself." Yi Xiaoyu looked puzzled. About me? Are you interested in me?" Jiang Litsong felt a pang of guilt. Didn't you say you wanted to row until dark? We can't just sit here in silence, can we?" Yi Xiaoyu chuckled, right? So what should we talk about? Jiang Li Song carefully probed, like your friends? Or someone you like, perhaps? Yi Xiaoyu also thought of the question she wanted to ask. Right. I asked you this morning, and you still haven't told me where you're from. We should compare information. Maybe we can figure out why we've transmigrated into this book. I asked first. You go first, okay? Friends. Everyone has their own lives. We're all busy with our own things. Yi Xiaoyu sounded a little melancholic. Jiang Li Song gave her another pastry, asking casually, so, do you have someone you like? I guess so. Hearing this, Jiang Li Song immediately perked up. He heard the girl sigh softly, but it's just one-sided. I finally got his WeChat, but after I actually added him, I didn't have the courage to talk to him. And then, there was no and then. Jiang Li Song asked why. Yi Xiaoyu said self-deprecatingly, I liked him just because he was handsome. I never thought about getting to know him. It was just that during that time, a few bad things happened one after another, and I was in a bad mood. So I projected a lot of imagined good qualities onto this crush. Actually, it's not fair to him. I only liked the imagined him. And faced with a real person, I didn't know how to get along with him. Sigh, someone like me probably can't bring happiness to anyone else. Looking at the melancholic girl before him, Jiang Li Song thought, if we stayed here for the rest of our lives, would you find happiness? It seems that in those thousands of cycles of reincarnation, you never chose to grow old with Jiang Li Song. Okay, Yi Xiaoyu interrupted his thoughts. You wanted to hear my gossip. I'm done. It's your turn to talk, Jiang Li Song. My. Jiang Li Song felt his throat go dry. He picked up his teacup, trying to buy some time to gather his thoughts. Yi Xiaoyu stopped his hand. Making things up, Jiang Li Song's expression shifted. He realized he'd given himself away to, I guessed right. You're not some Jiang Tong, are you? You're Jiang Li Song. I called you Jiang Li Song, and you responded immediately. If you were a transmigrator who only became Jiang Li Song 2 days ago, how could you accept that name so naturally? So, Jiang Li Song, have you awakened? The girl was a resilient novelist at heart, though she had never been nurtured by love and lacked the courage to love. But this didn't stop him from using words as a medium, pouring his desires and expectations into every character he wrote, bringing their souls to vivid life. In Jiang Li Song, the male protagonist imbued with all the qualities of resilience and a strong personality, actually broke free from the confines of the novel's world. To understand the deepest desires of his heart, he continued his pursuit, spanning millennia, until in a vast and vibrant world, he discovered traces of Yi Xiaoyu. At that moment, the desire in his heart became crystal clear. He had always wanted to pursue a girl named Yi Xiaoyu, and so he lingered in the world where she existed, carefully leaving comments beneath her novels, waiting for her response. Little did he know, Xiaoyu had been in a coma for 2 years. During his aimless search and fearless waiting, he decided to return to Yi Xiaoyu's story to look for her. Continuing from the last chapter, Yi Xiaoyu tested Jiang Li Song to see if he had awakened. How could that be? The man replied. I am of course Jiang Tao. Jiang Li Song is just a character you wrote. Even if he awakened, how could he understand world hopping or the real world? Yi Xiaoyu became even more certain. You're the one I wrote. Your expressions, your thoughts, your inner world all follow the settings I created for you. Like now, you seem a little panicked, but your expression tells me you're thinking of a countermeasure and are determined to deceive me. These past 2 days, you seem to be desperately trying to guide me. What is it? What happened? Did you discover something? As Yi Xiaoyu spoke, the space began to collapse. Everything around them was disappearing. Jiang Li Song felt a sense of foreboding. Due to Yi Xiaoyu's unstable mental state, once she realized the truth of the story, she wouldn't be able to bear it. Then the main storyline would collapse, and the original story couldn't continue. So, is this the end of this version of the story? We can't just, Lijiang shou to Monsieur. Grab my hand. Yi Xiaoyu felt herself being swallowed by something. But what she couldn't understand was why Jiang Li Song was so desperately trying to pull her back. She sighed softly, feeling exhausted, and let her hand fall. She then arrived at the empty space sustained by her mind that, so it's another failed revision. I guess I'll just have to save as again. What title should I use this time? On the cruise ship, only Jiang Li Song remained. The surrounding scenery was calm, as if nothing had happened. He pulled out Yi Xiaoyu's dagger, his eyes filled with determination that there's no failure. This time, we're writing the story together. I haven't said this story is over yet. The sharp blade pierced flesh, blood splattering. Jiang Li Song returned to the scene where he was to marry Su Fangyi. He lifted the veil again, Prepare to die. Male lead. I want to go home. The girl lunged forward with a blade. Jiang Litsong caught her hand and pulled her into his arms. Yes, I can really keep you in the story. This time, it's my turn to find a way to control the story's fate. But even after restarting, Yi Xiaoyu once again sensed something was amiss. It's your turn to explain. Jiang Litsong, you can't lie. Jiang Litsong, why aren't you answering me? Is it because your name isn't Jiang Tao? You're Jiang Litsong. The space collapsed. Jiang Litsong returned for the 5th time. The 8th time. Countless times. Carrying the memories of countless cycles, Jiang Litsong died and returned, exhausted and in pain, his heart nearing despair. Yet, when Yi Xiaoyu disappeared before him again, he would still turn the blade on himself. Just as he was about to stab himself, a pen fell from his sleeve. He looked down. History is always repeating itself. He picked up the pen. Looking at the 2 identical blades in his hands, he sighed at S.O. In your situation, I would make the same choice as you. I am now defining your future. But why is this happening? Why do I have such deep obsession and unwillingness to give up? Could it be that I harbor the same feelings as you? Just like how you failed countless times to kill me, my countless attempts to save you are meaningless. But giving up is truly the most painful and difficult choice in the world. With a sigh, Jiang Litsong threw away his obsession. He would no longer manipulate the novel. The world gracefully shifted to Yi Xiaoyu's space. Jiang Litsong came to sit beside the girl. Hello, Xiaoyu. Hello. Jiang Litsong and Yi Xiaoyu seemed like the most familiar strangers. Jiang Litsong exclaimed, "This seems like our first real meeting. Before, you only saw Su Fangyi from the story." Jiang Litsong's lips curved slightly. Actually, I've already met you. As he spoke, the girl's expression suddenly hardened as she lunged at him. Jiang Litsong, startled, caught Yi Xiaoyu. The girl blinked playfully. With a mischievous giggle, she said, "Hee. Scared you, didn't I? I remember now. You stole my story. Stole it for a very, very long time. You know everything, and you did it better than me. Much better." Jiang Litsong shook his head and, "Oh, you're wrong. The story I continued is far inferior to your original plot. Even if I continue this story for a long time, make it vast, it's not the story that readers originally loved, your story. Is it? Does anyone like such an old-fashioned and boring story? I didn't write it well." Yi Xiaoyu's words were full of self-deprecation. Jiang Litsong comforted her. "Do I count? And me myself. You gave me so many beautiful words, gave me countless powerful abilities. But when I saw the whole story, to be honest, I felt unworthy." Yi Xiaoyu shook her head. "You didn't like it. You once said that I made you exist in this tragic story, made you and your brother suffer those hardships. You were in pain." Jiang Litsong asked, "So that why you desperately try to change the predetermined story, hoping to bring a good ending to the people in the story?" Yi Xiaoyu said bitterly, "But you also continued the story, so you should understand. Changing the characters' settings will completely change the story, and you will cease to exist. Xiaoyu, you really love this story, don't you?" Jiang Litsong smiled, reaching out to pull Yi Xiaoyu into a hug. He gently patted her back, speaking softly to her. "You immersed yourself in this story, spared no effort. Even without an audience, you still treated this story with utmost seriousness. You were writing for yourself, and for all the characters in this world. You kept restarting the story, wanting to give everyone a perfect ending. But you might be wrong." Yi Xiaoyu asked with difficulty, "Am I wrong?" The man affirmed, "You created this world." From that moment, the characters in the story already had souls. Feeling validated, Yi Xiaoyu suddenly felt a surge of grievance and heartache. She choked back sobs, asking, What do you mean? What are you trying to say? You are the rule maker of this world, the creator of everything, and also the final destroyer. Your persistent love, wanting to save everything, is the reason why you can't change the story and keep failing. Just like the people in the story can write their own lives, you also have your own life. It's time to let it go. Let yourself go too. He regarded the girl as his destined love, leading her out of her confusion. Start a new life. This way, there will be more beautiful possibilities between us. Xiaoyu, you can let go now. Let yourself go. Let go. Yi Xiaoyu's heart was conflicted, with too much she couldn't bear to part with. Jiang Litsong gently cupped her face, tenderly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. He softly consoled her, "Let go of the old story, so you can write a new one." Yi Xiaoyu gripped Jiang Litsong's hand tightly, asking, "If I give up, what about you? What about all of you? What will happen to you?" Jiang Litsong felt a pang of heartache. Xiaoyu's real world was somewhat bleak. How he wished she could stay, but he couldn't do that to her. Yi Xiaoyu stood up, her voice trembling slightly. "Su Fangyi is gone. He's really angry with me. He refuses to see me anymore. Maybe he's lost too, but he existed, and you exist. How can I give up? You're right. I already exist. How could I disappear?" In the long story I continued, I saw that everyone is the writer of their own world. When this world has countless different writers, countless stories, the people outside the stories read these stories, rejoicing with the characters' joy and grieving with their sorrow. We connect with each other, empathizing with their experiences. Can you still distinguish between what's a story and what's reality? We connect with each other, empathize with their experiences. Can you still distinguish between story and reality? He gently took Yi Xiaoyu's hand, pressing it against his cheek, letting her feel his warmth. "I have become the writer of my own world, and I have a connection with you. Look, I'm real. I exist." He smiled faintly, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. "Ever since you granted me the right to seek the truth, I've found a new turning point and answer. Our collaboration has been enjoyable. We succeeded. Don't underestimate lies. Everything I revised before was wrong. All I had to do was nothing. This world doesn't need me at all." She let out a self-deprecating laugh. Every time I revisited confusion and despair in the story, I really wanted someone to tell me the right answer. I just didn't expect the answer to be myself. I understand. Although I'm reluctant to admit it, I've always been the one who needed this world. I've been running away from my life. Yi Xiaoyu's silent tears fell to the ground. "I'm like an idiot," she sobbed, but her heart was no longer lost. Jiang Litsong pulled Yi Xiaoyu into his arms, chuckling comfortingly. "Actually, if you want to continue living in the story, it's not impossible. Stay here and do what a transmigrator should do. You have no idea how much I can do. We can collaborate later. We could probably accomplish great things, like modernizing pizza in this world." "Sure," Yi Xiaoyu said with half-serious exasperation. "Don't mess with my story." The two looked at each other and laughed. Their laughter echoed in the air. Then Yi Xiaoyu opened her laptop. "That I have to delete these messy stories to leave, to go home. But I don't know if the current you will disappear." Before she finished speaking, her eyes were already red. "I can't stop it." Jiang Litsong rubbed the girl's forehead, his voice firm and warm. "Xiaoyu, thank you. You let me know I exist. From now on, I need to write my own life, my own world. I can't keep relying on your story, being an all-powerful male lead." Yi Xiaoyu burst into laughter through her tears. "Why are you still joking at a time like this? It completely ruins the mood." Looking at the densely packed files and revision history on her computer, she took a deep breath, as if trying to draw all her courage into her lungs. "All stories come to an end. It's really about time. I should make my own choice. Stay in the story and repeat the endless cycle, or break it all and go home." Yi Xiaoyu choked back sobs. "I should go home. Even if my home is broken and my life is a mess, I should go back. I've always wanted to go back. The peach blossom spring in the story is good, but the suffering you speak of is also a part of you." "Me too." Yi Xiaoyu clicked don't save. The story she had revised and replayed countless times flashed through her mind like a fleeting show welling up into space. Laughter, tears, joy, and frustration all slowly dissipating here. "I'm not Yi Xiaoyu. The suffering isn't real, and the joy is destined to be fake. But I'm still so sad." Yi Xiaoyu burst into tears. "It's okay for me to cry, right?" As she cried, Jiang Litsong's body gradually faded into space. He gently stroked the crying girl, smiling as he bid her farewell. "Goodbye, Xiaoyu." "Wait." Yi Xiaoyu stopped Jiang Litsong and asked, "Actually, you control the story. You could have seen me here without entering the story again. You could have told me the truth. But why did you have to be as foolish and stubborn as me, going back to the original story and experiencing it over and over again? Perhaps I wanted to give myself a chance for you to fall in love with me." Jiang Litsong glanced back and said to Xiaoyu, "I wanted to see whether it was because of me, or still following your settings, or because of something of my own." "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." Before Yi Xiaoyu could get an answer, her consciousness began to blur, about to awaken from her mental space and return to reality. Jiang Litsong said with a bitter smile, "You suffered countless failures in the story, but you never gave up on your goal. I also have to work hard to find the answer I want. Maybe it will take a long, long time, but it doesn't matter. The good thing is, we can both go back. We can both truly write our own stories now. As the chess piece fell, Jiang Lizong returned to his own world. His brother, Jiang Huailon, was saying, "We just returned. The Li Kingdom's foundation is unstable. The Empress Dowager has bestowed a marriage. If it's because of political expediency, there wouldn't be any animosity between husband and wife, or fathers and sons, or brothers fighting each other in this world. You're a patient, and they still won't let you go. It's ridiculous. You're my brother. If I can't even decide your marriage for you, then I don't deserve to be the emperor. Ignore Empress Dowager Su. Later, I'll pretend to be confused and block it for you. Thank you, brother." The Linzhou general's mansion was piled high with rewards from the palace, filled with a celebratory atmosphere. Wu Shuang silently looked at the red silk, then took out a dagger and viciously slashed her own cheek. "Have a Ministry of Rights draft an imperial edict for me to Xi'an. Tell them that the Wu family daughter is exceedingly ugly, and I fear she would frighten the nobles in the palace, so she will not be personally entering the capital to offer thanks." That Crown Prince of Zhang, Chu really did come. Heir Zi and the others have been watching Xiao Town for half a month. That group's defenses are extremely tight. They can't fool me, Hung. They think my forest is empty. I'll make sure he doesn't return. Let's go, Hui. The streets are bustling. A refined scholar pushes through the crowded streets, hurrying to his destination. At this moment, Master Su's daughter, Feng Yi, slowly awakens. She looks around, wondering if she's returned to her story. Or has she stepped out of the story? I need to live each day to the fullest. I will see your story, and you will see me. You really did it. That's amazing. Xiaoyu, yes, I will work hard. Meanwhile, in another place, sunlight stings Yi Xiaoyu's eyes. She finally wakes up. However, many things are waiting for her to resolve. Miss Yi, please take a look at these documents. If there are no problems, you can sign at the bottom. It's the disposition of my father's estate. I remember there was more than this. It should have been transferred already. That's why my mother argued with him. Now, my grandparents, they've also filed a civil suit against my mother for compensation, right? I understand. Miss Yi, if you're feeling tired, I can come back tomorrow. There are a lot of documents, and you'll need some time to look them over. The court date is still some time away. There are some issues I need to explain to you in detail. Yi Xiaoyu shakes her head that I've rested enough. I'll look at them carefully. Give them all to me. Some things ultimately need to be faced. She smiles faintly, her face tinged with sadness that if the problems aren't resolved, they'll always be there. I'll never be able to move on, will I? Thank you, Lawyer Wang. I know you often come to see me and talk to me, trying to help me. You're welcome. I'm also entrusted by someone. Xiaoyu wonders, who else would care about her? She wheels herself out in her wheelchair. Time to go home. Her quiet journey home is interrupted by the gossip of a group of middle-aged women. The daughter of this family is back. Didn't they say she jumped from a building? Yeah, it's a good thing only one of them died. The one who jumped is still alive. Even with just one death, it's still a haunted house. Our property values have plummeted these past 2 years because of this haunted house. Xiaoyu endures the unpleasantness in her heart, silently making her way home. Seeing the young woman's silence, the gossiping women become even more unrestrained. With property values dropping like this, can we sue her for compensation? Hey, is your mother scared? Is it a suspended death sentence or a death penalty? What happened? Her daughter, a lunatic, jumped from a building. Look it up online. It was in the news before. So you're paralyzed now. Oh, how pitiful. Didn't you know? The man in this family was having an affair, and the woman killed him together with her daughter. Mental illness is hereditary. Maybe it was her mother who went crazy and killed him. Xiaoyu can no longer remain silent under such piercing mockery. She speaks coldly. If your property values have dropped because of my family, you can consult a lawyer first. If the court rules that I am at fault and need to compensate you, I will compensate you according to the judgment. The gossiping women are immediately silenced. Xiaoyu calmly continues. As for my mother, she has received a just sentence. She will reform herself and strive for a reduced sentence. I am not paralyzed, just suffering from muscle atrophy. I need to undergo rehabilitation for a while. I do not have a mental illness. This is a society ruled by law. You don't need to worry about me killing you. Also, I didn't jump. I was drunk and accidentally fell from the upstairs platform. By the way, there used to be a railing on the roof. I don't know who removed it, which is why I fell. I was in a coma before, so this incident was treated as an accident. I went to the police station to report it before coming home. The police should be coming to investigate tomorrow. Thank you for your concern. There's no other new gossip here. "Excuse me, I need to go home." Closing the door, finally, there is quiet. Xiaoyu's heart calms down along with it. She goes to her desk, wipes the dust off her computer, and tries to turn it on. How lucky, it still works. Seeing only a single file, The Birth of Wu Dongfeng, in the computer storage, Xiaoyu feels a pang of doubt. She closes the laptop, uncertainly muttering, "The self-healer. It wasn't a dream, was it?" A confirming voice comes from behind her. It wasn't a dream. Yi Xiaoyu has returned to her own world. Having experienced so much, she feels deep down that it wasn't a dream. It was a grand adventure. But even if it was a dream, she and her characters met within it. Xiaoyu not only influenced the story, but was also shaped by it. She learned how she would fight back when facing endless desperate situations. She originally thought the encounters in reality were insurmountable dilemmas in life, but now she discovered her story had just begun, filled with infinite possibilities and hope. Now she was strong. The tram slowly started. The world outside the window began to slowly recede. Faint thoughts surfaced in Xiaoyu's mind that I've returned to my story. As the female protagonist, Yi Xiaoyu, facing this world, this story's beginning, twists and turns. What kind of stories will you write for yourselves? I'm so curious. What do you think? I've finished reading the stories you wrote, and the regret in my heart is hard to diminish. Whether good or bad, Jiang Litsong and Su Fangyi's story is already theirs to choose. But what about my story with you? Leaving your story, I'm not that wise and brilliant Jiang Litsong. I'm just an ordinary person who wants to see a happy ending in a love story, to comfort myself. Besides, I haven't answered your question yet. The tram's arrived. I know your wheelchair will slip. The next second, the driver almost didn't help her. How can I even touch? A handsome boy appeared. "You're welcome." That handsome boy's smile was like the bright and dazzling sunlight of May, vivid and real. She chuckled, thinking how wonderful. I haven't even said thank you yet. I'm no longer the male protagonist in your story, and you can't possibly wait for me to appear. We won't meet because of a few words and have a story unfold naturally. Your male protagonist is waiting falsely, so I have to work harder. Xiaoyu suddenly felt someone watching her from behind. She looked back, but there was nothing there. "Mr. Jiang, based on the information you provided, it seems there's no such person." "Understood. Sorry for the trouble. You've become a story I've seen in my world. I know you exist, but I can't find you. So how can I find you? Let me think. Let me think carefully. In your story, your mother should love you, but her love is mixed with too many impurities. She wants you to be excellent enough to give her so-called face. She wants you to be beautiful, so she can also be praised. She wants her only surviving daughter to achieve great success, so she can feel that. In that difficult childbirth, all the sacrifices she made weren't in vain, including this messy marriage. But you shouldn't have to bear these, and it's not your fault. I know you're going to cry now, but I can't wipe away your tears when you cry. Our time is not the same. Next, you'll have to face your overbearing grandmother and the property dispute. You shouldn't want to get any inheritance. A daughter pays her mother's debts. Xiaoyu, don't be too greedy. Your vicious mother killed my son, and you still have the nerve to fight me for the inheritance? Leave us two old people a way to live. Xiaoyu didn't respond. She just lowered her head and looked at the documents in her hand. It seemed her father's financial situation wasn't very optimistic before his death. The company's operations were also declining. On the surface, Grandma's haute couture suits and jewelry showed that her finances were very good. Xiaoyu knew she had been in a coma for 2 years. What they could manipulate, they had already transferred away. There wasn't much left, only the ownership of a few properties. We are not in the same world. We both live in our respective timelines. Our encounter began with a story. I come from your story and have continued to write a new one. The story I've experienced has become my world. In this world, countless people create countless stories. Countless stories make up a larger world. When one day, our stories in the same time in this vast, boundless world blend with each other, that is what we call an encounter. But there are too many worlds, too many different stories, too chaotic. I've thought of countless ways we could meet, all just a little bit off. But a miss is as good as a mile, so it's probably time. I will continue to work hard to calibrate our time. To interact with Xiaoyu in the story, Jiang Litsong deleted the story. He continued writing. He returned to the intersection where he first met Xiaoyu. He started his pursuit again with a yearning heart, even though this process was very long, very long. The intertwined memories of a 1,000-year reincarnation made him struggle in pain. It was also a punishment for him breaking the rules, but it made his heart even more determined. He must have enough inner strength to correct his and Xiaoyu's. Timeline. Any slight deviation would make him hesitate to reset, even if it meant a 1,000-year trial where Xiaoyu wins. Jiang Litsong stole from the warehouse for the law firm. Thanks, friend. The inheritance lawyer you recommended is very capable. You're welcome. I should also thank Mr. Jiang for referring me business. But you paid the legal fees. If Miss Yi is wondering why we didn't charge based on the amount, I don't know how to answer her. It's fine. I'll explain it to her personally when I get the chance. I was able to find your information. I've contacted people connected to you. It's so good to be in touch with you. We're getting closer. Is the interview on Tuesday? Yes, I'm free then. Good. You'll text me the address, right? Okay, no problem. Thank you so much. Excuse me, hey, it's you. Thanks for helping me the other day. I would have fallen. Yes, it's me. The rain came so suddenly. I have an umbrella. Do you need to share? I have an umbrella. I accidentally brought an extra umbrella. Here, take one. Xiaoyu was completely stunned, but someone smiled brightly. My appearance shouldn't have changed much, right? Do you still recognize me?